Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to another awesome full day of training. For the benefit of those of you that are watching the replay, I want to go ahead and tell you right up front and not dilly-dally, so you know exactly what this full day of training is going to be about. Today's training we have titled The Future of Foreclosures After Coronavirus. So I'm Jay Connor, known as the Private Money Authority. I'm going to be your trainer and host all day long. This is going to be a 7 to 8 hour training. And we're going to talk about focusing on foreclosures. And the reason is because there are two avalanches of foreclosures that are going to be coming very, very soon. And this is going to be a huge opportunity to serve and help a lot of people that are enduring or going through their own crisis. So this is not at all about taking advantage of people. This all-day training is all about serving people in their crisis and how you can create win-win scenarios. Okay. So if you are all about creating win-win scenarios, type in the comment chat right now. I love win-win. I love win-win. So we're going to be talking today, and I'll be teaching about how we find these foreclosures. And here are the two avalanches that I just referred to. The first one is, there has been a stay or a stop put on for the people that were already in foreclosure prior to COVID-19. Well, that's going to be opening up very soon with et cetera, with the courthouses. And so those people are going to be a lot of people that we can serve and create win-win scenarios. The other avalanche is that we now have, as of this day, this live event, we have over 41 million people that have been laid off or furloughed and are, on unemployment. Well, there's going to be a large percentage of those people that will also end up in foreclosure, which is going to be another huge avalanche and wave of people that we're going to be able to serve. So we'll be talking about that a lot today, but we're going to also be talking about other pieces of real estate. Now, I want to tell you, you're going to want to stay through the entire training for a number of reasons. First of all, when it comes to foreclosures, my wife, Carol Joy, and I, we started developing years ago our foreclosure system. And I've put together these 8 letters that I get cumulatively a 57% response on these letters. Well, when we get into about the beginning of the third hour, I'm going to show you and reveal a way that you can actually get these letters free. Okay. So you want to stick around for that. I've got amazing guests that are going to be coming on today during this training. I've got Lee Arnold coming. I got Jim Zaspel coming. These are very, very high-end, high-producing real estate investors, and I'm going to be interviewing them, talking to them about how the business has changed, how they're doing things differently. Excuse me. Our titanium sponsor of this event is the self-directed IRA company called Quest. And Quest principal Nathan Long is going to be live here, and I'm going to be interviewing him. He's going to be talking about self-directed IRAs, how you can use self-directed IRAs and people that have those to get private money and private funding for your deals. I've got some amazing students, very, very successful students of mine that have raised a ton of private money, and they're doing commercial deals. They're doing single family house deals. I'm going to be interviewing them, finding out how they're doing the business differently. And so you're going to be learning just a ton of information as to how you can apply the techniques and strategies that are actually working today. Now, you would have been emailed a booklet last Friday and also again this morning. That booklet, excuse me, is a workbook, is a work booklet for you to fill in the blanks. So one of the first sessions that I'm going to do this morning, starting in about 25 minutes from now, I'm going to be teaching you the 30,000 foot view of my foreclosure system and how I use it and how it's now working even virtually. Well, the booklet that was in the email this morning, and you would have also got it when you registered to attend this event, you want to open that up. All right. And you want to print that off. So you're going to have time within the next 25 minutes to go find that PDF in that email, print it off, and you want to go to day 2. So as I teach my session, starting in about 25 minutes, you'll be able to follow along in that booklet, fill in the blanks, and that will help you retain the information that I'm going to give you. So, in addition, the reason, as I mentioned just a moment ago, that we are doing this training is because of the huge opportunity that we've got coming to serve a lot of people. Okay. So, with that, I want to go ahead and introduce you to Scott Patton, who is behind the scenes. But, Scott, if you'll come to the forefront, I want everybody to see you. So, y'all, this is
Hey, Jay.
Scott Patton. He is the producer of my podcast, which is called Real Estate Investing with Jay Conner. So, good morning, Scott.
Good morning, Jay. Good morning, everybody. I'm excited to be here. Hopefully you're all excited too. It's going to be fun.
And tell everybody, where are you actually located right now?
I'm in beautiful, not sunny today, Medellin, Colombia. We're in lockdown. There's only humanitarian flights coming in and out. So I'm going to be here for a little while.
Gotcha. And just so y'all know, I'm here with my wife, Carol Joy, and our staff here in Eastern North Carolina, in Morehead City, North Carolina, to be exact. So, Scott, I was just telling everybody, you're the producer of my podcast. So, speaking of my podcast, everybody, if you want to get a lot of valuable training, you can follow me on my podcast, which is titled Real Estate Investing with Jay Conner, Conner, of course. And it's on iTunes, it's on Google Play. We actually live stream the live podcast on Tuesday afternoons between 2 and 4 Eastern. And we cover all topics there on locating deals, getting your deals funded, and etc. So, Scott, how about take a moment and tell the folks how they can really leverage their time as we are here together today, such as how, for people that are new to this format, how can they comment, how can they share, and how can they be engaged?
Right. Well, if you have a question, and I'm sure that there are always questions, you just have to put it into the comments. If you're on YouTube, you can see it below. If you're on Facebook, I think it's usually on to the right side, or it could be below. And they all appear magically in this stream of stuff that I have going on actually at that side. And I make a note. And then at certain points during the morning and the afternoon, Jay's going to say, okay, Scott, do we have any questions? And I'm going to come on and I'm going to say, Gary Coy has a question, Jay, and Lori Falby has a question, Jay, and Stephen Kern has a question, Jay, and we're going to discuss those questions live for you. And so, it's not going to be like 5 hours after you ask the question. It'll usually, be between 15 and 30 minutes after you ask the question, depending on where Jay is in his teachings. And if I think that he answered your question because you asked it too soon, I probably won't ask that question. But I'll have a list. I'll go through them all, hopefully be able to pop them up kind of like we do these good mornings. And then we can answer the questions. Make sure you understand everything. And if you have any questions at all, put them in the comments and I'll be the person replying and helping you out. Because there may be some questions that you have that are not related exactly to what Jay's talking about, and I can get them answered for you right away.
Hey, Scott, Chaffee just put up, and you're ahead of me. So everybody, Scott has just posted one of the posts, and you all will meet Chaffee here in just a moment. He's going to be co-hosting with me today as well. But there's the link to the workbook. So, Scott, can folks just click on that link in the chat and it'll take it to them?
Well, they can't click to that link, but I'm going to put it in the chat. Chaffee put it in the Facebook chat, but I put it in all of the chats because I have the power.
Right. Excellent. So everybody, look in the chat right now. So it doesn't matter if you're on YouTube or if you are on Facebook. You should see the link to the workbook for today's virtual event that Scott just posted. So again, folks, I'm going to be starting that about 20 minutes from now. So you definitely want to get that workbook pulled up and print it out so that you can actually write in it and make notes. Now, On last Friday's full day training, which we focused on private money last Friday, we had a drawing that we set up to give away 8 getaway vacations to mine and Carol Joy's oceanfront condo that's right here in Atlantic Beach. And we actually rent this out for $1,400 a week. Now, believe it or not, it's already opened up. Now, I know you may not be wanting to travel right now, but anyway, we announced that we were going to give it away to 8 winners. All right. Henrietta just asked, what days and time are the podcast? So you want to answer that, Scott, since we were just talking about the podcast?
Yeah, that's a great question. We go live Tuesday at 2 o'clock Eastern and 3 o'clock Eastern. We usually either have a guest, or Jay has something he wants to talk about. Maybe it's a deal that he's working on, that sort of thing. So if you want to see us live, if you're watching right now, if you're watching right now live, go to the same place, because it's going to be in our Facebook page, or it's going to be on this YouTube channel, because we'll stream to the same places. So it's not the exact same link, but it'll be the same channel. So subscribe to the channel. Hit the little bell. I can never tell which way I'm supposed to put my fingers, and you will get announcements, and you'll get emails from YouTube saying when we're about to go live. And if you like us on Facebook, hopefully Facebook will tell you when we're going to go live. And then we take that, we make an audio version of it. So if you go to the podcast app on your phone, search for Real Estate Investing with Jay Conner, click on subscribe. And then when we do the audio version, which is usually a week or so later, you'll get that as well. So you'll be up to date no matter what.
Excellent. All right, everybody. As I promised last Friday, I'm going to go ahead and call out the winners. We have 8 winners, as I promised, of the full week getaway. And if your name is called, you simply just need to call in here to my office and get the details on how you claim your free week vacation. All right. So here they are. In fact, you could put the phone number to my office up there, Scott, which is 252-808-2927. So if you hear your name called, I'll say it again, 252-808-2927. Just call in and you can get the details on how you claim your free week. Do not call in to get your free week unless I call your name out. All right. So, and don't try to be sneaky with Brenda and Ashley, because they've got a list of the names as well. There we go. All right. So here are the winners. Ashton Bellamy, Bellemy, is the last name. The second winner is Chris Garner.
Congratulations, Chris.
The third winner of the 8 is Edgar Villegas, V as in Victor, Illegas. The fourth one is Josiah Gonzalez. The next winner is Phyllis James. The next one is Robert Jackson. And the next one is Loretta Wallace. Congratulations. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And number 8, the final winner is Victor Abraham. So again, Ashton Bellamy, Edgar Villegas, Chris Garner, Josiah Gonzalez, Phyllis James, Robert Jackson, Loretta Wallace, and Victor Abraham. Congratulations to all of you. And again, just call my office and you can get details on how you claim that free week. Let's see here. Before I bring on Chaffee, Scott, anything else on the punch list you think that I needed to cover that I haven't gone over yet?
No, we've got 180 people watching right now, which is really exciting. And and I think you're going to find this pretty amazing day, the foreclosures and what's happening. And I just want to emphasize what you said. We are there's never been a time when a bunch of people, like 35 million of them, all of a sudden found out that they had no job. There's never been a time when 30 million small businesses found out that everybody was going to go to Walmart and Costco and not to their business. And this is going to cause a huge financial ripple. And foreclosures, unfortunately, are going to be a big part of that. And you're in the right place at the right time, because Jay is an expert on finding the foreclosures before anybody else, how to deal with people that are going through foreclosure, because it's a huge traumatic problem, and saving those people from actually getting the foreclosure on their credit rating. Because I didn't know that's a 10-year sentence on your credit rating score. And you don't just, like, at 10 years, it just doesn't disappear. You've got to go through all these hoops and everything else to get it off of your rating, which means your interest rates are higher. They're not going to give you mortgages and all these, terrible things that are happening. So we want to preserve the American dream of owning your own home. And you're going to be learning all about that today. So that's all I have to say.
Excellent. Thank you, Scott. Well, Scott, let's go ahead and bring Chaffee Wynn out of the green room, and let me get Chaffee introduced. And there's Chaffee. Good morning, Chaffee.
Jay.
How's it going, my man?
It is awesome. I am ready to go.
Awesome. So, y'all, if you haven't met Chaffee yet, let me tell you who Chaffee is. So Chaffee and I met back in 2009, actually, at a real estate investing event. I was a student. Chaffee was actually one of the coaches there that was working with the students. And so, some people you just, connect with immediately. And Chaffee was one of those people. We found out our core values are exactly the same. Chaffee, like myself, has a servant's heart, wants to make an impact in other people's lives. And so Chaffee's been a coach for many, many years, not only in real estate investing, but also in personal development. And so he's worked a lot with people, improving their lives in all aspects. So everybody right now in the comment section, we want to make Chaffee to feel warm and fuzzy, right? So everybody in the comment, type in right now, good morning, Chaffee. I'll even tell you how to spell his name, Chaffee. Good morning, Chaffee. So I reached out to Chaffee, y'all, I guess maybe 6 years ago or so. I lose track of time. And Carol Joy and I were already doing a lot of live events across the nation, training and coaching new real estate investors and seasoned real estate investors. And I reached out to Chaffee because I was looking for a new team of coaches to work with my students. So as a result, Chaffee has been at all of my live events for about the last 6 years, and he's just like an amazing part of our team and helping make a big difference in helping train and coach my students. So what I've asked Chaffee to do, y'all, is take about 15 to 20 minutes this morning before I start into the foreclosure presentation. I've asked Chaffee to present to you all how to own the real estate that exists between your ears and mindset. He's an expert in this area. And as some of you may have heard me say in the past, it's very hard for you to implement the teaching that I give you until you own the real estate and take control of the real estate that exists between your ears. So Chaffee, I'm going to turn it over to you for 15 or 20 minutes to help get everybody in the right mindset as we launch into this day.
Well, welcome everyone, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for the wonderful comments I see coming through. Jennifer, Lori, Randy, Dan. Good morning, everyone. Appreciate you guys waking up and joining us this morning. As Scott said, these are unprecedented times. I mean, there are things going on today that no one ever could have imagined, no one ever could have thought of. And I want to start with a quote that I found that I think really fits the bill. And the quote is that emergencies happen when you least expect them, right? So emergencies happen when you least expect them. And nobody expected this to happen, right? I mean, who could have imagined that the whole country, much less almost the entire world, was shut down because of a pandemic? And it's still going on. I mean, it's still happening. Parts of, like, I'm in Chicago, Illinois, and we're still shut down. And so it's amazing what has happened. And what I understand, what I want everybody here to know is that the first thing that you should focus on are the things that you can control in your own hemisphere, the things that you can control within your power of reach. And then everything else, pay attention, except don't worry about it because it's out of your control. Things will happen outside of your control. And if you worry about the things that you cannot control, you're going to go crazy. I mean, you're going to absolutely go nuts. So focus on what you can control, what you can do, which is keep yourself safe, keep your family safe, keep your friends safe if possible, and then control that environment. And if you want change to happen, start with yourself. And so, all these comments that you're seeing on the news, all these comments that you're seeing on social media and everything like that, people are going crazy with things that are outside of their control. And so they're spending a lot of time spinning the wheels and getting upset. And instead, they should really be focusing on what they can do right now, what you can do right now to position yourself to not only be successful for you and your family, to be successful and help other people. As Scott said, the over 30 million people, I think it's over 36 million people that are unemployed, the over 30 million jobs that are shut down, right? So, or businesses that are shut down, many of which are not coming back. And so, I have a couple stories here that I want to really stress and drive home, which is in the Tampa Bay Times, they say there's hundreds of cases of evictions. And after these evictions, foreclosures are going to be coming. Shirley Schumacher, she worked as a chef and she was shut down. She was laid off. She has not received an unemployment check. She's got 3 kids and she received an eviction notice. Now, the governor down there put a stay on evictions, which means that you're not supposed to be able to evict people, except they're still evicting, they're still filing the paperwork, and they're still, again, processing those. And she got an eviction notice. Now she's unemployed. She owes $1,800 in rent, and she's got 3 kids, and she got this eviction notice that said pay up or move out by Friday, right? And so, she's like, I don't know where to go. I don't have anybody to help me. As a matter of fact, she says, not knowing where my kids will sleep tomorrow is really hard for me to deal with. Now think about that. If you're a single parent with 3 kids and, your bank or your landlord or the person that you're renting from says, pay up or get out, how are you going to feel, right? What's going through your head, right? The CARES Act that was passed by the federal government says that evictions are suspended till July 25th. Well, what's going to happen after July 25th, right? All these people are lining up to get evicted already. And again, after that, then the foreclosures are going to come. The banks are saying, hey, you can do this forbearance thing and not pay your mortgage for 3 months. Well, then what happens after that 3 months? Well, a lot of the banks are saying you got to pay that lump sum 3 months all in one payment. Well, where are you going to get the money for that? And so what do you think is going to happen, right? There's going to be a lot of confusion. There's going to be a lot of people that are afraid. There's going to be a lot of people going, what the heck? How am I going to come up with this? As a matter of fact, I got a quote from this guy, Anthony Adams, who worked as a bakery in his family bakery, and they had to shut down. And he says that, I feel like this is a catch-22. I can get some immediate relief from postponing a mortgage payment, but the cost of that relief will put me further into debt. And that's going to happen story after story after story, case after case after case. And so there will be this wave of people coming that are going to need help, right? They're going to need to have somebody consult with them to see what their options are. And if you go up to these people, now I want you to think about this, imagine if, and you may be there too, only imagine if this was you. Imagine if you were in this position where you were unemployed with no income, with no money, and all of a sudden your bank or your landlord comes and says, get out. What are you going to do? And I want you to think about that, because as investors, we get notifications of these individuals, or we find these individuals. And so when you put yourself in their shoes, how are you going to react when somebody says, oh, yay, I found you at the courthouse. Hey, sell me your house and give me a deal, right? And so a lot of people that are going after foreclosures, all they're thinking about is how much money can I make? How much money can I, get out of this property? Can I get a deal out of this? Can I, are they a motivated seller so I can make a lot of money? And that's not what we teach here. with the Connor method with Jay Connor and his team. And that's why I love working with Jay, right? As a matter of fact, Jay will tell you later on, and I'm just kind of jumping the gun right now, is that one of the first things he does is that he actually has a list of 11 ways that that homeowner can stay in that home. He goes up to that homeowner and says, what do you want to do and how can I help you? And so again, it's a different position than just looking after yourself. It's positioning yourself with a servant's heart to help people. And if they want to stay in that house, Jay's got 11 ways for them to stay in that house. And so when they stay in that house, you know, you might not be profiting on that property, only, you know what, that feeds your soul, and they're going to refer you to other people. And out of those people that they refer you, then you're going to get some deals. And you continue doing that, and they say, hey, you know, I just want to leave. I just want to get out. Well, again, there's your opportunity to help them and make money at the same time. And I go back, and we said this last week, and I want to say it again, is that Zig Ziglar says that help enough people get what they want, and you'll get what you want. And that's what this whole day is about. That's what last week is about. That's what next week is about. It's going to be about positioning yourself to help a lot of people so that you can help yourself as well as the community, as well as other individuals. And first and foremost, you got to get in that right mindset, right? You got to get in the mindset of, let me focus on the things that I can control today, the things that I can control within my hemisphere or sphere of influence. Let me focus on the things that I can do right now versus being afraid and stuck and not moving because of all this news that I'm hearing from the media channels and the newspapers and all that kind of stuff. All that is just going to pull you down and be negative and scare you. And instead, when you focus on gratitude, the things that you're grateful for, the things that you have, the things that are in your life, that moves you forward. I don't know anybody that can be, when they're thinking about the things that they're grateful for in their life, how that can bring you down, because we have so many things. I mean, I'm a refugee. I come from a different country, and oh my gosh, it's a third world country, and I don't know where I'd be today if it wasn't for the gratitude, for the greatness of others that sponsored us, that supported us. And, you know, so I know what it's like to be poor and struggling and difficult. And I tell you, as bad as we have it here, sometimes in the United States, other countries, other individuals have it much, much worse, right? We are a land of opportunity. We have tons and tons of opportunity to not only succeed, to help people while we succeed. Opportunities that are not available in other countries. So we need to take full advantage of that, of our situation, and control what we can control, focus on what we can focus on, stay positive by being grateful for the things in our lives, and focus on helping others, because that's going to pull us up, and it's going to pull them up, and it's going to pull the community up and everybody up. So that's what I want you to focus on. Instead of thinking about everything that's going on, there will be this wave of foreclosures. And when, again, you think about these people that are struggling out there, the Shirley Schumachers, the Anthony Adams out there that are struggling and don't know what to do because they're hearing different things from their landlords and their tenants, right? How can you help them? And by positioning yourselves to help them, you're going to get a ton of deals. You're going to make a lot of money, and you're going to help yourself as well as them. And so again, focus on your sphere of control, and then block everything out, or pay attention. Just don't let it affect you. And then really position yourself for success through helping others, right? And so again, work with a servant's heart. And Jay, I've said this to you many times. That's one of the main reasons I love working with you, Jay, is that servant's heart. Everything that you do, from your coaching to your entire business, the way your business operates, the way that your coaching operates, comes from helping people. And that when you focus on helping people and driving things, then all this other stuff is just noise. And, you know, you could sleep well at night because you know you're doing the right thing, right? So instead of, again, you know, making up excuses and doing and you know, coming up with ideas and thoughts that justify what you have to do, you just focus on helping people, and the rest works out, and you never have to go back on your word. So with that, Jay, again, I'm excited about today. I'm excited about what we're going to cover today. Like you said, you got a ton of guests coming on, and as everyone watches throughout the day, they're going to see the exact same thing. Your students that are coming on, your guests that are coming on, they're all focused on two things, which is helping people and controlling things in their lives right now that they can control. So
yeah, I appreciate you going over the mindset piece there, Chaffee. I saw a comment question there from, is it Darshell King? I may be pronouncing her name wrong. She's asking, what are the 11 ways? And so I don't have time to go over all those 11 ways, but I want to go ahead and post a website, all right, a URL that's a nationwide assistance service that helps people in foreclosure. And so, you know, I don't know when this could be more timely, right, for helping people that are in foreclosure. And so that website is www.homereliefprogram.com. www.homereliefprogram.com. So thank you for asking that, Darshell. And so what I want everybody to do right now is get the booklet in front of you that I asked you to print off, okay? Because go to day 2 of you'll see the title on today. This is all about the foreclosures, all right? And so Chaffee, with that, I'm going to pull up my PowerPoint presentation. And Scott, you're going to be able to show my PowerPoint and people still be able to see me. That's right, Scott. Scott may have stepped away. Anyway, Chaffee, you'll be able to tell me if that's what Scott's doing, right?
yes, I will. Yep.
So very good, folks. All right, so it's 9:30 now, and oh, we've got plenty of time. I thought I only had 45 minutes for this foreclosure presentation, but it looks like I've got an hour and 15 minutes for this presentation, right, Chaffee?
Oh, that's right. Yep. Mm-hmm.
As I look at the agenda. Well, you know, that's good.
On time, Jay.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I tell you what's good about that, folks, because that means we're going to have plenty of time. Because it's not going to take me a whole hour and 15 minutes to go through these steps. Because I'm going to teach y'all step by step how Carol Joy and I do the foreclosure business and how you can really position yourself to be doing it right now, getting ready to take advantage of serving a lot of people. So we're going to have plenty of time for questions, Q&A, before we go on our first break. So that's good. All right, so let me pull up this PowerPoint presentation right here. And okay, I've got it in presentation mode now. So Chaffee, can you see me and my PowerPoint?
Okay, no, you have to share the PowerPoint.
Oh, that's right, Scott. I wasn't a very good student on learning how to do StreamYard, right?
But you're a great coaching client because you take direction really well.
All right, so let's see here. It says share screen, and there's my share right there. So I'm gonna hit share, and now let me pull up the PowerPoint. And how are we looking now, Scott?
We're looking good. We're looking good. We're perfect. Okay, so I'm going to remove myself from the stream, and then you just give this presentation and don't worry about anything else.
All right, that's super. All right, folks, not only do I want you to have the booklet in front of you so you can be filling in the blank, but I want you to also have a side pad to where you can be writing notes as well. Because I want you all to get this information. Now, listen, if you are, so here's what I want you to do. I want you to make sure and type in your questions in the comment chat section in the comment bar, because I want to make sure everybody gets their questions answered. All right, so we will go ahead and jump in right now. So have you ever wondered, or have you ever imagined what it would be like to wake up every day living your dream? Well, the reason I ask you that question is because Carol Joy and I actually wake up every day living our dream. There's one question I want you to write down right now in your notes, and that is, why am I a real estate investor? Why am I a real estate investor? And yes, I know we are interested in being a real estate investor, whether you're new or whether you're a seasoned real estate investor, for the wealth, for the freedom. One thing that my definition of success, which you'll hear me say again today, is to be able to do what you want to do, with whom you want to do it, and when you want to do it. So, what do you want to do, with whom, and when? But there's an even bigger reason than what I just mentioned. For me and Carol Joy, our biggest reason for being in real estate investing is to make an impact on other people's lives. Chaffee just said it a moment ago, and that is when you help enough other people get what they need and what they want, then you're going to have plenty of what you need and what you want. Zig Ziglar said it. When I was 24 years old, Zig Ziglar was my main mentoring coach. That was back in the days of cassette tapes, right? I listened to all of his cassette tapes. Another mentor of mine was a lady named Miss Beulah Rayner. Miss Beulah Rayner was the first female tenured professor at Wake Forest University. And she actually taught my dad, Wallace Connor, in 1954, taught him English at Wake Forest. And so when I went to Wake Forest, she adopted me. And then when Carol Joy and I got married, we moved back to Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and Miss Beulah Rayner adopted Carol Joy. But Beulah used to say it all the time. She says, if you are stressed out and you're worried, and you're worried about what's going on, you're in a bad time, she said her advice was, go do something for somebody else, because when you're serving other people, you can't be having your thoughts on yourself and worried about yourself. So the world of private money, and of course most of you all know that one of my expertise, besides foreclosures, is private money, raising a lot of private money. And so whether you're in the world of private money or you're in the world of foreclosures, or whether you are a trainer or a coach like I am, it's all about serving the other person. When I think about private money, one of the things that I hear people say when they're new to private money is, well, I'm fearful of asking other people for money. Well, besides the point, I never ask for the money. I just put on my teacher hat and I teach people about private money and self-directed IRAs. By the way, folks, that reminds me, Nathan Long, principal with Quest, is going to be here with me today, and he's going to be doing an entire presentation on how to locate private money with people that have retirement accounts. That's going to be an awesome session. But back to the big question. Why do I want to be a real estate investor? My big reason all comes down to making an impact and serving. And so, yes, all the material stuff is good. I mean, are you totally excited about your business? Are you able to take a day off whenever you want to take a day off? Well, the private money and the foreclosure business has afforded Carol Joy and I to be able to do that. And what I'm going to be sharing with you right here today is to get you positioned so that you can do the same thing. Okay. So if you are excited and you want to learn about the foreclosure business, type in the comment section right now, teach me the foreclosure business. So if you're excited and you want to learn about the foreclosure business, type in the comment bar right now, teach me the foreclosure business. So the reason I have this slide here is you're going to learn here in the next few minutes, you're going to be entering the stress-free zone. And the reason I've got this slide is because some of you may feel like that you've been in the stressed out zone for the last few weeks. Now, if you're watching this on replay, that may not be applying to you, right? But as of today on this live virtual event, a lot of the country is still in the shutdown mode here in North Carolina. The restaurants have just started to open up and can only have people, 50% capacity. But learning the foreclosure business and being able to have quite a bit of cash saved up in your checking account so that when hard times do come along, you've got that reserve. I promise you, it's going to lower your stress. So in the foreclosure business, by serving a lot of people, you can make money very, very fast. In fact, I titled this presentation, How to Make $456,000 in 6 months. The reason I titled it that is because when Carol Joy and I started serving people in foreclosure and helping them all the way back to 2004 is when we started this piece of the business. It's one of the quickest ways that I know to make a lot of profit and a lot of money by serving other people. So if you want to make money fast, type in the comment bar right now, I want to make money fast. Type that in the comment bar right now. I want to make money fast. So I know you're listening. I know you're taking notes. I know you're getting ready to fill in the blanks in your workbook. So here we go. So I'm going to show you in this presentation, first of all, step by step. There's 5 steps. All right. There's 5 steps to being successful in the foreclosure business. So I'm going to show you these 5 steps that I still use today in the foreclosure business, how to be very, very profitable. I've already said it 10 times. This is all about helping people and making big money while you are helping people. So what we have here, everybody, is we've got a proven system put together on locating foreclosures, buying and selling foreclosures on automatic, and all of this without using any of your own money. In fact, there's multiple ways, and you're going to see exactly how to do it. There's multiple ways to fund deals and helping people in foreclosure without using your money. So I'll be showing you that here in just a moment. You're also going to discover how it is that I get a 57% response rate. And yes, you heard that right. A 57% response rate using my direct mail letters. So if you know anything about direct mail, you know a 57% response rate is unheard of. In fact, in direct mail, if you get 2 or 3%, in some areas, you're knocking it out of the park. So these direct mail letters are a very, very crucial key to the success of my foreclosure system. So we'll dive deep into that here in just a moment and talk about how that works, how I made the first $456,000 in profit. And you're about to discover this is about to be the biggest real estate opportunity ever. The actual numbers of people as of today, as of this virtual event, the actual numbers of people that are now have filed unemployment since coronavirus started is over 41 million people. That's the number that came out actually yesterday. Last week, it was 36 million. And it's still rising. So talk about an opportunity to serve. It's going to be unbelievable. This is all about how to work less and make more money. Now, the reason I have that point there is when you start doing the foreclosure business, then this is not about adding on a bunch of additional work or replacing a day job with a new job. As I said, we want to have the freedom, right? So the way I do the foreclosure business is I have it automated. And you say, well, Jay, how do you have it automated? Well, the definition of automation is you are either delegating out responsibility to other people, okay? And the way I do it is you don't even have to pay them until you're making money, right? Or you are delegating out tasks and things in the system that need to be done through technology. So you see, in this business, I literally work in the business, in my real estate investing business, less than 10 hours per week. So Carol Joy, my wife, and I, we actually started doing the real estate investing business in 2003. Our first year, I only did 3 deals, right? I didn't want to take on multiple deals until I really got my experience and my mind wrapped around what I was doing. In 2004, we started focusing on the foreclosure business. So from 2003 until 2009, the first 6 years that we were in the business, I was using local banks and mortgage companies, traditional funding sources to fund our deals. And I remember it, folks, like it was yesterday. I was sitting right here at this desk, and I picked up this telephone right here. I picked up the phone and I called my banker, whose name was Steve. That's the operative word in that sentence, was. My banker was Steve. And I called him up, and I had 2 deals under contract, representing over $100,000 in profit on these 2 deals. And I learned on the telephone right there and then that I had been cut off from the bank, not because I didn't have a good history, but I learned that the bank was not loaning out money to real estate investors anymore. I found myself caught up in the global financial crisis, right? Well, that in 2009, that was January 2009. That time period, folks, reminds me so much of what's going on right now. Things were different and got different very quickly back in 2008, 2009. So I had to do something different. My friend, that's the same what's going on today. Things are very different. Things are very different. And I don't have to tell you anything about that. You know, things are very different and will always be different to some degree. Therefore, we have got to adapt, right? We've got to be different. So what happened in 2009? So I hung up the phone. I called my friend Jeff in Greensboro, who was a real estate investor. And I said, Jeff, I just got cut off from the bank. And Jeff said, well, welcome to the club, Jay. Bank just cut me off in Greensboro, North Carolina last week. I said, what are you doing? And so Jeff told me this phrase I'd never heard before called private money. And so I learned all about private money, and I was able to raise $2,150,000 in less than 90 days. So you see, being cut off from the bank in January 2009 was a huge, huge blessing in disguise. And I bet you have had a blessing in disguise already in your life up until now. Well, guess what, folks? This is a blessing in disguise as well as what we're going through. Now, let me be totally transparent here. I am not disregarding at all over the over 100,000 people just in the United States have lost their life in some kind of relation to the COVID-19. And so our prayers for sure go out to those families that have lost people, and there will be even more. In the midst of that, though, we've got some blessings. We got some blessings, as I've said already, to serve a lot of people. So I had to adapt. I had to adapt in 2009 on how I was going to get funding for my deals. And so I learned all about private money, right? And so I say that to connect us to where we are today. We've got to adapt, right? And so as it is right now, I actually have even more private money funding coming into me now since the shutdown, because people are scared to death of the stock market, for example. So here in this foreclosure business, we've got to adapt. So, you'll hear me talking here in a moment about the virtual showings that some of my students and colleagues are doing. So as far as our business goes, just to make sure everybody knows, my total population that we invest in here in Eastern North Carolina is only 40,000 people. Only 40,000 people. We do about 2 to 3 deals a month, but our average profit per transaction is $67,000 per deal, and that's with a median price on single-family houses of $225,000. So in order to make that kind of profit, you've got to learn how to locate the off-market houses, okay? You got to learn how to locate these sellers or owners of properties that need help and are in a crisis. And so, so that's one thing we do. And you're going to learn it right here in this presentation. This system has got nothing to do with REOs or real estate owned or bank owned properties. This is about helping people that have already been served a notice of default, okay, and they're in foreclosure, but their house has not gone to sale yet. So I'm going to spell that out here for you in just a second. I got 3 promises for you. Number 1, I'm going to teach you how to find the hidden foreclosures before other real estate investors know about them, how to buy these foreclosures and serving people without using your own money, and how to get started right now. So with that, and I apologize, y'all, I have got a frog in my throat, and no, this is not white lightning. This is actually just water. So I'm going to take a quick swig and we'll jump right back in. So let's go ahead and be very, very clear on what a foreclosure is. All right. So let me go ahead and lay out for you right now the different phases or the different stages that people go through in foreclosure. All right. The first stage, and I want you to write this down. The first stage people go in is to what's called pre-foreclosure. Okay. Pre-foreclosure. Now, different people have got different understandings about what pre-foreclosure means. Let me straighten it out for you right now. Pre-foreclosure means that a person is delinquent on their payments. They're behind on their mortgage payments, all right? But they have not been served, and depending on the state you're in, the person in foreclosure will be served in person at their property, will be served either a notice of default, okay, and that's delivered by the deputy sheriff, or they will be served in other states what's called a summons. All right. So in either case, we have this serving process. Now, you may find it interesting to know that there's a federal law that a mortgage company or lender cannot actually begin the foreclosure process until someone is at least 90 days delinquent, at least 90 days behind or 3 payments behind. Okay. So when they are in pre-foreclosure, all right, this system that I'm teaching you here today about foreclosure, this system has got nothing to do with pre-foreclosure. All right. Now, again, as you have questions come to mind, go ahead and type your question in the comment box. And when I get through with the presentation, we'll do our best to get all of your questions answered. So pre-foreclosure, my system does not track pre-foreclosures. Now, you can rent or buy a list of people that are delinquent, behind on their payments in pre-foreclosure prior to them actually going into pre-foreclosure. Prior to going into foreclosure. But this system here that I do is it's once someone has begun the foreclosure process. Now, here's what happens. The way the foreclosure process actually gets started is the mortgage company will hire what's called a substitute trustee. So write that down, a substitute trustee. Now, what a substitute trustee is a law firm or a lawyer that specializes and focuses on representing and doing work for the mortgage company to actually do the foreclosure process for the mortgage company. So typically the mortgage company is not going to actually handle the foreclosure process themselves. They're hiring an attorney or a law firm. A lot of these law firms are called foreclosure millhouses. All right, that's all they do. That's all they do is just process foreclosures, right? So mortgage company, once the person is at least 3 months behind, then at that point in time, the mortgage company will hire the substitute trustee. All right. Substitute trustee is hired. Now they begin the process. So the first thing that substitute trustee will do is they will do what's called open up a file at the courthouse. So all foreclosures are on public record. All right. They are public information. okay, regardless of what state that you're in. So here in our state, in my county, in Carteret County, at the courthouse, there is this room that's called the Special Proceedings. Special Proceedings. Now, this is the case all throughout North Carolina. Every county has got what's called special proceedings. And so foreclosures are one of those special proceedings. Now, in addition to what I'm teaching you today about foreclosure, I want you to, here's what I advise you to do to really learn the foreclosure process from start to finish in your state regarding the legalities. Do what I did. So when I started working on this foreclosure process, I hired a real estate attorney right here in our county, and I set up a 90-minute appointment. And so my question was, I want you to leave the legal ramifications of how does the foreclosure process work here in North Carolina. And so I had my real estate attorney from the legal standpoint actually walk me through from start to finish, and I would encourage you to do that as well. So let's go back to the stages. You got pre-foreclosure. Now the foreclosure process has started. The people are in foreclosure. Now here in North Carolina, there are two important dates, all right? The first important date is what's called the hearing date. The second date that's important is called the sale date. Now let's talk about those for a second. The hearing date, that is the date that the clerk of court schedules for the person that's in foreclosure to have the opportunity to come to the court. The clerk of court will have a hearing. That will be for the person that's in foreclosure, and then also for the substitute trustee, the lawyer representing the mortgage company. Now, the purpose of that hearing is for the clerk of court to determine if the substitute trustee, if the law firm has followed the letter of the law, and if they have an actual legal right to foreclose on the person. All right. So once that hearing takes place, then the sale date is set. Now, here in North Carolina, from the time the foreclosure file is open until the hearing date is about 6 weeks or so. Now, of course, all that is on stay right now. Okay. Our courts have not yet opened up here in North Carolina, but you want to be learning this information right now so that as soon as it does open up, you'll be there to serve a bunch of people. Now, so back to the process. The file's open. Substitute trustee's been hired by the mortgage company. Now the hearing has been set. The hearing takes place. After the hearing, now if it's determined during the hearing that there's a document missing or the mortgage company, doesn't have everything in place, for the substitute trustee doesn't, then at that point in time, a future hearing will be scheduled. So after it's determined that the mortgage company's got the legal right to foreclose, then we have the sale date. All right. So then the sale date is set. Typically, the sale date is about 2 weeks to 4 weeks, depending, after the hearing date. All right. So now we have the sale date. All right. Then after the sale, we have a weird law here in North Carolina that about 10 states do in the United States. And that's called the 10-day upset period. Now, here's what the 10-day upset period is. And I've bought a bunch of houses in the 10-day upset period. So when the sale happens, what the 10-day upset period is that anybody, now those are 10 calendar days, not business days, but calendar days. Anybody can come into the courthouse and upset the current bid on that property that occurred on the sale at least 5%. So they got to upset the bid at least 5%. And now when the bid is upset, now the clock starts over. Now a brand new clock of 10 days starts, and now anybody else can come in and upset that bid. And that 10-day upset period process continues on and on until the bidding stops and nobody comes in. Now, that's in place regardless as to whether someone actually made a bid, or if nobody made a bid on the sale, then the bank enters their own bid, So the bank or the lender, the mortgage company, will put their bid in. Now, if nobody comes along and upsets the bid and nobody has bid other than the bank, now we go into the final stage of the foreclosure process. And that's called bank-owned properties, or they're also known as REOs. They're the same thing. So that means that the bank put it up for sale, nobody came in to bid, and now the 10-day upset period has passed, and now the bank's going to take it back. At that point in time, 99% of the time, the bank will then list that property with a real estate agent, with a realtor, and the property will be put in the multiple listing service. Okay. So this system, the reason it's important for you to understand all those stages of foreclosure is because I want you to understand the system that I am sharing with you here today. My system tracks from the point of the notice of default until the 10-day upset period has finished. So there's two main parts to my system. There is what's called the tracking system, how we keep up with every open file in our county from the time the foreclosure process has started until the 10-day upset period is finished. We track every file. And then the other part of the system is called the direct mail, all right, or the 8 letters. So those are the different phases. So we're not talking about people that are delinquent on payments and haven't been filed yet. It starts at the point of filing, and we track them all the way until the 10-day upset period is finished. So let's go ahead and let me give you all the definition of what a successful foreclosure business is. And here it is. Successful foreclosure business, you're able to locate hidden gems, opportunities to serve. What do I mean by that? How are we going to be able to contact these people that have been filed against or have been filed on in foreclosure before other real estate investors know about these opportunities to serve? All right. Also, it's about helping people in distress. It's about controlling or owning the property without using any of your money. Now, the reason I say controlling the property is you can control it or you can own it. Now, my preference is to always own the properties, right? But I'm going to go into detail here in just a moment about how you can control and own these properties. And also, a successful foreclosure business is about how do you sell these homes fast? You want to sell them fast, right? And there's multiple exit strategies, and I'm going to talk about those. But you want to get these houses occupied very, very quickly so you can reduce your carrying costs. Because whether you're controlling the property and not owning it, or you're actually owning the property, you have got carrying costs, right? And so you want to get those carrying costs covered by either selling it on rent to own or cashing it out. I'll talk more about that in a moment. And again, we want to have this entire business automated so you're running it and it's not running you. All right. You want to be working on your business more often than actually working in your business. The difference between working on your business and in your business is working in your business is you're just working in the operations, right? Working on your business is what you are doing today at this training. You are working on your business by getting the education that you need in order to make your business better. So why do the foreclosure business? You're helping others while getting paid, huge profits. I need to update my slide here because as of now, the average profits are $67,000 per deal on automatic. Best of all, when you follow my steps, step by step, this business of serving people is very, very easy to understand, and it's very, very easy to implement as well, as long as you've got the right mindset that Chaffee was talking about just a few moments ago. So the time is now. The perfect storm opportunity to serve others is here now, folks, and it's going to be here for a while. In fact, it's predicted that within 9 months of right now, we will have the most foreclosures on record that we've ever had at one given time. So we've got the opportunity in place right now to serve. The storm, this COVID-19 coronavirus, I say it will end. I mean, coronavirus is like the flu. It's going to be here forever. But the crisis that we're in right now will come to an end. All right. So I'm glad you're here today to get what you need. The question is, when would now be a good opportunity to learn all about it? So I've already told you about myself, but a couple of points I did leave out. I mentioned to you that Carol Joy, my wife, and I, we've been doing the business since 2003. We've now rehabbed over 400 houses. So now, all the deals we do are not rehabs, but we've rehabbed all over 400 since we started in 2003. And I will tell you, in order to make the largest profits, you will need to be in the rehabbing business. You don't have to be in the rehabbing business, but that's where the largest profits are. Now, in this foreclosure business, you're able to serve a lot of people and get what we call pretty houses. So pretty houses, in difference to the rehab houses or ugly houses, pretty houses don't require that much rehab. It means people have been living in the home, it's habitable. And so in the foreclosure business, there'll be a lot of opportunities in order to control or own pretty houses to where you don't have to do that much rehab. Also, as I mentioned, we're actually working in the business less than 10 hours per week. And in addition to that, I was blessed to co-author a book called The New Masters of Real Estate, Getting Deals Done in the New Economy, that hit #1 on Amazon about 5 years ago. And also Chaffee, that you met a few minutes ago, he and I co-authored a book called Private Money and You. And that's on Amazon right now as well. And so anyway, that was exciting to co-author that book with Chaffee. So I've been involved in well over $50 million in transactions. So we've definitely got the experience under our belt. So how did I get involved in the foreclosure business? Well, prior to the foreclosure business, I was in the mobile home business for years. In fact, I was raised in the mobile home business. So all my life, I've been around people that need help with housing. Mobile homes was, definitely affordable housing. So anyway, way back in, as I said, 2003, the financing in the mobile home business went away. There wasn't any financing really available for the consumer. As of right now, there's less than 5%, as there were back in 2002, 2003, of manufactured homes or mobile homes being shipped in North Carolina. So we woke up one day in that company and had over $20 million wholesale dollars of inventory and no way to finance them. Almost had to declare bankruptcy back in that company. But we were able to work our way out of it. But for years and years, the mobile home business was very pretty and very, very good. But in less than 12 months, the mobile home business got very ugly, if you know what I mean. So again, there was another opportunity in the midst of uncertainty, in the midst of a crisis, of having to shut down that company. I knew if I ever got out of the mobile home business, I wanted to get into investing in real estate. And the reason was because back in 1993, Carol Joy and I had some real good friends, and they're still real good friends today, that live in New Bern, North Carolina. Well, they wanted to build a house, but they didn't have the money or seed money to start. Well, the wife of our friends, her father was a full-time real estate investor down in Florida, and he made them an offer. And he said, I tell you what, I'll come up to New Bern, North Carolina. We'll find a fixer-upper. I'll buy it for you all. You all do the sweat equity during the week and on the weekends, and then we'll sell it, and you can pocket the profit. Well, my lands, it shocked me. In less than 90 days, they pocketed over $25,000 in profit on that house. And that was back in 1993, 10 years before I started in the real estate investing business. Well, when this opportunity came along to leave the mobile home or manufactured housing business to start something new, I knew what I wanted to do. So that's when I and my wife, Carol Joy, started working together here in the foreclosure business. Now, Carol Joy was responsible for creating the tracking system. How do we keep up with all these foreclosures that are open? What stage are they in? So she put that together, and then I put together the letters that would be mailed out, right? So even even when we come out of COVID-19, I'm telling you, the United States Postal Service is one of the best ways to actually contact people. That's how I'm getting, and I do get the 57% response rate. So again, our first 6 months, we profited over $400,000. Well, this right here is my very first foreclosure deal that I did. Now, this actual house in Carol Joy's tracking system, this house was tracked all the way to bank owned. So I did not buy my very first foreclosure by using my letters. I used my tracking system on locating the bank owned property. So this house was located over on Mayberry Loop Road, right here in Morehead City, North Carolina. And so anyway, this house had been on the market for 9 months. Okay, when we started the tracking system, and so it had been on the market for 9 months. It had been shown over 60 times. It was a wreck. So anyway, the after repaired value of this house was $140,000. It was on the market for in the 60s, as I recall. So anyway, I went and looked at it. I mean, you had to like crawl over and step over all this garbage and trash in the house, right? I mean, it was piled up. I could see why nobody had not bought this house. Anyway, so I made an offer. Now, back in 2003, when I did this first deal, I wasn't using private money. I didn't know anything about private money, as I just told you, until 2009. Okay, so back in 2003, when I did this deal, you could walk into the bank, and if you could fog a mirror, if you were breathing, you could get an unsecured line of credit. I walked into the local bank. I told them I want an unsecured line of credit, and in no time, I had a $250,000 unsecured line of credit. Right? So I was using this $250,000 in order to fund this house. So I made an offer, and I bought this house for $50,000. All right. So I've got it under contract right before closing. I was so excited about having this deal under contract. I said, I've got to take Carol Joy, my wife, to see it. So I take her to see the house. She wouldn't even get out of the car in the driveway to come in and look at this house. She says, no way. Have you lost your mind? I don't know what you're doing. So I thought to myself, well, I'll be John Brown. To be sure, my dad will be excited for me because, you know, he and I have been working together for years in the mobile home business and et cetera. So I go get my dad. I'm eating lunch with my dad at Ruby Tuesdays, right? We had a Ruby Tuesdays here in Morehead City. So I'm eating lunch, and I tell Dad at lunch that I've got this house under contract. I'm going to do my first real estate deal, my first single family house. I said, Dad, you got to come look at this house. So again, I hadn't closed on it. It was under contract. So I take Dad, we go down to Mayberry Loop Road, we pull up in the driveway. Well, my dad did get out of the car. Okay. So we walk up to the house, and I was able to get inside the house, right? Realtor had told me where the key was hid. So we walk inside the house. He takes one look, and then he looks down at me and he says, son, have you lost your mind? And I thought to myself, and I said, well, I don't know. We're getting ready to find out. So I closed on it for $50,000. And then I found my local contractors. Actually, they weren't contractors. I was being my own general contractor, but they were excellent at rehabbing houses. So that was in October. I actually went under contract on my birthday, October 9th, closed on it later that month. Well, they finished the whole rehab in January, okay, 2 months later. And so I'm thinking to myself, what do you do when you got a house to sell? Oh, you list it with your realtor and put it on the market, right? So that's what I did. I listed it with my realtor, put it on the market, and 30 days went by with 0 showings. And let me tell you, folks, this house was gorgeous. I mean, it was staged to the max. I didn't use builder grade materials. And I mean, now the rehab cost me 50,000. So I had right at $100,000 in this house, and I'm selling it for, 139.9, 140,000. No showings in 30 days. And I thought to myself, and I'd read in a book somewhere that, well, if you want to sell a house fast, just advertise you got owner financing and your phone will ring off the hook. So I put a little classified ad in our local paper, the Carter County News Times, and it says owner financing, right? Well, our paper at the time only came out, our newspaper at the time only came out 3 days a week, right? So I had to cancel the ad after the second Sunday and Wednesday after the second issue. Had to cancel the ad. My phone was blowing up. My cell phone was blowing up. So anyway, this one fella called in, and his name was Earl. And so Earl wanted to go look at the house. And I said, well, Earl, it's sort of hard to find. You need to meet me down there at the Seco gas station and you can follow me in. Well, the reason I told Earl that is because if you went down one way of Mayberry Loop Road, all the houses were looking pretty good leading up to this one. But if you came down around the other way to Mayberry Loop Road, that wasn't looking too good. So I met Earl at the gas station. Earl follows me in down the Purdy side of Mayberry Loop Road. We pull up to the house. Earl gets out. We go inside. I mean, I've got it landscaped beautifully. These pictures obviously are before I bought it, right? So it's looking all beautiful. Earl walks around. He comes back up to me. He says, Jay, I'll give you an $18,000 lease option deposit right now on this house. I didn't know what a lease option deposit was in 2003 here on my first house. Never heard of a lease option deposit. But my daddy told me if somebody offers you money, you take it and you can figure it out along the way. So I looked at Earl. I said, Earl, you write me a check and we'll figure this deal out. So he wrote me a check, $18,000 lease option deposit. I don't even know what a lease option is. So I said, I tell you what, Earl, you give me 2 or 3 days to work on this for you and I'll get back with you and we'll figure this out. So off Earl goes. And at that time, I was an active mortgage broker and loan originator. I could actually do mortgages. And so also at that time, if you had a 580 mid-score credit score, I could get you a mortgage. So I pulled Earl's mortgage report, and thank goodness his mid-score was between 580 and 590. So I didn't have to sell him on lease option or rent to own. We actually used that $18,000 he gave me towards his closing costs and towards his purchase price. And we cashed out. So on that first deal of not really knowing what I was doing, I was able to profit $40,000 on that first deal. But this was my first foreclosure deal of starting to track them, okay, and actually do the business on bank owns. Now today, if I were making an offer on a bank-owned property, I would be using private money, right? I'd be using private money in order to fund the deal. So here's a couple of examples. Here's a house on Fulford Willis Road. This was a foreclosure as well. And you can see the numbers here. Sold it for $139,900 as well. Excuse me, I still got my frog in my throat. One on Country Club Road. This was a foreclosure as well. We profited over $70,000 on this one. Here's one. This was a bank-owned property over in Pine Knoll Shores, and we profited over $100,000 on this one. So challenges most people are facing. So no time to do the business. Now you got time on your hands right now because a lot of people are at home, but as soon as things get back to quote unquote normal, excuse me, you're going to definitely want to know how to automate this business. And I got to take me a swig one more time. Some people, or most people, definitely don't have a proven system on doing the foreclosures like I do. They think they need their own money in order to control or buy the houses, and nothing could be further from the truth. Most people don't have a coach to teach them the foreclosure business. Well, here I am. So the reason I've got this slide up is because a franchise is a lot like a system, okay? So, McDonald's, 7-Eleven, Burger King, et cetera, they've got a system in place, and that's why all of these franchises are successful because the system is already in place. Well, here's my definition of system and what system stands for. It stands for save yourself stress time, energy, and money. So by you plugging into my foreclosure system, you'll be able to get the same results. Again, systems equals wealth and freedom. So what is different? What that was, that's an actual picture of my complete wealth and freedom foreclosure system. So what's different about the way I do foreclosures versus the way maybe some other people's do foreclosures? Again, my system shows you how to locate and get up with these people ahead of other real estate investors. It's all about creating win-win solutions. It has been working since 2004 and it's still working today. It's proven since 2004. We've got it completely automated. And yes, this system works in any market. Even though foreclosures laws vary from state to state, the tracking of the foreclosures and the letters are what make this system unique to you. Now, there's some myths, and there's some falsehoods out there that I want to clear up. Some people think there's not enough foreclosures in my area. Well, that was not true even prior to COVID-19. There's going to be so many coming that the choice is going to be yours as to which people you're able to work with, those that you're able to serve, and the deals that you actually want to do. Some people think I got too much competition. By using my system of foreclosures, you don't have any competition because hardly anybody out there in the world have got the letters that I use and have got the tracking system that Carol Joy put together. So you got no competition. Some people aren't comfortable talking to strangers. Well, in my foreclosure system, I actually teach you how you can automate this business to where you don't even have to talk to anybody yourself. All right. So, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, here are the steps to buying and controlling foreclosures. All right. So, step number one is you want to get the foreclosure list and you want to maintain the foreclosure list. That's all done in the tracking system. All right. So you want to get the foreclosure list and you want to maintain it and keep all the current information up to date. Step number two is you want to market to the motivated sellers. You want to market, you want to contact the people that have been served that notice of default or that summons. In addition to that, I have got together what's called the analyzer software. So we use Excel spreadsheet on tracking. Analyzer software is simply talking about how you come up with what's the offer that you're going to make. Then you're going to control the property either by controlling it or you're actually going to own it. And step number five, we've got multiple exit strategies on what you do with the foreclosure. So let me go ahead and give you the 30,000-foot view right now of each of these steps. So step number one, get the foreclosure list. So how do you do that? Here's what's different. We actually have a local assistant, a virtual assistant that physically goes to the courthouse twice a week to get the new files and to update the files on a weekly report. So you see, I get a weekly report from the tracking system, okay, that Carol Joy put together as to where all the foreclosures are in the process. We're going to track every foreclosure until the file is closed or dismissed. So what that means is you do know one way to stop the foreclosure is by filing bankruptcy. If the individual files bankruptcy, that puts a stay on the foreclosure. Now, what happens is there's a hearing at the bankruptcy court, right? The bankruptcy court judge determines at that hearing what the new mortgage payment is going to be for the individual to pay the mortgage lender. Unfortunately, most people do not or are not able to keep that new mortgage payment current. So at that point in time, the mortgage lender will file a petition to the bankruptcy court asking for the property to be released and so they can move forward with the sale process. So that's the reason we continue to track all the files until it's closed or dismissed. And that includes people that are in foreclosure, that are in bankruptcy. And so we use the foreclosure tracking system. What Rick down in Florida loves about my foreclosure system is that we've got it completely and totally automated. Now, step number 2 in the foreclosure business is we're going to market to the motivated sellers. So what do? I've got 8 letters that are mailed 3 days apart. So it takes 24 days to go through the letter process. So we use these 8 letters. Now I'm going to use a realtor or real estate agent if necessary. And the reason I say that is because in some states it's against the law and you just need to ask your local real estate attorney. In some states it's against the law for you to direct mail to people in foreclosure, and it's only can be realtors. So I have a way for you to simply joint venture with a real estate agent, and these letters that I have, your real estate agent can mail them. You can joint venture with the real estate agent, and any property that you buy, you can still pay a percentage commission to that real estate agent. Multiple calls to action in these letters. All right. Each of the letters start heating up, right? And building the urgency because time literally is running out. All right. And then, of course, once someone responds to these letters, you stop the mailing, right? And don't mail to them anymore. That's step number 2 is the letters. Again, Bob down in Florida, what he is excited or what he got excited about is he got the same response down there in Florida. Step number 3 is now someone has responded. Okay. Step number 3, someone has responded to one of the letters. So now we're into the negotiation process. You negotiate the deal, right? You've got the property lead sheet filled out. You negotiate the deal. You're going to verify with your real estate agent what the after repaired value is on the house. And then you're going to decide what's your maximum offer that you can make, right? If you're buying subject to the existing note, which we'll talk more about later, if you buy subject to the existing note, then you could pay full retail price for that property if the underlying mortgage monthly payment is less than what you can sell it on rent to own or what you can rent it out for. So you negotiate the deal and you make the offer. What Mike likes about my foreclosure system is that it's so simple to use. Here's another house here in Morehead City over on Fairway. This house selling price is right at $250,000. Again, this was a foreclosure. Step number 4, excuse me. Step number 4 is you're going to control the property or you're going to buy it. So we're going to create a win-win scenario where, perhaps the person in foreclosure needs some cash. Now you say, wait a minute, Joe, you said I could do this foreclosure business without using any of my money. That's right. And so here's how. So here are 2 ways that I've got here on the slide. You can pay all cash for the property with private money, or you can buy the property, all right, have it actually owned in your entity name. You can buy the property subject to the existing note. And just to make sure everybody understands what that is that the seller of the property, of the house, is willing for the mortgage to stay in their name, and they're willing to sell and transfer title to you, your entity, your land trust, your LLC, and you agree to make the payments. And you say, well, Jay, who would be willing to sell me their house and let the mortgage stay in their name until you have a cash out buyer? And that is a person that needs debt relief. They want the debt relief. They can't make the payments anymore. So that's why in the foreclosure business, the majority of the properties you will actually be able to control or buy using subject to method. So you say, wait a minute, Jay, what if they're willing to sell to me subject to, but they need some moving money, $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 or whatever? Well, here's an advanced strategy. You can buy subject to the existing note, and then you can get private money in a second position. So you could get a little bit of private money where if there's actually rehab involved, you can get private money in second position. So there's multiple ways to use private money. Use it to buy the property or just use it a small amount in second position for your carrying costs, for giving some moving money and helping that person get back on their feet, or etc. What Clinton in New Jersey likes is says this is all about helping other people and serving other people. And then step number 5, you're going to choose your exit strategy. There's multiple ways that you can exit out of the deal. You can get it under contract using the letters, and you can wholesale the property, right? You can wholesale it. You can get an assignment fee and wholesale it to another real estate investor. Or you can rehab it and you can sell it on retail, put it in the multiple listing service. Or you could sell it as is on lease option in a work for equity program. Or you could sell it rent to own or lease option with credit repair, which is what I do a lot of. 80% of the people can't go to the mortgage. Can't go to the bank and get a mortgage these days, even more than that now since the shutdown. So you're able to sell the home with credit repair and actually help them get ready for a mortgage. And about 80% of ours actually do cash out. So again, you got multiple strategies here. Okay. Here's another house, Graham Road in Newport. That was a bank-owned property that we did. What Chris likes down in Florida is that the foreclosure system is a no-brainer. Down in Oklahoma says it's so easy. So with that, let me bring Chaffee back here to the forefront. I'm going to hit escape on my my slide here, or Scott and Chaffee, if possible, because we got to have some questions read out. But Chaffee, my guess is some people are scratching their head going, wait a minute, Jay, you told me about the letters that you use, but how do I get the letters, right? So I'm going to go ahead and answer that question right now. So you for sure want to still be in front of your laptop or your computer or ever how you're watching this. If you're watching live and not on the replay, if you're watching live right now and you're interacting with us, so in 90 minutes from now at 12 noon Eastern time, from 12 to 1, I'm going to reveal a way that you can actually get the letters and start implementing those as well.
Jay, you should see how many people want them by having them comment say, oh, okay, I want the letters.
Good idea. So, hey, look, if you all want the foreclosure letters, type in the comment bar right now, I want it, Jay. I want it. So just type in the comment bar, I want it. Well, again, if you want to learn how to get those letters, you definitely, again, want to be in front of your laptop. If you're watching on the replay, folks, that would be 90 minutes from now. Okay. So anyway, Scott or Chaffee, how about, let's see here. Can I repeat the number 4 challenge? Scott, I'll let you be in charge of the questions instead of me trying to read them. So I see a bunch of people here typing in, I want it, I want it, I want it, Jay, I want it. All right, I'll pull the curtain back here in about 90 minutes.
Okay, Jay, we had a few questions from Michael Carpenter. It was, is it beneficial to market to people who are 60 to 90 days late on their mortgage?
That's an excellent question, Michael. So here's my answer. So when you're marketing to people that are delinquent on their payments, I don't want a delinquent list unless they are at least 2 months behind, or I'm going to be wasting a lot of marketing dollars. Particularly during this time and what's going to be happening over the next few months, there's going to be a ton of people that are 30 days behind and even 60 days behind. So in the current environment that we are in, I'm probably not going to want to market to people unless they are at least 90 days behind. Now, you won't do that using this foreclosure system. You would do that using what's called a pre-NOD list. And a pre-NOD list stands for pre-notice of default. All right. So that's a separate list from this list, but I'm so glad you asked the question, Michael. For sure, do not market to people who are only 30 days behind.
Okay, Gail Hampton had a great question. What's the difference between lease option and land trust?
Okay, Gail, good question. So selling on lease option is another word for selling a home with rent to own. And the way most lease option or rent to own programs work, at least the way mine works, is people move in, After 30 days, they're agreed to take care of all the repairs, but I don't transfer the title or ownership to them until they are actually ready for a mortgage. And I'm actually going to help them, me and my team are going to help them get ready for a mortgage. All right. So it's a way of selling a house to people that most of the time are credit challenged, and they still give you a large non-refundable, the legal term is option fee. Most people call it a lease option deposit. So lease option is a way to sell a house. You can also buy a house on lease option. You can control the property by buying it, but they're not transferring the title in your name. So you can have a seller sell to you with a lease, and that means with the option to purchase. So you don't have to purchase it. You don't have to go through with it, but you have the option to purchase it. Now, I don't like to buy on lease option. I don't want to buy on lease option. I want to own the property either with private money or buy it subject to the existing note where the title is actually transferred over into my entity. Now, what a land trust is a way of having ownership of a property. Most people who are real estate investors either own their properties in a land trust or an LLC. So excellent question, Gail.
Great. And Gail also had another question. Can you repeat the number 4 investor challenge?
Oh, my lands, that's a lot of slides back. so the investor challenge slide was, some people think they've got too much competition. Well, using my system, you ain't got any competition. Some people don't know how to get up with the people. So I want everybody to understand how we get up with these people, because I might not have been clear enough on that. We're able to reach these people before other real estate investors because of the tracking system. All right. So other real estate investors are not literally actually going to the courthouse to get the file information and to update the information regularly like we do. Okay. So we don't rely on online sources. We get it physically, right? Now, in your area, your courthouse may still be shut down. Never fear. Your courthouse is going to be opening up very, very soon if it hasn't already. And with this information, you're going to be able to implement. So, but back to the challenges. Too much competition, don't have a coach, don't have a mentor. Well, I'm going to give you an opportunity to actually work with me in the next few minutes. And so we can fix that for you as well, Gail.
Well, Jerry Brown had a great question that relates to what you just said about getting mentors and getting help. I have no realtor estate experience. Can I still get in the foreclosure business?
Absolutely, Jerry. Guess what, Jerry? You and I have got something in common. I've got zero realtor real estate experience as well. I've never been a I've never been a realtor. I've never been a real estate agent. And actually, when I was starting, I had friends saying, well, don't you have to get your real estate license? Don't you have to get your real estate license to do this business? And the answer is, not only do you not have to get your real estate license, I prefer not to have my real estate license. And that's another conversation as to why, but I'll give you the bottom line. There's just so many things I can't do. I've got like handcuffs on me if I am a real estate agent or a realtor. So many things I can't do in the realm of marketing or whatever that I can as a real estate investor. However, Jerry, my real estate agent, my realtor is very, very important to me. Very important. Okay. Because they pull all of my comps, they do my CMAs, they give me the after repaired value, they go view the homes for me. So my realtor, real estate agent relationship is very, very important. Oh, thank you so much, Dan. Dan answered the question. Number 4 challenge was no coach. So thank you, Dan, for taking good notes.
Great. And Transformations Development Enterprises asked, with access to 30 and 60-day behind lists, why not start contacting letters early? Washington is primarily a non-judicial state. And you sort of answered this with another question, but I thought it was important to emphasize it again.
Right. So in answer to the question, why not start contact letters early? Well, here's why. First of all, it's two separate lists. So in my foreclosure system, I know those people are in desperate need of help. I know they're in desperate need of help. The other people may not be as motivated, right? They may be 60 days behind, and a large percentage of those are going to be able to get their house or their mortgage payments current. So when I focus on beginning to mail after they've had the notice of default served or the summons served, I know that they are motivated to get some help. Good question.
Great. So this is a tough question from Terry. Good question. In Texas, a trust deed state has a 21-day late period for NOD to be filed. Is Texas still subject to the 90-day late requirement?
Yeah, so Texas is one of those misnomers. So actually the 21 day in Texas, they've got what's called a fast lane express for foreclosures, right? So the 21 day actually is the processing period from the time the foreclosure starts. So yes, the 90-day late still applies to Texas, but the actual process from when the foreclosure process starts, there's a 21-day period before that can go to sale. So I'm glad Terry asked this question for another reason. So you may ask yourself the question, well, Jay, if you mail your letters 3 days apart, takes 24 days, how can you use the letters in Texas for only 21 days? Guess what you do? You mail the letters 8 days in a row, right? 8 days in a row. So and you'll be able to get the list within that week, right? We go twice a week. So you'll be able to get that list within 1 or 2 days, or that foreclosure, you start mailing them immediately 8 days in a row. Excellent question.
For those that may not know, what does NOD mean?
Yes. So, and I mentioned that on the pre-NOD list. So NOD stands for Notice of Default. Notice of Default. So again, that which is going to be delivered to the property is going to be either a notice of default or an actual summons.
Okay, we have 2 left. Back again from Transformations Development. Can you lease, purchase, acquire a house in foreclosure, then lease option it out? This would not, would this not trigger the due on sale clause pre or post NOD?
Yeah. So if you lease option and control the house and then you sell it on lease option, for everybody, just to be sure we're on the same page, that is also called a sandwich lease option deal. Sandwich lease option deal. So what I mean by a sandwich lease option is what is just brought up here. I'm going to control a property, which again, this is not my preference, folks. I want to own it. But anyway, I can buy it on lease option, control it, and then I can sell it on lease option. The reason it's called a sandwich is because the buying it is one piece of bread, the selling it is another piece of bread, and me in the middle, I'm profiting the spread on how much I'm paying out per month on the underlying mortgage and how much I'm bringing in, right? I also can buy on lease option, and when I sell it on lease option, I can get a large non-refundable lease option fee. So it does not trigger the due on sale clause like subject to, because you're not transferring title. So excellent question.
Great. And our last question right now. No, we have 2 more because Jermon just added one.
Okay.
Pardon me.
Well, I got 60 seconds.
Here you go. You said
before we go on our first break.
You said we have someone going twice a week to the courthouse to keep the list up to date. What about other markets outside of North Carolina? So what about my market? But I don't know, Joseph, where your market is.
So in your market, Joseph, you would want to see, when we started out, Carol Joy, my wife, went to the courthouse twice a week. And then we automated the business by training a virtual assistant or a local assistant to actually go update the records and track each one. So in your area, either yourself or a local assistant would go to your courthouse and update the records. So it's wherever you're investing, it's where you would be tracking the records. Again, we don't utilize online services because by that time, every real estate investor has got that contact information. We get it ahead of time by getting to the courthouse twice a week. So you would do that in your local area. Good question.
So what you're saying is you're doing something the average real estate investor doesn't want to do, and that gives you a few days or a week or even a month ahead start?
Exactly.
So Jermon, your question is a great one. What if your state doesn't run an NOD, notice of default list? How would you find out which homeowners are 90 days behind, and when does it become illegal to the Privacy Act?
Yeah. So to my knowledge, and I could be wrong, but to my knowledge, every state in the U.S. Has got public records on foreclosures. Now, different states open up those records at different times, right? So, Georgia, for example, does not open up the public records into a little bit shorter period of time than North Carolina. But what I would recommend you do, Jermone, is just contact your local real estate attorney and get them to walk you through, because your real estate attorney is going to know in your state at what particular time the public records actually become public. So good question.
All right. Well, we have two more questions, but I guess we have to wait until after the break.
Okay, well, make sure we get to their questions and we'll get to them after the break. So, Scott, we're going to take a 15-minute break, right?
That is correct.
And just so you all know, to be back in front of your laptop, I'm going to be interviewing, starting in 15 minutes, two of the most successful real estate investors I know in the entire United States, Jim Zaspel and Lee Arnold. And I tell you, folks, you are going to not want to miss this session. All right. So we're going to start this up in just 15 minutes from right now. I'll see you in 15 minutes. All right, Chaffee.
Hey, Jay.
We're back.
And we're back.
Man, I tell you what, did the first 2 hours fly by or what?
They did. They always go fast, Jay.
That's the truth. Well, hey, last Friday went by fast. Speaking of last Friday, I want everybody to know that last Friday's training, which was primarily about private money, Scott told me I need to get some warm mint tea. I'm fresh out of warm mint tea. Anyway.
That vodka is not working, huh, Jay?
Yeah, I want everybody to know this is not moonshine, all right? This is water. I drink my water out of a glass mason jar for 2 reasons. Water out of glass tastes better than out of plastic or your, whatever your to-go cup is. And I have a nutritional coach, right? And my coach says I need to drink 4 of these babies a day, right? 120 ounces. So these are a lot easier to count. I know what I've done for. So speaking of last Friday, all day training is posted on YouTube and on Facebook. So not today, because we're full, we're live wide open today with this training, but you will be able to, you can go back and look at last week's training because it's there for good. Right, Chaffee?
Absolutely. And I do want to stress that obviously, if you can make it live, you want to be live because you can ask questions, you can participate, you can get, clarification on things. And obviously, there's nothing better than being live. So definitely make it live. And if you have to watch the replay, then watch it later.
Exactly. So folks, again, it's time to make sure that you've got your notes out and that you're taking notes because this is going to be a stellar session right here. We're going to go about 40 or 45 minutes, and I'm going to be bringing out here in just a second 2 of the most successful real estate investors that I know in the United States. Both of these gentlemen are very good friends of mine personally. We've known each other for a long time. And the reason that I'm bringing them out here with me and Chaffee in this session is because, first of all, I want you all to hear their story and the kind of real estate business and deals that they've got going on. But in addition to that, we're going to dive in as to how they are doing the real estate business different today, what's working for them, how are they finding their deals. Both of these gentlemen have raised a lot of private money, just like I have, and both of them do a ton of deals. So without any further ado, Scott, let's bring on out Jim and Lee. And there they are.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I had to put him next to Lee Arnold. He's wearing a suit and everything. Morning, folks. How are you?
This is my good friend Jim Zaspel and Lee Arnold. And so let's start this way. And I got Chaffee staying here with me too, because Chaffee, very possible.
Hey, guys.
And both of you all know Chaffee. So let's start with this. I want us to talk. I want the crowd to. And by the way, guys, just so you know, last Friday we had over 2,600 people come along and listen. So we're expecting the same thing or more today, and including all the people that's going to be watching the replay. So let me just give you an overview of what we're going to do. First, I want them to hear your story. So each of you to tell your story about how you got into real estate, what your journey has looked like. And then secondly, I want us to talk about what's different, what's the biggest differences for you since COVID-19? Where do you see this thing going over the next few months? What's going to be different forever? And any blessings in disguise, and also how you're finding deals today, and what's your private money looking like. So Chaffee, since I don't remember all those questions, you can remind me of all my questions, right?
I think you're writing it down right now, Jay.
Awesome. So
hey Jay, before we jump in, can I just say something about these guys?
Sure.
I've known both of them for, I don't know, like since 2012 time frame. And when I met Lee, I mean, he was already blowing it up. I mean, he was already huge and doing a bunch of things. When I met Jim, I mean, he was in his early 20s and just starting out. And I got to tell you, you know, both of these guys, what I love about both of them is that they do not sit around and wait, right? They are both just huge, huge action takers. And I saw Jim go from pretty much nothing all the way to now, I don't know how many, you do like 15 deals a month, right, Jim? I mean, something ridiculous.
168 last year, yeah.
So it's, you know, I can't talk enough about these guys because they do not like sit around and wait for anything to happen. They take the bull by the horns and just run and go with it. And that's why their businesses are so huge. So I just want to give you both props. I love you guys both. And you guys are definitely models that everybody on this live stream needs to pay attention to what you guys say. So,
Chaffee, you talked about how long you had known these guys. Let me tell you, folks, how long I've known Jim Zaspel. I've known Jim Zaspel back to the day to where he wasn't even old enough to rent a car. Okay.
It's true. It's true.
In fact, now that I think about it, Jim and I met at the same event, Chaffee, that you were a coach. So anyway, Jim, let's let you go first. So tell folks who Jim Zaspel is and what your journey has looked like from when you started up until to now.
I appreciate you letting me go first. I had to follow Lee Arnold once before speaking, and it was fun, but this will be more fun. But no, Jay, thanks for having me on here. This is great. And if your folks don't know it, they're in for such a treat being able to learn from you all day and Chaffee and especially Lee. This is good stuff. So my story, how I got started. So I did my first deal in March of 2009. I attended my first real estate seminar in September of 2008, like the very week the poo-poo hit the fan, the last recession, right? And I think that was when ING went down or whatever. And when I went to my first real estate seminar, I literally didn't know how to spell real estate. I thought it was one word. I'm not lying. I'm not making it up. It's not seminar stuff. It's true. I thought it was one word. I was 21 years old and still stupid, and it's not as stupid anymore. But so March of 2009 did my first deal. It's a wholesale deal. I netted $13,800 and did half decently. Within a couple of years, I had I think it was 46 rentals, 29 buildings, 46 units. Within 2.5 years of getting started, so I was 24 years old, and on paper, I think I was making 18 grand a month in net cash flow, and I think that happened 1 month. And I was the world's worst landlord for a variety of reasons, and didn't manage my contracts or my tenants well. And long story short, I lost every single property I had. Lost every single one of them, and there was a few lawsuits, even made the 11 o'clock news, and got kicked out of all the local RIA meetings. And so I buried my head in the sand for about a year. And finally, it was January of 2013, and I said, you know what? I'm a big fan of not necessarily New Year's resolutions, but goals and taking the occasion of January 1st every year or leading up to January 1st, you know, just assessing where you're at in life and where we're looking to go. And I was like, you know what? I had this conversation with myself. I said, you were raised better than this, you know better than this, and you are better than this. And at the time, I was about $300,000 in debt. And just broke and lonely, depressed, and just it was a rough time. But I said, you know what, you need to make this right. And so I got some advice from a friend of mine, Steve Lloyd, and he said, when you owe people money, you got to communicate and you got to pay them something every single month. It might not be a lot, so I called every single person that I owed money to. It was the hardest work of work I've done in my life. And I said, listen, I don't know how I'm going to pay you back or when I will, but I'm going to pay you something every month. It might be $10 some months. And some months it was $10. And so within about 2 years, I paid back everybody in full with interest. And Jay, isn't it funny how sometimes you take care of the crap in life? I've been struggling for a while, right? You take care of that stuff, and all of a sudden the floodgates of, I don't know, blessings or good fortune, whatever you want to call it, just open up to you. And so I did. And so we started rehabbing houses, learned largely from you how to raise money to fund those deals. And so we started rehabbing, got back into wholesaling last year. I bought 30 rentals, fixed and flipped 50 houses, and wholesaled 88, I think it was, 86 or 88 houses last year. And here we are. That's my story. It's what we're doing. 11 years doing deals, and here we are.
Well, Jim, what I really appreciate in that story is that you are willing to take your filter off and be totally real with everybody, because, you know, all of us go through challenging times that really causes us to pause and question who we are, question our character. And as you just pointed out, it was in that personal crisis of yours that you came out on the other side to where you are today, by not running away from it, but, you know, keeping your shoulder to the wheel, as my dad would say.
There you go, man.
So I appreciate you sharing that. Lee, let's hear your story from when you got started, and tell us about your journey.
You bet. Well, first of all, Jay, Chaffee, thank you for having me here. This is fun. And Jim, good to see you again. We always end up sharing the stage together. This is great. So good to see you. I got started in the seminar business like it sounds like a lot of you guys did. Saw an infomercial back in 1996. At that time, I was working at a grocery store making $3.90 an hour and putting myself through community college. So my shift at the grocery store was 3 to midnight. And when you get home from work, you don't immediately go to bed, even if it's midnight. So I would come home, I'd make some food, and then I'd usually watch some TV and study, and I'd usually be in bed by 3 o'clock a.m. Well, of course, you know, the only thing on television at 3 o'clock in the morning is infomercials. So I saw one, went to the Doubletree Hotel in downtown Spokane, Washington, and saw my first real estate investment seminar. And up until that point, I didn't really know what I wanted to do with my life or as a career. But the minute I heard real estate and saw the possibilities and discovered that I didn't have to have a college degree to do it, I was hooked, because college was not for me. I was reading Rich Dad Poor Dad at the time, Robert Kiyosaki, and in that book he says, if you want to be rich and successful, you got to hang out with rich and successful people. The instructor of my Philosophy 101 class on my sophomore year announced that he was making $45,000 a year. And he said, if you want to be successful like me and have 3 months off every summer and make $45,000 a year, then you should come in, show up on time, be diligent about your studies, and one day you can be me. And I thought, well, one day I don't want to be you. So something that made my parents really happy, and I dropped out of college. They were not happy at all. But literally that day, 1996, it was a spring day, April or May. I decided real estate's going to be my path, my career. Dropped out of college, and I went full into real estate investing. My first deal, I did it with the pharmacist that worked at the grocery store that I was at. Now, I was 18 at this time. I'm broke. My credit cards are maxed out. My truck payment's 3 months in arrears. It's about to be repoed. I'm in a bad state of affairs. So nobody in their right mind should have been lending me money. So when I went to the pharmacist and said, hey, I'm going to be a real estate millionaire. Do you want to come along for the ride? He said, yeah, no, thanks. But if you find a deal, he said, I do have some cash laying around. I'd like to be a lender for you. And I thought, hey, this is great. And I'll tell you, Jay and Chaffee and Jim, when somebody tells you they will lend you money, it literally changes everything. Because when you are broke or in a dead-end job or in a great job but still living paycheck to paycheck, the ongoing concern and objective or negative mind feed that you're getting is you don't have any money. Where are you going to get the money? Your credit's terrible. You barely eked through high school. You didn't finish college, right? So you have all of these negative things coming at you. And you immediately discount yourself as not being able to participate in this incredible thing called real estate investing. So when he said, Lee, I will give you the money, it changed everything. Because now I started shopping and writing offers with reckless abandon. I mean, I went from writing one offer a year to writing one offer a day. I mean, we really got aggressive really quickly. And so we did our first deal, and he put up all the money. I still remember, this is a little tiny house, $35,000. He put up all the money to buy it. $15,000 to fix it up. I did all the work. I grew up on a farm, so I know how to use my hands, which is a blessing, by the way. And we flipped it for $79,000. So when you are 18 years old and you just made a $29,000 profit on a deal, it gets really easy to get hooked really quickly. But I was less impressed with the $29,000 profit and more impressed with the fact that the guy who did nothing except write a check made as much as I did. And I've always said, if you think private money is expensive, try bringing on a partner, because they get half. And when I learned that lesson, I realized, you know what, private money is the way to go. Because if I can go get money from anybody, and I'll tell you this, it's a lot easier to raise money from non-friends and family. The Bible says that in his own town, a disciple is without honor. And what that means is, when you grow up with these people, they think you're the schmuck kid that used to pee his pants. You got to go outside of that immediate sphere of influence, in my opinion, because you're going to get better capital, higher LTVs, lower costs. And so I decided that day after the first flip, I said, I'm going to be in the private money business. And so I'm still an active real estate investor, but I'm the CEO of Kogo Capital, which is a nationwide private money lender. We lend millions of dollars to real estate investors nationwide every single month. We have deployed almost $500 million in private money loans. We service a multi-million-dollar debt fund. I've got 2 equity funds. And so in addition to being a full-time real estate investor, and last year we flipped about 112 houses. Jim is crushing us on volume. But in addition to being a full-time real estate investor, we are also a nationwide private money lender. So we are now providing funding for real estate investors all over the nation and participating in their transactions, which has been a real blessing. But take all of that, and let me tell you my true motivation. 10 years ago, my wife and I started a ministry called He's the Solution Ministries. And for the last 10 years, we've been having church services at all of our real estate investment seminars across the country. And we have seen countless numbers. And David in the Bible taught us not to count your men or your successes. But over the 10 years, we've seen countless people accept Christ and invite him into their heart. We've given away thousands of Bibles to people. We have a daily devotional that we mail out. So I believe that what we're doing here is kingdom work, because it's through the message of real estate investing and getting access to private money that we're able to share Christ with people. And that's really my motivation. That's really what drives me.
Lee, I'm so glad that you took your filter off as well, because the whole first session that we had this morning or this day is about foreclosures. And this has got nothing to do with taking advantage of people. It's all about serving. I shared with our audience earlier that in using my foreclosure letters and et cetera, when we're talking to someone that's in foreclosure, one of the first things we ask them is, do you want to keep your house? And if they want to keep their house, I actually have 11 ways. Of course, I have to disclose I'm not an attorney, but we disclose 11 ways and strategies that they could use to actually keep their house. Unfortunately, most people don't have the financial wherewithal to do it. But since we're coming from a place of service like you are, and you just talked about, and Jim, I know you got the same core value. That's why you and I connected, Jim, from day one, same core value. And all of us here, I like your phrase there, Lee, kingdom work. So another thing you said, Lee, was when someone says that they will lend you money, and you said that changes everything. My lands, does it change everything? Because that's why I teach, as opposed to some of my other colleagues that teach differently. But I teach, and y'all have heard me say it, the money comes first. I tell people there's always going to be deals. There's always going to be deals. And I just can't subscribe to the philosophy of, just go get it under contract. The money will show up somewhere. But if I've got $250,000 or $300,000 or $500,000 burning a hole in my pocket that's already been pledged to me by a private lender or whatever funding source, how much more confident I'm going to be when it comes to making offers and even making more offers. I mean, when I've got the money, if I've got any fear up here, my fear just went away, right? Because I know where the funding's coming from. Jim, back to you. So you do, and your team do, a ton of deals, just like Lee. So my question to you, Jim, is since COVID-19, so since the shutdown, what would you notice as being, or observe or share from your experience, what are the biggest differences in your business, and how have you and your team had to adapt?
Sure. So it's been an evolution in the last 2.5 months or so since this stuff first hit, right? We closed our office doors before we were made to by the governor. And it's funny, once we totally had to close them, I wanted to open them back up, and we kind of have. So that was one minor difference we did. We started working virtually. But when we meet with sellers, we used to do all of our seller meetings, of course, in person at their houses. And now, for the better part of 2.5 months, all of our seller meetings, so when somebody responds to a marketing piece, we get a negotiate a deal, make go under contract. It's all done virtually. So it's the meetings either on the phone or on Zoom. Then we send a contract either via snail mail for some folks, but usually via DocuSign or some such electronic signature service. When it first started, it was crazy. I think it was for the month of the end of March to towards the end of April, for about 3.5 weeks. The activity from our buyers, we have this process we go through for marketing our wholesale deals. It just fell off a cliff. Like, the buyer activity for retail and wholesale was virtually non-existent. We were selling 4 to 7 houses a week up to it for the last 3 months leading up to the coronavirus. And then we started selling 1, sometimes 2. That was retail, wholesale combined, which might sound great, but for the level of overhead and operation we're doing, what we were used to getting out of it, it just was no bueno. So we adapted in terms of diverting some resources from generating seller leads to cultivating our existing buyers list. That proved a little bit fruitful. And then about 3.5, 4 weeks after it turned off, it turned on overnight. And that first week it turned back on. We sold 5 houses, and it's been 4 to 7 again. Actually, last week was 8 houses we contracted to sell every week for the last 6 weeks now. So it's kind of the evolution. In terms of change, what we discovered is that what we've had to do differently is we get a Matterport, Matterport, Matterport picture, kind of like a video tour, 3D tour of every single house, wholesale and retail. And we're seeing something we've never seen before, and that is retail buyers are actually going under agreement to purchase a house they've never stepped foot in. And we know they've never stepped foot in because we didn't give out the lockbox combo, right? So you get the Matterport tour as well as the home inspection. So we're putting out about $400 or $500 before we list the house, and we found it to be very efficient, and stuff is selling crazy. We sold one at retail fix and flip at 5% over asking, and one at 3% over asking last week, both multiple offers. So that's kind of what we've been seeing doing differently in terms of showing houses, working on a buyer's list. I think I answered your question. I don't want to keep rambling. I think I answered your question.
Well, Jim, there's one thing you said to me at the very first event that we met at, and the instructor had me come up on stage, and I don't know what we talked about. I sat back down next to you at the event. And you said, "Talk, Jay Connor can do." Guess what? Jim can too. So, Lee, same question. What are you seeing, observed through your experience and your team, the major differences since the shutdown, and how you and your team have adapted?
There's a great book out there, Jay, called The $20 per gallon, $20 per gallon, How the Inevitable Rise in the Price of Gasoline Will Change Our Lives for the Better. And the author is Christopher Steiner. Now, that book is talking about, the trade wars and ultimately the cost of fuel. But the general premise of it is this: when the price of gas is $20 a gallon, far fewer people are going to be driving a car by themselves. You're going to see more carpooling. You're going to see more public transit. You're going to see a lot less people on freeways. And the idea here is, if there's nobody on the freeways, how much quicker can you get where you're going? And the answer is a lot quicker, because there's no traffic jams, especially for those, in Southern California and other places where you got heavy traffic, high population. That's kind of what we saw in the midst of COVID, is with everybody staying home. I mean, the freeways were wide open, and not just the freeways that we drive on, but the metaphorical freeways of opportunity. Because we are a nationwide servicer, we were deemed essential even when the state of Washington shut down. And I'm actually located in northern Idaho in a place called Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. But even when the governors of both states said shut down, stay in place, stay home, our company was deemed essential. So we have actually been here at the office working every single day in the midst of COVID. But COVID did something else. It showed the millennials that living in co-ops, couch surfing through Airbnb channels, not owning anything, living in apartment buildings where they're stacked on top of other people. We saw a 100% increase, and this is not a nationwide statistic, but just here in my own market, and it may carry through. We saw a 100% increase in the number of millennials, that's those 30 years of age and younger, buying homes in March into April and even into May. We're seeing additional spikes. COVID is showing people that privacy is still important, and having your own place and your own yard, that this is still important to people. And so we're seeing a lot of apartment dwellers coming out and saying, I want my own home, I want my own land, I want, if this ever happens again and I have to be stuck at home for 3, 4, 5 weeks, I want to have more room than this little 400 square foot apartment that I've been sharing with 3 of my friends. So it's really changed the mentality of the market. But additionally, we saw fear from the sellers. So sellers were pulling their houses off the market, thinking that, now's the worst time to sell. We're not going to get top dollar. So let's pull our house off the market and let's wait. So now you've got this perfect storm of people who desperately want to buy something and people who would like to sell but don't think it's the right time. So they're taking their houses off the market. We saw record offers, record competing offers on our listings throughout COVID, and we didn't experience a slowdown at all, which is miraculous in my opinion. But it has just been amazing to see how this has changed just the fundamentals of how we think, how we live, how we interact. Even now when somebody puts their hand out to shake your hand, your first reaction is, whoa, 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 I can't shake your hand, right? So we're doing the fist bumps and this stuff. And I think that that's going to continue until we see a cure or there's some antidote to this thing. There's going to continue to be fear in the minds of the public. Also, most companies now have learned that telecommuting works. They can still run their companies in the absence of a big building and people working together. It's now deemed safer if your employees are working from home than all huddled together in a petri dish of who knows what. So we're seeing declines in commercial real estate, in office real estate. And I truly believe that housing is going to boom over the next 12 and 18 months because the feds are not going to raise interest rates. They're going to keep them at zero. It's the only way they can manage the national debt. So with interest rates historically low, and most states around the country pumping in federal funds, either with unemployment, they're increasing the minimum wage requirements. This is just going to push real estate values like we've never seen before. And I think for those who are in the business in the next 12 to 18 months and really harness this opportunity, they're going to come to the other side of COVID very, very wealthy. Now, certainly, it must be said that it's not about preying on bad situations that people are in. We pray for those that have COVID. We pray for the families of those who have lost family members with COVID. But if we're still here, we got to keep moving, and we got to look at what's going on in the market and how do we maneuver within those new boundaries to help more people and help ourselves. Tithing is a big part of the religious experience. And I believe if God has equipped you with opportunity and knowledge and mentorship and the ability to generate income, then you should generate as much of it as you can. Even if you don't need it, generate as much as you can, use what you need and give the rest away. That's the way to do it. So that's what we're seeing, Jay. And that's what COVID's done for our business.
Very, very insightful, Lee. Gail's got a good question for Jim, and it was going to be one of my questions as well. And that was, and you can see it there in the comments section, Jim, but Gail's asking, do you think you'll continue to do the business virtually, or will you go back to in-person after we come out on the other side?
Been thinking about that a lot, and actually just had a conversation with my acquisitionist this week. I have 3 full-time acquisitions guys, and the consensus is, one guy is actually 2 of them have kids at home. The other one's single, does not have kids. So the kids at home not going to school, it's a lot easier for them if they can continue to work virtually. And so that's what we're doing. We're doing virtual with the 3rd guy being available for in-person appointments if a seller really wants it, but nobody wants it right now. So in terms of that, all what sellers want and don't want aside, the economics of it are working pretty well. Our conversion rate's down about 30% over the phone versus in person, but we can do more than 100% more seller meetings over the course of a week. So long story short, we can do more deals.
Yeah. My guess is we're all going to continue to do both when we go back. You may, in fact, you may give the seller a choice. You want to do this virtually? You want us to come out there, so to speak. Lee, Gail's got a good question for you. Gail asks, what's the difference between hard money and private money?
Who you're talking to, right? Now, I know, Jay, that the real answer is it's believed that private money is cheaper. It's usually friends and family money. It's the 5%, 6%, and 7% money, whereas hard money is usually somebody who has gone out and found that friends and family money, got people to commit to lend it at the 6 and 7, and then they're taking that money and they're turning around, they're lending it out at 10, 11, and 12, and 13. So they're arbitraging other people's money. But I don't know that there's a Webster dictionary definition that would break it down like that. I think it just really is just a perception of the market, because they're identical, right? Private money is money without rules. Hard money is money without rules. The only difference is what costs can you negotiate, because private money is negotiable. There is no box other than what you can negotiate. So the market says private money is cheaper, hard money is more expensive. But, to me, it's who can you get the most money from, the highest LTVs, with the least amount of capital out of your own pocket at the cheapest possible rate for the longest possible term. And if you get that from somebody who says they're a private money lender, praise the Lord. If you get that from somebody who says they're a hard money lender, good job. But that's the idea. Just find people who have money and negotiate the best price.
And Chaffee, thank you for posting the link. So to Gail and everybody for a in-depth answer to that question, Lee gave you the 30,000 foot view. I give you about a 90-minute view. But anyway, it's posted in the event that we did last week. And right here in the comments, Chaffee's put it there. Lee, Stephen is asking for you to please repeat the title of the book and the author about the $20 a gallon.
Yeah, the title is $20 per gallon, How the Inevitable Rise in the Price of Gasoline Will Change Our Lives for the Better. Author is Christopher Steiner. S-T-E-I-N-E-R.
I'm sorry, say that again. I stepped all over you, Lee.
Christopher Steiner, S-T-E-I-N-E-R. Great book.
Another comment that you made, Carmen's asking, Lee, what's your private lending company name?
Kogo Capital, C-O-G-O, Kogo Capital, which is a Greek word that means to bring together, because that's what we do. All of our capital, Jay, is private money, private lenders that we have sourced, identified through private equity funds, and then we deploy it. So we find people who have money and we lend it to people who need money. So that's what Kogo means, is to bring together, because that's just what we do.
Excellent. So another thing that you said, Lee, a moment ago that I totally agree with, and you were saying you anticipate prices of houses starting to skyrocket in the very near future. And I'll tell you one reason, and Jim, I want to get your take on this if you agree. One reason I believe the prices are going to skyrocket is not only because of supply and demand. And I love your observation, Lee, about how the millennials COVID has forced them to put a new value on privacy and having your own space. But from an economic standpoint as well, there's no way the government can keep printing trillions of dollars without prices going up, even if they keep interest at 0%. So again, now's the time to be getting in if you're not all the way in. So Jim, I wanted to ask you to private money and to give the definition. So private money, as in raising your own private money. Have you seen any of your, and Jim, you've raised a ton of private money, right? So have you seen a environment with any of your private lenders pulling back? Have you seen any of your private lenders want to give you more? What's been your take? Have you had new private lenders come to the table since shutdown? And Lee, I'll give you the same question after Jim's answer.
Sure. So when the poo-poo first hit the fan, the first talk of the stimulus bill is to come to play. I called every single one of my private lenders I don't have near as many as Lee, or maybe not as many as you. I called every single one of them and said, hey, just want to let you know that we're operationally sound, we're fiscally sound, we're good to go. Here's some challenges we might face with your property, the properties that you've lent on. Here's how we're going to handle those. Here's the best worst case scenario. But in both the best and worst case scenario, we're honoring our commitment to you, and we're good to go. And I called my local banks that I have long-term money on with my rental properties, and had the same conversation. I say, I know the government says I don't have to pay you for a few months, potentially, but I'm gonna, and whether or not my tenants are paying me, I can and will pay you. So as a result of those conversations, we had 2 private lenders come to me who wanted to increase their loans. I'm not quite as optimistic as Lee with the next 3 to 9 months in the marketplace, and so we've actually scaled down intentionally our buying. So I think I've bought a handful of properties this year. Large handful, but we're not buying as many right now. Or when I do, it's a lot more selective. We're doing a lot more wholesaling, so I just don't need as much money as I did maybe 6 or 12 months ago.
Same question, Lee.
Could you repeat the question, Jay?
Sure. So since COVID-19, have you seen the private lenders that fund Kogo Capital and your deals, have you seen some of them want to pull back out of fear? Have you seen some people want to give you more private money? What's been the flavor or the overall feeling of your private lenders?
We had one capital call where one of our private lenders in one of our equity funds said, hey, I need to get my money back. Now, in his position, he is a Airbnb investor. So he was going out and he was arbitraging Airbnb, where you rent it from somebody at $1,200 a month, and then you rent it out nightly at $250 a night. And by the time it's done, you're spending $1,200 to make $3,000. It's a great strategy in a market that is without fear, where people will still get on an airplane and travel to places they want to go and vacation. That's not really happening right now. So he was really in a bad situation because he had all these commitments for Airbnb rentals that he wasn't getting tenants. So we very quickly said, yeah, no problem. Here's your money back. But the rest of our private money lenders, they kind of hunkered down. We have 2 funds. One is a Reg A Plus fund, which is a non-accredited investor fund with a $1,000 minimum investment, and the other is a Reg D, which is a accredited investor fund. And we had less concern from the accredited investor, the $50,000 minimum investor with $1 million in minimum assets, than we did with the $1,000 non-accredited investor. So there was some early fear and trepidation, Jay. But even as we saw in the stock market, if you guys remember what was happening in late April, where the stock market literally dropped 17,000 points in a day, the worst drop since 29. 3 weeks later, almost half of those monies that had been extracted were put back in, because what investors realized is, okay, great, I've taken my money out of the stock market, but now what do I do with it? I don't have anywhere to put it. And with interest rates being pushed down, there's so much cost suppression that investors are scrambling to find yield. I mean, that is the holy grail right now. If you can get your money into something that's producing yield, you are the king of the castle, because the stock market's not producing yield. Certainly there's bank stocks and others that would be good financial plays, but you're still dependent on the market to produce, which is not something I've ever been in favor of. So with that, Jay, we are seeing more. In fact, we raised more money in the month of April and May than we had in any previous month in the last 6 years. So again, I think it's how you view what's coming, how you present it, and how you communicate it. If you are bullish on where the market is going, your investors are going to be excited to come along for the ride. So positive. Now, certainly we have to acknowledge the coming trends and some of the challenges that we will encounter. But if you've got a good, strong strategy through those difficulties and your lenders trust you, people are all at basis level looking for the stern but loving parent to tell them what to do, to tell them everything's going to be all right. So if they trust you, if you have performed effectively up to this point, raising money is still relatively simple. I'll end on this comment, Jay. What do you call a stockbroker in a recessionary downturn?
Tell us.
Waiter, right? because when they can't make money selling stocks, they got to go wait tables. But now they can't even do that because a lot of restaurants are still closed, especially in New York. But then there's a second part of this. What do you call a private money lender in the wake of a recessionary crisis?
Tell us.
Landlord, right? So, and even that has its own challenges with the federal government saying you don't have to pay your rent, and you have states saying now you don't have to pay your rent, and you can't foreclose, and you can't evict. But that is not going to be going on for very much longer. So in the event that you are borrowing private money, buying good inventory, good fix and flip properties, in the event you can't sell them, you should be able to rent them out and either cover your private money obligation or pay some of it. And I think what Jim said was brilliant and right on. In times of a crisis, when you can't pay your creditors, that doesn't mean you stop communicating with creditors. It means you communicate more frequently with creditors. So now is not the time to hold back for fear of what's going to be happening in the market. Now is the time to rush in, right? Was it Warren Buffett who said, when there's fear, buy, when there's enthusiasm, sell, or some variation of that? The market is excited. There's a lot of great deals out there, and there's a lot of what's called dry powder. Wall Street refers to dry powder as undeployed capital. And right now there's close to $19 trillion sitting in dry powder, which is undeployed IRA funds, undeployed 401k balances. Money is looking for somewhere to go. And if you can present it with opportunity, it will come flowing to you with gusto. I mean, money is smart, and it likes to go where it can make friends.
Oh, that's a writer downer right there. I'm going to use that. Money. Say that again. Money. You got to say that again, Lee. That was good.
Money is smart, and it likes to go where it can make friends.
Oh my lands! I knew I hadn't heard it all, but I hadn't heard that one either. So real quick, Jim, we got a question. I forgot who it was from Sue. What does it mean to do a wholesale deal that Jim mentioned? So what's a wholesale?
Sure. In general terms, all it means is to contract to purchase a property at a low price and find a buyer who's willing to buy it from that seller at a higher price. Then you make the difference between those two prices. How you accomplish that can vary from transaction to transaction, but that's in essence what it means. 9 times out of 10, it means you do not have to bring the money to closing because your buyer funds the transaction.
Excellent. Well, Jim and Lee, the only time we've got left is for your final words of advice and encouragement, and whatever you'd like to leave the audience with. Jim,
Lee, I'll let you go first. Oh, I'm first? Oh, darn it. Okay. I'll go first. No, so folks, if you're here, you're doing a large part of it right now, right? So the first thing you got to do is you got to make sure you know what you're doing. It's business, and in these changing times, you've got to keep your ear to the ground, not just by learning old and recorded stuff from 5 or 10 years ago, but learning from authorities and experts like Jay Connor. You're doing the right thing. But I'll tell you the number one indicator, and this is true in any market cycle, the number one indicator of success or predictor of success for any residential real estate investor is how many offers are you making, right? We can talk about strategies all day long. We can talk about all this other kind of stuff. But if you're not out there making offers on a regular basis, you're not going to do anything. Whoever makes the most offers does the most deals. I probably make more mistakes than most people, but I do more deals than most people too. And it's because we make more offers than most people.
I love it. Thank you so much, Jim. And we've got your website and et cetera right up there on the screen as well. So Lee, your final comments, advice, and encouragement, and what you'd like to leave the audience with.
Well, if I can, Jay, I want to address a couple of the comments that I'm seeing here. Paula says, I've reached out to some private money lenders, but I haven't gotten anyone yet. I'm not giving up. And then somebody else said, it was Darshell, said, I've applied for the hard money before acquiring the property and need to have all the information regarding the property you want to purchase in order to get hard money. So, Jay, I agree with you that if you can go out and source your own private capital from individuals and you can get a committed allocation of, let's call it $250,000, that's fantastic. Go do that. But I would also encourage people, in addition to going out and identifying capital sources, continue to be actively out there writing offers. To Jim's point, I mean, if you're not writing offers, you're not even in the game. And for private lenders like us, if you call my office and say, hey, I'd like to get pre-qualified, the first question we're going to ask you is on what property? Because we can't even open a file for a client until they have a purchase and sale agreement on a piece of real estate. So it really is the chicken or the egg argument. Do we go out and find the private capital first, or do we go out and find the deal first? And Jay, I completely understand where you're at. Go find the money first. My opinion has always been go find the deal first, because if you've got a great deal, a private lender is going to spend far less time looking at you as an individual and far more time looking at the deal. Example, right? I have 2 deals, and we have lender committee 3 times a week in our company, and I have 2 deals sitting on the table. I've got one guy that's never flipped real estate before. He's got $10,000 to put down, and he wants to borrow $190,000 to buy a $210,000 house, right? So 720 borrower, good financials, good job, good income, $190,000 property, $210,000 value, right? Am I going to look at him or her with the same lens as the person who has no job, no credit, no income, nothing, but they want to borrow $80,000 to buy a house that the ARV value is $250,000? Who am I more aggressively going to lend money to? The answer, the person with terrible credit, no cash, because they have found a better deal. So the advantage of a deal is it focuses the attention of the underwriting on the deal, not on the person. And so I think it's really more of an individualistic question, Jay, is do I look good on paper? If I do, go find funding now, because everybody wants to lend you money, right? It's been said of a banker that they are somebody that will hand you an umbrella when the sun is shining and take it away when it starts to rain. That's very true in the private money arena. So if you know that you are not a strong borrower on paper, your credit's not great, you've been through bankruptcy, foreclosure, you're going to have far more success getting people to say yes to you on funding if you bring them a deal, right? Under contract, signed around with a pretty little bow on top that has tremendous equity and upside. I have found raising money to be easier when I come with deal in hand. So just a counterpoint. Certainly, I agree with both sides, but my experience has been it's easier to raise money when you got a deal.
Lee, thank you so much for sharing. Did I hear somebody trying to say something? Okay. All good. All good.
I wanted to answer the second half of your question. Just to leave people with this, guys, it's an incredible marketplace right now. And I love that Jay's focusing on foreclosures today, because there's going to be a lot of them. And again, it's not about preying on or taking advantage of people in a difficult situation. It's about giving them options that they would not otherwise have privy to, because if they call their bank, they're going to be told forbearance or deed in lieu or modification at crazy numbers. If they call an attorney, they're going to be told to file bankruptcy. If they call somebody like us, Jay's clients that are being taught the right way to foreclose, we can help them with short sale. We can help them with forbearance. We can help them with modifications that are in their best interest. There's so much value and benefit that we as investors bring to those homeowners in foreclosure. So Jay, Chaffee, thank you for committing this day to foreclosure. I think it's absolutely the right time, the right place, and the right topic. So thank you. And Jim, good seeing you again, buddy.
Good to see you too, Lee.
Hey, Scott, if you would put up Jim Zaspel's URL, we had Henrietta asking for it. Jim, God bless you, brother. Lee, God bless you, brother. Great to see you all. And I'll be seeing you online soon.
All right. See you guys.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. All right. That was an awesome session right there, Chaffee.
Those guys, I tell you, those guys are rock stars. So I love it every single time I see them.
Yeah, brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. So Chaffee, we've got a 15-minute session now that everybody's going to really enjoy. So folks, here's what we're going to do for the next 15 minutes. And then after the next 15 minutes, I'm going to go into revealing to you. I mean, there's like 100 of you that typed in, you want my foreclosure letters, right? From my presentation this morning. So after I do this next 15-minute session, I'm going to reveal and pull the curtain back as to how you can get my foreclosure letters and also how we can work together. So I know there's a bunch of you that want to work together with me as well. So what I have for y'all now is I have two very successful students of mine. They're actually in my, thank you, Paula. Thank you, Henrietta. Two very successful students of mine that I've invited to come on, and Chaffee and I are going to interview them about what they're doing in the midst of COVID and how things are different and how they're finding deals and etc. So Scott, let's bring our guest in right now from the green room. And here they come.
Hey, there they are.
Scott, they look a little small. Oh, there they are. It finally opened up. So everybody, we have got Paul Hale here and Austin Steele from way over on the other side of the nation. And Paul, I got to put my glasses on. Are you growing a beard, man?
Yeah, leave your house every day. People don't notice every day. Kind of grows on you after a while,
Hey, and look, Austin, you're still going to love me after I say this phrase. I'm not sure Austin can grow a beard. I'm not sure.
He hasn't shaved either. The same amount of time.
So everybody,
don't feel bad, Austin. I can't either.
So Paul or Austin, whichever one wants to tell it. First of all, tell everybody where you're located. And everybody, I want y'all to know that Paul and Austin are very successful students of mine. And in addition to that, they are actually in my very top level elite group, which is my mastermind group that both Chaffee and I run. We meet in person 4 times a year. We'll be meeting virtually in June. We won't, I don't know, we might be together, we might be virtual, we might be doing both. I don't know, Paul and Austin, we're just talking about that yesterday. But Paul and Austin, share your story as to how you got into real estate, where you're located, and what your journey looks like, as of now, since you got into real estate. And then Chaffee, I think Paul and Austin have got a short little PowerPoint presentation that they'll want to share, and we'll tell you how to do that when you're ready for that.
Oh, nice.
Great. Okay. Well, so I'm Paul, and I'm the kind of started all this. I've been doing this, investing in real estate for about 6 years now, and we operate out of southeastern Washington State. So probably certainly a good distance away from where Jay lives, and kind of a unique market here. We actually don't do foreclosure. We cannot market to foreclosures in Washington State. So I know that Jay is talking a lot about foreclosures today, and we have in fact just tripped over a couple of foreclosures in the process of doing normal marketing and so forth. And so we can talk about those that we've done, but yeah, we've been doing this for about 6 years. I brought Austin on a couple years ago, and he's terrific. He's brilliant. He keeps everything going, and I'm always going 1,000 miles an hour and about 100 directions at once. And he just kind of makes sure things actually get followed through on and actually happen. So, we kind of work well together in that sense.
Sure. Remind me, when did the two of you start working with me in my coaching program?
So in your coaching program, it was last October, but we'd seen you around, we'd seen you speak, and definitely kind of aspired to want to work with you. And then when I was ready, I came all in, got everything all the way up through the mastermind and everything. So
right,
yeah.
exactly. Well, what's been your experience of us working together? So it's been, let's see, 8 months or so. I lose track of time. What's your experience been since us working together?
Well, I've never seen you make a promise you haven't kept. I've never seen you do anything that I felt was questionable, or you are a man of integrity, is what I've seen again and again. And I've seen situations where you come in, you've been doing this for years. You kind of have the upper hand. You understand the how to do this in a way that is beyond what most other people could understand. And with that, you could do things that would take advantage. And I've been watching, and you've never done anything ever on any level that's even made me wonder if maybe you're being anything less than a man of integrity. And it's your values that make you very effective, someone who I would want to be working with and want to continue working with. As far as your knowledgeability, It's impressive, really, really impressive. You clearly know what you're doing, and you're very actively still doing those kinds of things. You're still working in your business. This is not like a academic exercise. 10 years ago, I used to have a real estate business. You're looking at deals right now. When I come out and see you in Morehead City, we're looking at houses you have under contract at that time, houses you've just finished working on right there. So it's super clear you're absolutely in the trenches right now, and it's very comforting to talk with you, ask you questions, knowing that you're right there in the trenches, working the same kinds of deals that I'm working, and you understand exactly what I'm working on very, very well, not just from your past, but from what you're doing right now this week. So
I appreciate you sharing that. What's been your personal experience, Austin, since we started working together?
Well, I've also been super impressed with your character and also your knowledgeability. Honestly, there's a lot of things that have been clarified for us and just helped us to know how to do different things that we haven't done in the past, and just a lot of super useful, just very applicable information about how to build up our business to be more efficient, more effective overall, and better able to help people.
Wonderful. I appreciate you sharing that. And I had a note slipped to me a little while ago that you all have got a PowerPoint presentation that you want to share. And so if you've got that ready to pull up, if you'll look at the bottom of your screen, you'll see a little icon that says share screen. You see that, Austin and Paul?
Yep.
So you just
I do.
that button, click on the button share screen. And when you click on that, you will see you'll see a box that says application screen or full screen. So wherever you've got, so you just click on that and then click share screen, and you'll be able to share. So we are looking at Landon Avenue right here.
That's right.
And yep, we see your PowerPoint. You're ready to go.
So yeah, I just want to be clear on what I am and am not representing here. So I got to say honestly, I have not used Jay's foreclosure system because we do not market directly to houses that are in foreclosure in Washington State. However, we have found amazing deals, and we've heard from so many of Jay's students who are having great success with this. So my intention today is to kind of talk about foreclosures in general and what we've seen, the kinds of deals that we have found and that we have, kind of tripped across, like I said earlier, in Washington State. So,
yeah. But what he's trying to say is you'll be able to find these deals easier than we did.
Yes, and we'll actually, most people are finding these kinds of deals all the time. We just kind of stumble on them from time to time. We have to, do other techniques to find our deals. But anyway, these are fantastic. Two different deals, and there's just kind of a lot of pictures, and then I'll show you some numbers as well. So, and Jay, feel free to stop and ask any questions you want. So this is a little bit of a before and after. There's not much difference to the outside of the house. We found this old house. What was the deal on this house? You want to tell the story about how we found these people just real quick?
Yeah, we actually just sent out a letter. We sent out letters to people who are in probate, an inherited house situation. And they called us up, and they actually, the house was in disrepair, poop all over the carpets from their dogs, new paint needed everywhere, just kind of really poor condition throughout. When we were in the inspection stage of things and checking things out, we found out the plumbing actually all needed to be replaced. And anyway, so there was just a lot of different problems with it. It was also a fun situation with title. There were some issues to clean up there. And so, but they just didn't really have very many options of how they'd be able to sell it because it was in terrible shape. And we're just thrilled that we were able to even make them an offer that we can make good on, which we were able to do.
Right, and this goes back to something we listened in a little bit with what Lee was sharing before we got on, and about this is not taking advantage of someone. When you see these numbers, you're gonna be like, "What? You guys you got this much money on this house?" I'm telling you right now, the brother and sister who are trying to sell this house, this is their mother's house. They were crying and praying every day for some kind of miracle to get them out of this house because they couldn't pay on it, and it was moving toward foreclosure. And they felt like they each had their own homes. They didn't know what to do. When we bought this house, I mean, there were tears of joy and gratitude, and they were so thankful that we were able to solve so many problems that they just were not equipped to be able to solve on their own. And so, but here are the numbers on it. We bought the house, $88,000, and then we did about $13,000 worth of work on it, and then we sold it for this about basically 170,000. So you're looking at our revenue is about $68,000, and so
that's within $1,000 of my average, 67. So awesome! You beat me by $1,000.
Well, it's not a contest, but there we are. So if it
That's
was
awesome.
a contest, Jay, you'd still be winning. You do so many deals. So anyway, but this is easy to look at these numbers and think in your brain, oh, you're cheating, you're taking advantage. But I'm telling you, there was raw sewage under this house. There were problems that these people had no capacity to resolve on their own, and they didn't have the money to even do the rehab. We were able to get the rehab done at such a low price because we've been doing so many. So we had great contractors who were able to move quickly. They knew us, they trusted us, and so we were able to just do one thing after another because that's what we decided we wanted to be doing for this house. That's what we wanted to do professionally, is be flipping houses, and so that's how we were able to do that. So any questions on this at all, Jay? I'm going to show you.
So how much, I see Chaffee's comment. Have you done sold 2 houses since COVID shut down in the last couple of months?
We bought, let's see here. So we sold one that we just had flipped it over December, January, and then we sold it off. I mean, we signed the paperwork in March, so things were starting to get weird just a little bit. And then we bought a house in March, and then sold that house in April that we just bought in March. And so yeah, we still have been doing deals in COVID. We actually just put a house under contract on Tuesday, and so just like 2 days ago, 3 days ago. So, or was it Wednesday? It was Tuesday or Wednesday. Anyway, so yeah, we're still working. There is definitely still opportunity. People right now, there's a lot of situations where people are scared to sell, but I'm telling you, there's a lot of situations where people are scared to not sell, and they feel like
Exactly.
they don't have any options.
Now, I heard you mention as you were starting to tell the story of this deal that these people were in probate and they had inherited the house and they didn't have the means to take care of it. How did you locate these people?
We sent out letters, kind of like probate letters. We have our own version of probate letters, and then now, as we've been working with Jay, he's got his letters are way cooler, actually. So, but we had our own letter that just kind of said, look, if you want to do this, if you want to sell, if you have a house that you don't want this house or you need options, just give us a call. And the lady, it was cool. She called up. The sister called and she said. She's like, I didn't know if this was a scam or a fraud or what, but I figured, yeah, why not? I'll just give them a call. And so she called, and it was like we'd sent the letter out, and they kind of sat on it for a while. They didn't take quick action, but when they were ready to call, they, as soon as they started the dialogue, we began to build rapport, and we saw what was going on, and we looked at the house, and there were challenges. There were definitely challenges. There were extra, liens. There was a government lien on the house for like $250,000 we had to negotiate down, and there was just a lot of problems that needed to be solved. And that's the point. That's the whole point, guys, is that if you live in a capitalist market, you get paid based on the amount of value you bring to the marketplace. So when you see this right here, the $68,000, that's the money that we made because of the value that we brought to the market. We solved problems for the seller all over the place. We solved problems for those who held liens on the house that knew they weren't going to get all of their money out, but we could at least try to resolve it and get them something. We solved problems for all of the workers who were trying to get work done and wanted to get paid. These contractors came through, and we created a house that was going to be a home for the next family that bought it. And so that was the value that we actually brought to the marketplace by solving all these real problems. And so it's not about taking advantage of people at all.
Exactly. Paul, I'm sorry, Austin, were you saying something?
Oh, just a quick comment. Part of what I found, I was in the early conversations with the seller. Part of what I found is that the conversations over kind of touch base with them as we were working through some of the issues related to purchasing it. Each conversation provided hope. And honestly, the better prepared you can be, and some of you will go on to become J students, but the better prepared you can be, the more you'll be able to reassure the seller and provide that hope and confidence as you're going through this process. And honestly, the hope makes a big difference for people.
It really does. It really does. It's hard to appreciate the level of hopelessness that someone feels as their home that their mother used to live in, or that they were raised in, or whatever, and it's just fallen into disrepair. They can't keep it. They're going to lose it, and they feel this weight, and it's suffocating. And so to be able to take someone in that situation, to actually be able to provide solutions, it's amazing. It's an amazing experience. It's an amazing feeling. And so,
yeah, we talked about in the first session this morning about I don't want to do the deal unless everybody's winning. And so we always, as you just shared, we create win-win solutions in every transaction that we do. Jim asked a question here. He's saying, what type of motivated sellers have you been searching for? So this one was probate that you mailed out to. What other types of motivated sellers do you search for or focus on?
So honestly, sometimes people come to us when we'll put out street signs, and if they're motivated, then they give us a call. But other than that, we also target people that are absentee owners, or in other words, they own the property, but they don't live there. So most of the time, that means that they're some kind of a landlord. The house that we purchased in March, it was actually a landlord that had a very difficult tenant, and so was motivated to sell even at a discount. And so that's another big criteria that we're hitting. Sometimes if you can target people, if properties that have liens on them, but those are some of the main properties that we're targeting.
Excellent. Well, Paul and Austin, I am so proud of you guys. I tell you, you all have just taken your business like to the roof in the last few months, and you haven't buried your head in the sand. You're still doing deals here in the midst of COVID and et cetera. So, any final comments, advice, words of encouragement that you'd like to leave the audience with?
Would it be all right if I just quickly run through this next house, just because this is the prettiest house we've ever done?
Sure. I'm sorry. I didn't know you had another house.
Yeah, we'll be quick on this, but because I don't want to hold up your program, but I'm very proud of this house. So anyway, this is a house we came across, and how did we find this one? I'm not even.
This is actually also a street sign.
Was it also? Oh, that's right. This is a street sign. This guy called up, and anyway, the situation was the guy ended up moving to his parents' house out on the western side of the state and just abandoned this house. He just stopped living it, stopped paying the utility bills. It was going toward foreclosure. Everything was like going wrong. All the utility bills. This was on a well, and so they couldn't cut the power without cutting the water, because it was pumping out its own water from anyway. So the bottom line is these guys, they were so stuck. By the time they came back to this house, they'd abandoned it over the winter. All the pipes were frozen, busted all the pipes in the house. It was crazy. So we took this house and we flipped this house, and you can see there's a little bit of difference. I carefully took all the pictures before and after. I tried to stand in the exact same place just so you could kind of get an idea of what we were actually doing here. This is a driveway. It's up at the top of this big hill. That hill is way steeper than it looks. So here's the living room, bathroom, shower, bedroom, kitchen. And
very nice. Very nice.
Yeah,
you really brought that correct.
Yeah, lots of good.
You got rid of the border in the kitchen. I can't believe you got rid of the border.
We probably could have it sitting around somewhere. We can mail it to you if it means all that much. All right. So anyway, just real quick, here's the numbers on it. We bought it for $136,000. The rehab, that's $52,000. That's actually a deceptive price because there's probably about $14,000 just to bring the mortgage current and also to bring the utilities, which were about, it was probably $2,500, $3,000 behind on their utilities, which is crazy because normally they never let it get that far behind, but because they'll just cut off the power at that point. But they couldn't cut the power because it would have cut the water, and if you cut the water, people can't live. And so anyway, I don't know. They, for whatever reason, they had lots and lots of bills. So about $14,000 of that was just getting everything current. And so and then here we are. The $70,000 is kind of what we made afterward. And again, Jay, not to compare, it doesn't matter the 67 versus 70,000. It's not a contest. But anyway, we sold it for $258,000. And so anyway, my purpose is not to brag here at all. It's just to say, we did solve so many problems, including moving all kinds of stuff out of that house. anyway, there's a lot of problems that were solved, and that's what we do, and that's what we get paid to do. And so that's what, anyway, but I love this. I love that experience of doing that house and helping that family. And it's the same exact thing. This guy and his wife, when they sat down when they first talked to us, they're like, "Are you guys really going to be able to help us?" And by the time they were done, they were so thankful. They said, "This is the miracle we've been praying for." So
that's what it's all about, is serving and helping people. And I'm glad you brought that second house. So yeah, back to any final thoughts and comments and what you'd like to leave with the folks.
Well, there's definitely lots of opportunity, and what you get good at is what you practice doing again and again. Jay is really good at doing what he does because he's practiced doing it again and again. And I remember when I first started doing real estate, I remember thinking, and in fact, I remember I was friends with Austin even when I started this journey. And I remember telling him, I said, I could go get a desk job and I would get really good at it, but I want to be doing something for myself, and I want to be getting good at doing things that are helping people and actually really making some great money doing it too. And so it's just a matter of taking that first step, trusting in yourself enough to really do it. And it does really take having a team. It does take training. I did not jump into this without training at all. I would never, I could not imagine that I'd be able to navigate this many different things and solve this many different kinds of problems without help. And so I know there's lots of TV shows that make it look like it's the sensational, super easy, anyone can do it. And on some level, yeah, anyone can do it, but you got to have the right resources to know how to solve those problems. Otherwise, it ends up just getting you into more trouble. It ends up getting your sellers into more trouble, and that's not what you need. So it does take working with someone who knows what they're doing. And we've been looking for years for a good mentor, a good coach, and Jay is the best we have found in 6 years of my looking all over the place. And I've talked to a lot of different trainers. There are a lot of good ones, but I don't know that there's anyone better than Jay Connor, in all honesty. So
thank you so much, Paul. We do have a couple of quick questions that were submitted before I let you all go. How long do you hold the property before selling it?
So that's a good question. And let's see here. The land and house, how long did that take? That was like a month.
That was
it? Well, but we held it longer. It didn't take long to rehab it, I don't think. If I remember right, we had to hold on to both of these houses were sold using FHA financing, and they say the current owner has to own it for at least 90 days before it can sell again or something like that. There was some kind of restriction. So in both of these houses, we actually had already finished all the work that we were going to do on it, and we were just waiting for the FHA loan to be qualified on the house. So, but I think in both of these cases, it ended up being a 90-day hold period, and just by necessity.
And the other question we had, I'm sorry, two more quick questions. Anita says, do you still have to go through the inspection process on these rehabs?
Absolutely. When we find the buyer who's going to be buying it, in both these cases, we just had someone who came with bank financing, and so they had to have their own inspection. And inspections are always kind of the same. They'll find they'll come back and they'll be like, we need you to fix 5 things, and it's always 5 things. It's like never 10 things. It's never 2 things. It's 5 things every time. And sometimes it's like, oh, we need earthquake straps on the water heater because it might fall over if there's an earthquake. And also, the light switch cover has a screw loose, so could you tighten that screw? Like whatever, they'll find 5 things wrong with that house, no matter what you do to it. But they do those inspection report. They come back, let us know, here are the things we want you to tweak. So,
yeah. And one last question. Forget who it was that asked it. They said, "What do you mean by street signs?"
Thank you. That's a great question. I appreciate that. So some people call them bandit signs, and basically, maybe you've seen them in your community, maybe not, but sometimes you'll see these little signs. They might be yellow, they might be white, and they say, sell your house for cash, sell your house quick, or something like that. And it's fascinating. In Washington State, they regulate everything. I mean, everything. You can't get a plastic straw at a restaurant anymore. But they have no problem on this side of the state with you sticking those signs in the ground. So we put them out, and no one pulls them up, and no one reports it. Like in a lot of communities across the country, they really have a problem with that. For some reason out here, they don't seem to mind. So we use those signs, we put them out there. We've got kind of a distinct sign, and we do get calls on it, and that's a sign of someone being pretty motivated. Honestly, you think where you're at, if you're calling a sign on the side of the street because you got a house you need to get rid of, you probably have some motivation. You probably think, well, there's a reason I'm not calling a real estate firm right now. There's a reason why I'm not, listing the house. There's some unique problems here. So when those signs are put out, just saying, hey, call us if you need to sell your house. Anyone who calls that sign, they have a situation. There's some problems that they need some help solving. And so good question, Gil.
Paul and Austin, thank you so much, and congratulations on your continued success. And I'll see you in the June mastermind meeting right around the corner.
Sounds great. Really looking forward to it, Jay. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thanks for bringing us on
today.
Thank
you so much. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. So, folks, I know you want to know how to get the letters, right? Somebody just typed in, how do I get those foreclosure letters that you mentioned this morning? But before I've talked with you about how we can work together, I saw a bunch of comments that people had put in there that says, Jay, I want to work together with you. So before I show you how we can do that, Scott, we've got a short video. I think it's only like 5 minutes long or so from Quest. And I want to tell you all again, Quest, self-directed IRA company, they've got the best customer service for their clients of any self-directed IRA company that I know. And I've got experience, and a lot of experience for years with more than one self-directed IRA company. And so Quest is the best. They're out of Houston, Texas. And in fact, I'm going to have Nathan Long on here after we take a short lunch break, which will probably be in about an hour or so. But Nathan's going to come on, and he's got a great presentation on raising private money, right? Which I know is always a big topic for all of us. So before I go into the presentation of how we can work together, how you can get my foreclosure letters, I'm going to ask Scott to play this short video, and then we'll dive right back in.
Retirement accounts and IRAs are the largest source of America's wealth, and if you can understand how to tap into it, your life can change for the better, and you can change the life of others based on what we call the self-directed IRA. And I'm going to share with you guys just a little bit about Quest and why the self-directed IRA is so important and advantageous to you guys out there. So Quest Trust Company, we are a Houston-based trust company that administrates self-directed IRAs. We're the largest self-directed IRA custodian in the state of Texas. We've been doing this for almost 2 decades now, so we're not a new kid on the block. We understand self-directed IRAs as good or better than anybody else out there. And we have about 20,000 investor clients all over the country that use their old 401ks, old 403bs, and use their IRAs to invest in non-traditional assets such as real estate, notes secured by real estate, investments into startup companies, and the list goes on and on and on. Currently, we have about $2 billion under management, and all of those assets are considered non-traditional assets. So non-traditional assets are anything outside of stocks, bonds, mutual funds, and CDs. I'll talk about the difference of how we are allowed to hold different types of assets than what you're probably accustomed to with your Fidelity or Charles Schwab accounts. And we have about 100 employees, 34 of those certified IRA services professionals, and that just goes to show you that we spend a lot of time not only educating the public, but educating our staff to have the most highly trained staff in the self-directed IRA industry. And with 34 CISPs, that puts us right there at the top when you look at the national average. We have about $350 million in undirected cash. I'll tell you why that's important to any investor out there, regardless of whether you have an IRA or not. And to understand what we do at Quest, our company mission is right there at the bottom. that we are in the business to help people save for their retirement and live tax-free off of the tangible assets with multiple income streams that we allow people to hold within their, quote, self-directed retirement accounts. So in a sense, Quest puts the keys in your hands to make all the investment decisions when it comes to your IRA or IRAs. Therefore, you get all the tax benefits that you would normally get, but you're allowed to invest in real estate and other non-traditional assets instead of being forced to buy stocks and bonds and investments in public assets. Now, a lot of people get confused as to what a self-directed IRA is. When I say self-directed, it's just a marketing term. It means absolutely nothing. There's no such thing as a, quote, self-directed IRA. All IRAs are governed by the same sets of rules. It's just at Quest, we call it self-directed because we don't have investments to sell you. When you have an IRA at Quest, you make all the investment decisions. We just act as the custodian and administrator and sign the documents for whatever that investment might be. So you direct us to make the investments that you choose to hold within your IRA. And the IRS actually does not limit us as to what we're allowed to hold in our IRAs. They only tell us we're not allowed to hold two things when it comes to our IRAs: life insurance contracts and collectibles. That's it. Anything else is fair game. So when you have a, quote, self-directed IRA, it's just an IRA. It's just that since we're not licensed to sell investments, we hold the broadest spectrum of investments, but you have to find the investments. And this is what Jay and a lot of the educators out there are helping people do. So with Jay's education, he can help you identify and spot investments or identify strategies on how to raise money from IRAs. And we're just the IRA custodian that helps you facilitate that. Okay? And the quote on the right is actually from a snippet from a Forbes article just a couple months ago that tells you exactly why the self-directed IRA is so important. Very few people use their IRAs in a self-directed manner. When you talk about the $30 trillion that are in retirement accounts today, most of those are invested in the stock market. That's just how people are taught to invest. You put some money away in your 401k, let your wealth advisor invest it for you, and boom, you're a millionaire when you retire. I think you guys will agree that that's not exactly how it works, especially today. What you really need to do is when you think about your retirement assets, you cannot put your trust in other people solely. Sometimes you have to put the trust in yourself and self-direct it or choose your own investments based on what you're knowledgeable about. So in a recent Forbes article, they mentioned that in their research, only 2% of all IRAs are self-directed. Yet 25% of all IRAs valued over $5 million are self-directed. So this is not some big secret. This is what the wealthy have been doing for many, many years, is finding investments such as real estate and other non-traditional things and directing their IRA to make the investments they see fit. In the long run, you will typically make better returns for yourself investing in what you're knowledgeable about and not just investing in the stock market if you are not familiar with how the stock market works. So what types of plans can be self-directed? Well, we have 7 types of plans at Quest. We have traditional IRAs and Roth IRAs. We have SEPs, Simples, and 401ks for people who are self-employed. And we even have health savings accounts and education savings accounts that can be set up for your family and for your children that can all be self-directed. They can all be directed to own real estate or own notes secured by real estate. But the benefit to each of these plans is you want to think about them like they're individual people. These are all buyers. They can buy stocks, they can buy real estate. But the difference between these 7 people buying investments and you as an individual buying investments is that you as an individual are a taxpayer. The 7 accounts that you see there are not taxpayers. And some of them, if you play your cards right, you will never pay taxes for the rest of your life, provided that you can set these accounts up and start investing within them. So these are all tax-exempt trusts that we have at Quest that can be directed to invest in real estate. And again, we have 20,000 clients doing this currently. We hope to have more along the way. So again, most of our clients have plans at Quest and they have plans at Fidelity. The reason why you would want to have plans at both places is it allows you to invest in both public assets and private assets. I'm not against the stock market. I just think that there's a lot of benefit to holding some of the private assets that are available out to investors out there instead of just investing in the public market where you have very, very little control over what happens. Now, what are the type of private investments I'm talking about? Well, here's some of the most common investments we see at Quest. We see a lot of people use those 7 accounts that I mentioned there to own real estate, single family, rental properties, foreclosures, condominiums, options, that would be real estate option contracts, unimproved land, tax liens. We have a lot of people that invest IRAs into entities like LLCs, partnerships, or joint ventures, or even trusts. Now, a lot of times, if you're raising private money, a great way to raise private money is by using other people's IRAs to fund your LLC investments. We have a lot of people that buy apartment buildings. Where do they get 25% of their capital to invest in the apartment building? From other people's IRAs. So your IRA can be a passive participant in other people's investments, and we'll talk a little bit about that in our event coming up down the road that I have some information on. Or you could do what I do. I just use my IRA like a bank. I invest in promissory notes secured by real estate, just like a bank does. And actually, that's our largest asset class. 40% of our clients invest in promissory notes secured by real estate. And the reason why that's important today, and any day that you're talking with Jay Conner, is he is a fanatic about using IRAs as a funding source through promissory notes to buy real estate. So great topic. And we're going to be sharing a little bit about that from the IRA's perspective. And I sure know Jay will talk about it from his perspective as well. When you talk about IRAs, it's always important to talk about OPI, which is other people's IRAs. And I know Jay's going to talk a lot about this, but when you think about IRAs, you want to think about it in 2 fashions. One is your IRAs and what they're invested in, and how you can hold real estate or other types of investments within them to build your wealth for retirement. But how do you make money today? How do you profit today when it comes to retirement accounts? Usually you're not using your retirement account to profit today unless you're already in retirement age. But if you're looking to invest and use retirement accounts to make money today, that's where you use other people's IRAs. There's $30 trillion in retirement accounts out there, and $10 trillion of it is in IRAs. It's a large, enormous bucket of money that anybody could tap into, provided you understand how to do it and understand how to use a self-directed IRA, because that's really the only vehicle that would allow you to tap into other people's IRAs. And I'm going to have more information on that 3-day event. So I encourage you guys all to sign up for that event. We're going to be doing a long presentation. We'll even do some panels, I believe. And that's going to be Jay's Real Estate Cash Flow Conference, June 10th, 11th, and 12th. And we're going to go in depth and talk a lot about IRAs and how they can really change your life and change the life of the people around you by understanding how to use retirement accounts to buy and sell real estate, or buy and sell notes, or buy and sell anything for that matter. So I encourage you guys to sign up for that event. And if you want some more information, or just want to know how you can, if you have an IRA or 401k or other plan and want to talk to us before the event, feel free to give us a call or shoot us an email. We even have a special email address just for Jay Conner students and Jay Conner attendees. That email is jconnervip@questtrust.com. That gets you immediate service, immediate answers, and you can even schedule a free consultation direct through that email. So I appreciate you guys taking some time with me today. I will see you guys soon, and I hope you sign up for the conference there, June 10th, 11th, and 12th. And before then, happy investing, everybody.
Jay, you are muted. You can't hear you. I'm not sure why. I tried to unmute you.
How about now, Scott?
Now you're good. All right.
Am I good? Am I good now? Awesome.
You're good now.
And
that's
thank
the funny
you,
thing about doing this, right? You can't tell if you're mute. You can't tell if nobody can hear you unless someone says, like,
I know. Well,
Sue,
I was over here.
Bless your heart, can't hear.
I was over here going, Scott, can you hear me? Scott, can you hear me? And I didn't get a response because you couldn't hear me. All right. So, Scott, let's make sure here. Is my PowerPoint slide showing?
Yeah, I'm going to bring it into the stream for us. There we go. And I'm going to remove myself and let you get going. This is an exciting part.
Excellent. Okay, folks, I'm going to dive right in. So this event is what Nate was just referring to. So I have put together a special event on June 10, 11, and 12. So as of today, that is only 2 weeks. That's a week from this coming Wednesday. So that's Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. It's a full 3 days. So it's going to be 9 to 5, those 3 days in a row. And this special event is not like any other event that I do. This is, and Nate had his PowerPoint wrong, this is not my real estate cash flow conference. The reason he had that on there is because Nate always comes to my in-person live events. But this is a very, very special event for this particular time that we're going through. And I'm going to dive in. So what this session is about is, if you like what you've been hearing so far and you'd really like to take your real estate investing business to the next level, this is going to be an opportunity for us to work together, for you to work together with me. And yes, I do have in this presentation how you can get my foreclosure letters that I talked about this morning. So first of all, I put this special 3-day event together. You are not alone. I've put it together for you. You know, what am I supposed to do now? This, given everything that's been going on, this is the question that I've been hearing from everyone. Everything's different. What in the world am I supposed to do now? Well, maybe you've been asking the same question. Maybe you've been feeling the same way. You know, we're 3 months into this. You can't buy toilet paper. My mother gets up, my 86 mother gets up at 6 o'clock in the morning to go to Harris Teeter to get the toilet paper. And so, you know, you might feel like that you've been spinning in circles and just really wondering what to do. Well, as I said, you're not alone. I'm here for you to work together with you to get you through this and to prepare you for the long term. Okay. So what I have a picture of here is one of my recent bus tours with the attendees. And as a matter of fact, we're going to do a virtual bus tour during this 3-day coronavirus crisis boot camp. And so I'll tell you more about that in just a moment. So one thing that's very different about this 3-day event is what is working now. How are things different? How are we adapting? This 3-day event is not just about foreclosures. It's not just about private money, but it is about taking you and your real estate investing business, this entire business from A to Z, all the tools that you need. So I want to show you exactly what's actually been working for me and my team during this time. And again, that's the reason that I have created this very, very special event. So what's working now? I'm going to be teaching you what is working now in this event. For example, exactly, step by step, how am I raising more private money now and will be even after COVID-19 than I ever have before? I'm also going to be teaching you what's working now, exactly how I'm actually doing more deals in this short period of time than I've ever done in this short period of time. You heard Jim Zaspel just a few minutes ago talking about how in the past month, he's done more deals. Lee Arnold, the same thing during this time. Well, what am I doing? What are me and my team doing to be actually able to accomplish this? I'm also going to be teaching you during this special 3-day event exactly how my team runs and operates in this new environment. So more about this event. So why do you need and would want to come to this 3-day event? First of all, one day like today is not nearly enough for you to learn everything that you need to know. This event that I've put together is for brand new real estate investors, and it's also for seasoned real estate investors who really want to learn the strategies that I'm using in this COVID-19 and how to get even more private money right now. So during these 3 days, June 10, 11, and 12, it's going to be a very deep, deep dive in how for you to implement this knowledge that you learned last Friday and that you're learning today. I'm going to have a ton of examples. So you had a taste a few minutes ago of Paul and Austin. So I'm going to have more case studies, more examples, more instructions, and step-by-step processes for you to achieve the success now. Again, this special event is for you to get the complete whole picture of doing this business from A to Z, and you can't get this information anywhere else because I'm going to be teaching you exactly what I do. And of course, we call that the Connor method. So as I mentioned, this is not my normal event. You're going to learn right now timely knowledge, what's working now during the shutdown, and what are you going to need to be doing after the shutdown. You're going to learn my method, the Connor method of positioning yourself while helping others. All right. In addition to that, you're going to learn the new tools and processes that I am using right now, and I've put it together for today's environment, what I'm using in my business, and I'm going to be showing it to you, all of it, step by step. And as I said, you are not going to find this knowledge anywhere else. A big part of this 3-day is not only the knowledge I'm going to be sharing with you, but also the implementation. So more as to what's going to be happening at this 3-day event. I'm going to be doing interviews with my team. I call it my dream team, my automation team. The reason these interviews are going to be so important for you to learn from is because you'll be able to learn how I work with each of these team members and how I found these team members, how I found my contractor, how I found my real estate agent, how I found my real estate attorney. So how for you to build a team that allows you to automate the business. Let me tell you something, folks. You cannot, well, you can, but you do not want to be in this business by yourself. So one of the interviews I'll do is with my real estate agent, how I found my real estate agent, how we work together, how he gets compensated, and I don't have to pay any money until we're doing deals. How is it that he does all of my CMAs, all of my comparable market analysis. He figures all my R's, goes and looks at all the houses, whether I'm doing a house or found a house that's a FSBO off market or it's in the multiple listing service. You will learn how to find the right real estate agent to work with, and again, how to work with them. So in addition, I'll be doing another interview for you to learn from, to where you can duplicate it, how it is I found my acquisitionist and how my acquisitionist finds the deals and how she sells them. Her name is Kim. She's been working with me now for about 14 years with me and Carol Joy. And so first of all, what is an acquisitionist? An acquisitionist is a person that does all the negotiation for you over the phone. So I'll teach you how to find the acquisitionist, how to get the acquisitionist trained to where you're not having to be working in this business 40 hours a week, and you can be like me in it for less than 10. Another interview that I'm going to do is with my real estate attorney. You'll learn how I found my real estate attorney and the kind of real estate attorney that you need to find to work with you, and how my real estate attorney closes all my deals for me, and I don't even have to go to the closings. Her name is Julie. In this session, you'll be able to learn again how to find them, how to work with them, how they get compensated, how much I'm paying. And again, I don't have to bring any money to the table. In fact, on my purchases, I get a big check from my real estate attorney from that purchase. And of course, again, when I sell. Another interview that I'm going to have is with my project manager that runs multiple projects for me, multiple rehabs simultaneously. How I found my project manager, how we work together, how he and the team gets compensated. So again, if you're remotely interested in the rehab business, then this session you'll for sure not want to miss. Another interview that I'm going to do that you'll learn from is how it is that my interior designer works with my team to create beautiful homes. You see, I'm not picking out paint colors. Carol Joy's not picking out paint colors. The contractor and project manager is not doing all that. My interior designer is. Her name's Beth. She's been with us now ever since 2004. And so this is another important part of the process as to how you can have your business automated. Another interview I'm going to do is with Tom. Tom is my general contractor. How do we work together? Well, we work together differently than the way I work with my project manager. How did I find my general contractor? How do we work together? How's he getting rehabs done during this environment? So again, that's going to be a very crucial session if you are remotely interested in the rehab business. In addition to that, I'm going to be doing live interviews here virtually with my students. How are they finding deals in today's environment? How are my students buying and selling virtually in this environment? How are my students raising millions in private money right now, the same way that I'm raising private money? We all have our own little different nuances, but these sessions with these students as to how they are doing this business right now is going to be amazing. I'm also going to have interviews with some of my private lenders. Now, Carol Joy and I have got 48 private lenders that are funding our business and our deals right now. You don't need 48. You just need 2 or 3 to start with. But I'm going to be interviewing these private lenders. You're going to learn how I find private lenders by me interviewing these private lenders. You're going to learn how I work with my private lenders, how you position yourself to where really there's not a negotiation process on the interest rates or et cetera. You're actually going to learn at this event my private lending program that I offer to my private lenders, and there's no negotiation whatsoever. In this interview with my private lenders, you're also going to learn why it is that they want to work with me and why they want to fund my deals. You're also going to learn in this session, in the interviews that I have with private lenders, that why private lenders want to work with you and why they want to do it right now. I saw a number of comments in the comment section in the chat a little while ago. People were saying, I need private money. I need private money. Well, look, I'm going to fix that for you at this 3-day special coronavirus crisis 3-day virtual event that we put together. In addition to that, we're going to be talking, I'm going to be teaching you again, what more is working now, learn how to run your own virtual networking events. Now, why is that important? That's important that, in fact, I believe that this is going to be here to stay as another valuable way to network with people. A big part of the success of private money is growing your network. Growing your network. Now, I'm not talking hard money. I'm talking private money, getting funding from individuals. So I've got a special session put together as to how you can learn to use zoom.us, in a way to network with other people and raise private money right now. You're also going to learn in a session how to meet and engage new private lenders. Where are they? You're also going to learn about my existing private lender and private money data feed. So you've got people that have never loaned money, but then there are thousands and thousands and thousands of existing private lenders loaning money right now. How do you get access to them? It's going to be revealed in the 3-day special event. You're also going to learn how to get a lot of private money from self-directed IRAs. In fact, I've got a special session already put together. I'm going to teach you step by step how to locate private lenders that have retirement funds and how to work with them as to how they can loan you money from the self-directed IRA. In addition to that, I'm going to be teaching you how to find motivated sellers right now. And I'm going to tell you, folks, I switched over to finding the majority of my motivated sellers within 2 weeks after shutdown. I'm going to be teaching you at this 3-day event, June 10, 11, and 12, that you're going to want to enroll in just a few minutes. I'm going to be teaching you how I'm getting more motivated seller leads coming into my pipeline right now in this short period of time than I've ever had before since 2003. How am I doing it? I'm going to teach it to you at the 3-day, June 10, 11, and 12. I'm also going to teach you how to do a virtual tour of a property. Now, Jim Zaspel alluded to it a little bit when I was interviewing him a few minutes ago, but I'm going to do a deep dive on how to get an actual virtual tour put together of a property, and you'll be able to use that not only while we're in shutdown, but forever and ever on the other side of COVID-19. I'm also going to teach you, and you're going to learn how to create a virtual tour. Oops, I just repeated that slide. So I got a question for you. Ask yourself this question. Very important question. In fact, I asked you a question when we first started out this morning, when we were about 30 minutes into this. And that question was, why are you a real estate investor? Or why do you want to be a real estate investor? Well, this is a similar question. Are you interested in making an impact on others? Do you have a servant's heart? Are you interested in serving your community? And are you interested in making a big difference? If you are, put in the comment section right now the word yes. Answer this question with a yes. And I believe like attracts like. I don't know whoever in the world came up with opposites attract. My lands, like attract. I want to hang around people that are like me. And since I believe like attracts like, I know I have a servant's heart. I believe since you're here on this live stream with me today, you've got a servant's heart too. And because you've got a servant's heart, now is the biggest opportunity that we've ever had to serve a lot of people. In fact, if you have a servant's heart and you don't mind taking your filter off for everybody else to see, type in the comment bar right now, I want to serve. Type that in the comment bar right now. If you truly want to serve, make a difference, make an impact on others, then take your filter off and type in the comment bar right now, I want to serve. Well, how do you make that impact? By what I just said. How do you get there? By being a servant and having a servant's heart. The world needs you more than the world has ever needed you before. And the world needs me. The world needs us. As Lee Arnold just pointed out a few minutes ago, you know, we can bring so many, or maybe it was Paul in Austin. I think it was Paul in Austin. We can bring so many solutions and help so many people with just one property project. And now is the time for you to have, and you do have, more of an opportunity than ever before. So how do you level up your life? There's three ways to level up and really to start serving big time. Number one, get the education and the knowledge that you need. That's in the upcoming June 10, 11, and 12. The second way to level up your life is by taking action, by implementing the knowledge that I'm going to be teaching you on June 10, 11, and 12. And the third way to level up your life is to get coaching. So what I'm going to be offering with this June 10 and 11 3-day event, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, the 4 weeks following this 3-day event, I'm going to be having coaching calls, group coaching calls with everyone that's enrolled into this special one-of-a-kind, probably one-of-a-time events. So we'll have 4 weeks of coaching following the information to make sure that you are implementing, making sure you're getting your questions answered as you are implementing the information that you're going to learn on June 10, 11, and 12. So the Coronavirus Real Estate Crisis Boot Camp, what is it? It's 3 days, all day, you got me, 3 days of virtual training. As I just said, you got live, I'll be doing live interviews with my entire team, live interviews with my private lenders, live interviews with my students, how to raise private money virtually right now, how I'm finding more motivated sellers right now since the shutdown. And I mentioned a few minutes ago, we're going to go on a virtual bus tour along with me and my team. So what we're going to do there, as a matter of fact, I want us to show this bus tour. So Scott, I need you to, or just a quick little video. Scott, I need you to come to the forefront. I'm going to hit escape, and I want to be able to watch this video as you are showing it. So I've hit escape. How do I get to see the bus tour that you're going to bring up, Scott? I know everybody else is going to be able to see it.
Well, I'm going to share it, and if you can see me.
Oh, I can see you. I just minimized my PowerPoint. I can see you.
All right.
Hey, I love it. Hey, Scott, I can now, on my lens, I want you to look at all the people that have taken their filter off and typed in the bar, I want to serve and make a difference. I knew that like attracts like, and that's fantastic. Thank you all for taking your filter off. Okay, let's show this short little video of this bus tour. So, folks, this is a short little video of a recent bus tour that we did. Let's see here. That's over there at the Doubletree. And here we are heading out to one of the houses on this particular, Scott's got the sound turned off. And so there I am teaching on, so I actually teach how I find these houses. I teach, that's my project manager right there, Chris, that you're going to meet on this virtual tour. That's Carol Joy, my wife, right there. Here's a sample of a $400,000 fix and flip. This particular live event, I think we had 3 buses. And so in between each house, I'm teaching, and I will be doing this virtually. I'm teaching how I found the houses, what the rehab budget was, how long it took to do it. You're going to learn exactly what the profit was on each of these houses that we're going to be touring virtually. And again, during this tour, you'll be meeting some of my team members and how we work together. There right there is Chris Burnett, my project manager that you're going to meet on this tour. You'll be able to see on this tour before and after. You'll be able to see some houses that we've done that we hadn't even started to do the rehab work on yet. And you'll be able to see other houses as well after we have finished the rehab. So again, on this bus tour, this is going to be very educational for you to learn again how to find deals, how I'm finding deals even now. If you're remotely interested in making $67,000 average profits, then this is going to be a dive into the rehabbing end of the business as well. So Scott, if that's the end of that video, that's perfect. That was perfect timing. So I'm going to bring my PowerPoint right back up here and pick up right where we left off. Now, so we got the virtual bus tour, learning the tools I'm using today. And then here's going to be another special session. In fact, I'm probably going to have more than one session of this. And that is, I'm going to be doing live virtual deal structuring. So what I will ask you to do is to, once you enroll, you'll get an email from me asking you to submit your property lead sheets of sellers. And I'll teach you ahead of time how for you to get those property lead sheets and possible sellers sent in to us. And then we will review your deals, your leads, and I'll teach you right here virtually at this event how the deal should be structured so that you'll learn exactly from me the counter method on how to structure a deal, how to make the offer, and most importantly, how to get your offer accepted. I do business different than other folks. I have special ways and methods of when I put my offer together, how it increases greatly the chance and percentage of the seller accepting my offer. I'm going to teach you exactly how I do that, how to get more of your offers accepted. In addition to that, as I mentioned, how to position yourself for success now. What's that mean? That means come get the private money lined up now. All right. Know how to find the motivated sellers because the opportunity is now. Now, I mentioned just a second ago, after these 3 days on June 10, 11, and 12, I'm going to have 4 weeks of coaching with you to make sure you're implementing and you're having all of your questions answered. The first week, we're going to put together with you your fast action game plan and get your mindset right. Now, you only heard Chaffee for 15 minutes this morning talking about mindset. We're going to be working directly with you on making sure you've got the right mindset to be implementing the information that you're going to learn. Also, we're going to be making sure that you're getting the private money lined up, ready to go. Okay. So without that, you're going to miss out on the majority of the deals. You see, I have learned over the years that only 13% of FSBOs, for sale by owners, will actually sell to us creatively, which means on terms. That means 87% of those off-market deals require all the money up front. So during these 4 weeks of coaching, the second week, we'll make sure you're getting the money lined up. The third week of coaching, we're going to make sure you've got lead flow coming in from sellers. As I teach my students, if you don't have consistent lead flow coming in, you are out of business. You heard Jim Zaspel say it just a few moments ago, and that is the real estate investor that makes the most offers does the most deals. So do you have a consistent lead flow coming into your pipeline? On that third week of coaching, we're going to make sure you do. And then on the fourth week, we want to make sure that you've got a long-term game plan in place. So we don't want to leave you and say, okay, good luck, off you go. So we want to make sure that your long-term game plan is in place so you can keep the momentum going that we've created for you during the first 3 weeks of that coaching. So here's another question. What is it that makes this event, this June 10, 11, and 12 event, different than any other event that I've done and different from any other event any other trainer or real estate investing coach has presented? First of all, the secret to accessing a lot of private money lenders. So again, I'm not talking here about a hard money lender or a hard money broker. I'm talking about going directly and getting the funding from individuals. Also, how to grow your network. As I mentioned, you may think you've got a small network of people. I say go where the money is. So again, that's why I've got that special session on networking and how to do it virtually. How to find these motivated sellers and get your consistent lead flow coming in ahead of the other real estate investors. You see, the method that I am using right now during shutdown, and I'm going to continue to use it because it's working the best of any method I've ever used on finding motivated sellers. You see, this method that I'm using, no other real estate investors in my area even know about it. I'm not talking about my foreclosure system. I'm talking about another brand new way to find motivated sellers. I've been using it for the past 8 weeks. I've got more motivated sellers coming into that funnel than any other method I've used. We'll be pulling that back for you June 10, 11, and 12. So what makes this event different? The bus video tour. So what makes that different? Well, you may have been at some trainings where you went on a bus tour, but you probably went and looked at houses that are in the multiple listing service. We're not doing that on this bus tour. We're actually on this virtual bus tour. We're going to be going and looking at mine and Carol Joy's houses, the actual deals that we're doing, you learning how we found the deals. So yes, I'll be teaching about estimating repairs. You're actually going to get an entire budget sheet during this event. When we go on the virtual bus tour, you're going to get an entire sheet that lines out the budget line item by line item as to how much the rehab costs. It's going to be a phenomenal session. I'm also going to teach at this event on the third day on June 12, my automation techniques. How is it that I automate this business and I'm able to be working in it less than 10 hours a week? Truth be told, it's probably closer to 5 hours per week. I'm also going to have a special session. I'm going to teach you how I can sell any house in 3 days or less. That's right, 3 days or less. The reason I want to teach you this session is because in this session, we will eradicate and get rid of any fear that you have of being stuck with a house that you can't sell. You may have thought to yourself in the past, you know, I'm a little fearful on real estate investing. This would only be for newbies that's never done a deal yet. And I'm scared to pull the trigger. Maybe one reason you're scared of pulling the trigger or making an offer is because you're afraid of being stuck with that house and having carrying a cost that you can't afford. This session is going to take care of that for you. I'm going to show you exactly step by step how you can sell any house in 3 days or less. In addition to that, virtual. How do you do real estate from your home? You heard Jim, you heard Lee talk about it a little while ago. This time that we're in has forced us to find better and more efficient ways. So I'm going to teach you at this event how to do real estate from your home, even in your pajamas, if you want to be in your pajamas. And again, you get the 4 weeks of coaching after the event. So this is the Corona Crisis, Real Estate Crisis Boot Camp, June 10, 11, and 12. And Chaffee, if you would, come on up here with me. I probably can't see you, but because I got my PowerPoint pulled up, but I'm sure I'll be able to hear you. So come on up here, Chaffee.
I'm here, Jay.
All right. Excellent, excellent. So can you see me and can you hear me?
I can see you, I can hear you, and I can see the slide. We're good.
Okay, excellent, excellent. So this boot camp is valued at $3,997. And of course, that is not your investment here today to attend. We put a fantastic package together for you all to where anybody can afford this very, very easily. In fact, in just a moment, I'm going to show you how you can get this package for a measly $59 a month. You heard me right. For only $59 a month, you'll be able to get this entire package. And the bonuses that I'm going to share with you right now are phenomenal. So before I share the bonuses and et cetera, Chaffee, any comments on what we've gone over so far before we plow forward?
Well, again, the time is now. And if you ever thought about getting in real estate, if you ever considered doing real estate, or you're just stuck, you're in real estate, you're just stuck, you don't know what to do, you got to make it to this event. You can do it from your own home, anywhere in the United States. You can watch this. And Jay is going to not just show you or teach you, as Jim said, or as I think it was Paul that said that, stuff that you did 10 years ago, right? You're going to talk to your team members, your students, and people that are actually doing it today, right now, so that the attendees can duplicate and copy exactly what you're doing to succeed right now. So don't sit around, don't wait, don't, all this stuff from the government that's coming through. Just there's opportunity right now to help a ton of people and to position yourself for success. So you got to make it to this event, and definitely if whatever is in your calendar, schedule whatever, clear it out and do what you can to make it here, because the information you're going to learn is top notch and it's second to none. And as Jay said, you're not going to learn this anywhere else.
And another beautiful thing, I mean, one of the blessings in disguise, with this coronavirus episode is at this event, you don't have to get on an airplane. You don't have to get on a car. You don't have to spend money on a hotel, etc. You can do it right there from the comfort of your own home. Well, Chaffee, I need to tell everybody I messed up last Friday. So I know we got a ton of people here on today's event that were attending last week as well, and I messed up. So you get benefit. So here's the deal. People who take action fast are rewarded the most. Well, last week was the best offer for bonuses, everything that we offered in the package, all the discount, because it was for the action takers. But guess what? I forgot to tell everybody that. Okay? So I messed up. So everybody that is here, I'm going to offer to you all one more time some big discounts here. So the first discount for everybody, this was supposed to be for last week, so now you all benefit because I messed up. So with this being virtual, we're going to take right off the top for everybody an additional $500 off. So that's going to bring it down to $34.97. Again, I've got a way in just a second. I'm going to show you how you can have attend this entire event for only $59 a month. So first of all, there's the virtual event discount. All right. So everybody go ahead right now. I don't want you to go there yet, but I'll be having this at the bottom of each screen. The URL where you can enroll is www.jconnor, of course with an ER, jconnor.com/virtual. Now, as Chaffee and I go through this, if you've got any question or something you don't understand in the offer or whatever, this is my office number. Don't call my office to enroll. You want to enroll at the website, jconnor.com/virtual. But we welcome you to call here at my office. My staff are standing by to answer your call and answer your questions at 252-808-2927. So in addition to the discount of $34.97, I've got some bonuses for you. So you know about the $500. One bonus I'm going to give you, valued at $2,995, is I'm going to give you 2 free tickets to attend in person with me. And the networking is phenomenal because the movers and shakers come to this event. It's called Jay Connor's Real Estate Cash Flow Conference. It's going to be in person. This is not going to be virtual. And this is going to be on October 7th, 8th, and 9th this fall. We've already got the hotel nailed down and et cetera. And actually at that event that I'm bonusing you with, you will get to network with private lenders at that event. So that's a huge value. I'm just bonusing that in completely free as a bonus with this package. As I just mentioned, you can bring a guest for free. So that's 2 tickets to come to the Real Estate Cash Flow Conference, October 7th, 8th, and 9th. Any comment on that bonus right there, Chaffee?
Yeah, Jay, I do want to say that, this virtual event that we're doing is incredible because it's all new content. It's all new processes and systems and new information that people can use right now. And really the reason why, you have this in person and that you're giving that away is because when you get there and you're surrounded by like-minded individuals and you get to meet the team, you get to meet everybody in person, you get to meet Jay and Carol Joy and Brenda and Ashley and all your other team members, that experience will really drive home how to build your own team, how to really set up your own team. And they really get to see how you run your business in person versus just virtually. So you definitely want to attend both. You want to be here virtually to get the information you need right now. And then once, everything is opened up a little bit, you want to make sure you get out there in October and really see how Jay runs his business. So that's key. And that's very important. You definitely want to make it there.
And Chaffee, I've got more bonuses to include in this package. And so here's another bonus. So here is a digital training that I have for you. By the way, these bonuses, I'm not going to hold them back, folks. We're going to send them to you the first of this coming week. All right. So you don't have to wait until June 10, 11, and 12. You can go ahead and start getting this valuable training right now. So I've got a digital training called How I Raised $100,000 in 60 Minutes. And what this training is this is an actual recording that you get to eavesdrop in on as to me talking with a new potential private lender. And by the end of that conversation, this new private lender pledged me and my student, it was actually a private lender for my student, $100,000. What's important about this digital training is you get the bullet points as to how the conversation should go and what you should be saying to a potential private lender. The reason this is also important is I raised this money virtually, right? I raised this money over the telephone, and you can be doing the same thing. So again, we will send this bonus out to you the first of this coming week, and you can go and start learning that right now. In addition to that, I got another digital bonus for you. And this is a digital training that I call How I Raised $969,000 at a Private Lender Luncheon. So what this digital training is you'll actually see me presenting a private lender luncheon. Now, you may not be able to do a private lender luncheon right now, but the time is coming soon to when you will be able to. I have raised millions of dollars. In fact, Jim Zaspel, that you all met a little while ago, he took my same PowerPoint. You see, you're going to get the PowerPoint presentation in this digital training. And Jim took my PowerPoint that's in this digital training, and he raised almost $2 million just by using this PowerPoint and presenting a private lender luncheon. During this digital training, you're going to learn exactly how to do it step by step. Very valuable. You're definitely going to want this strategy in your toolbox. And Chaffee, I mentioned our new co-authored book at the very beginning of our sessions this morning, and it's just released, Private Money and You. So we've got a digital version of that. And so, Chaffee, why don't you take a moment and tell them about this bonus and what this book is about?
Well, Jay, I actually I'm holding up a copy of it right here.
Okay.
And the students can see that this is not just a flimsy little tiny little book, right? There's actually almost 300 pages of content in here that really not only dives into your system, some of the steps in your system. It has about 100 or so pages of mindset training on really how to help your students implement your system, right? So, again, it's one thing to know how to do something. It's another to actually go out and do it. And so we address some of the strategies and techniques that your 5-step process for raising private money in here, and go through the mindset piece of how to then go out and implement those 5 steps. So very powerful book, and definitely a good read for everybody in there.
So I've been mentioning the coaching. But before I get to the coaching one more time, we've also got unlimited email support. So you're just not going to get 4 weeks of coaching after June 10 and 11. You're going to have unlimited email support. You can email in. You will get your questions answered within 24 business hours. So that's another way to support you. We don't want you to be left alone. I told you at the very beginning, I had a slide at the beginning that says you are not alone. So we're going to provide as many opportunities as we can for you to get all the support that you need. As an example, you're going to have unlimited phone support, and I call it my hotline. So during those 4 weeks, on Tuesday afternoons and Thursday afternoons, between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. Eastern time, you can pick up the phone, call right in here to my office, and speak with someone live on the phone to make sure if you've got some kind of hurdle that you're having to deal with or that you are dealing with, you got some questions and you really just want to talk with someone live over the phone, you'll be able to take advantage of this bonus for the 4 weeks that are right after June 10, 11, and 12. And there's the 4 weeks of group coaching that you just heard me talk about.
Hey, Jay, let me, before you move on, let me, if you don't mind, can I address that last slide you got real quick?
Sure.
Which is, I want to stress that and I know you too, and all of us, trainers have spent thousands and thousands of dollars over the years on training and education. And I can say I've spent a lot more than, the investment in this program for just coaching specifically. And a lot of times it's 30 minutes a week that I get a phone call with somebody I got to call up, and then they go through a checklist that they do. And then throughout the rest of the week, they might give me some email support, which then it would take 2 or 3 days to get back to me, right? Or you spend $3,000 to $5,000 on a 3-day event, and then you go home and you have questions and you have nobody to ask, you have no support, you don't have anything. And so during this time when we were talking about putting this together, we definitely wanted not just to show people how to take action and implement what you're teaching now. We also wanted to support them to make sure that they're actually doing it and they're actually implementing it. And so that's why this support slide that you have is so important, because they're going to attend the 3 days and then they're going to have support for 4 weeks or for a full month after that 3-day event, where they can ask questions to a live person, they can call in the office, they can email. And so we're not just leaving them hanging with the 3 days of information. We're going to support them, continue. And it's just not like I was saying earlier, a 30-minute call once a week. Good luck, right? I mean, you have the hotline call, you have the coaching call, you have unlimited email support. So lots and lots of ways to support you to make sure you're taking action and implementing what Jay's teaching right now. So I just want to stress that addition there is a huge bonus and benefit for attending the 3-day event.
I appreciate you bringing that out, Chaffee, for sure. So here is a recap of this entire package. And like they say, but wait, there's more. I'm not finished. So this is a recap, folks, of everything in this package that we just went over. So we've got the price at this slide down to $34.97. So we're going to make it even better and easier for you. I'm going to make it easy for you. We can finance that for you in-house. You can invest only $11.65 today, and then 2 more payments spread 30 days apart of the $11.65. So again, all we're doing is taking that $34.97 and put the $11.65, 1/3 of it down today, and then 2 more payments of $11.65. Now, the way you're able to take advantage of that is when you go to www.jconner.com/virtual, you will see payment options. You'll see this option of in-house financing, and then you will also see another option. And so I mentioned I got a way for you all to get this entire package with all the bonuses and get the bonuses delivered to you right away for only $59 a month. So Chaffee, I'm ready to reveal it. So, oh, wait a minute. I got my slides out of order. Sorry, folks. I'm not revealing that. Give me another second. So before I reveal the $59 a month, you can pay in full and get another $500 discount off. So instead of doing the payment plan there, you can pay in full, and that'll be one of the payment options. Just put your credit card in on the URL at jconner.com/virtual. So that takes an entire $1,000 off at only $29.97. Now, Chaffee, I'm ready to reveal how they can get this full package for only $59 a month. And here it is. So I know the majority of you have got PayPal. You've got a PayPal account. You've got your login information, all that kind of stuff. So guess what? With your PayPal account, PayPal, which is a separate company from PayPal Credit, there's this company called PayPal Credit. Well, guess what? PayPal Credit has now got 6 months, same as cash, and it's interest-free credit. So 6 months, same as cash. Now, here's the cool thing about PayPal Credit. And let me tell you how you get it to it. So you go to jconner.com/virtual, that same URL, and you'll see one of the payment options is pay in full. So the pay in full is the $29.97. So you click on the pay in full, $29.97, and when you get there, you will be able to scroll down and you will see the PayPal Credit banner. It's blue, all right, like solid blue. And you'll see it's already got $29.97 in there. Well, guess what? The monthly payment using PayPal Credit is only $59.95 a month to get this complete package with all the bonuses. Now, of course, if you've got your own credit card, well, guess what, folks? It's the same thing. If you put your credit card in and the investment of $29.97, most credit cards, your minimum payment on that is going to be right around $60 per month. Well, my lands, by the time you get to my training on June 10, 11, and 12, right away, you're going to be able to get your own deals, get your first deal, and then you simply just pay it off. So whether you're using PayPal Credit or you're using your credit card, you're going to be able to pay that off very, very quickly right after the June 10 and 11 and 12 event. So anything else on that, Chaffee, before we get ready to wrap up this whole package?
Well, again, what I like about this whole PayPal Credit thing, Jay, just so everyone knows, is not only is it 6 months same as cash, you're also giving them the full price discount. So, they're not paying the $34.97. They're getting the $29.97 price, and they're getting to finance everything at 0%. So it's a win-win all the way around.
I'm glad you brought that out. That's correct, folks. So with your PayPal account and clicking on this button, again, as Chaffee said, and I didn't bring it out, pay nothing today, right? So as Chaffee just said, you are able to take advantage of the $29.97 paying full price using your PayPal. So this is the one-time offer today only. And so this offer with this package, and I'm getting ready to tell you all about the foreclosure letters, okay? This offer expires at midnight tonight. Friday night tonight is when this package expires.
So this is, by the way, Jay, this is by the way, the fast action taker bonus that we forgot to mention last week. We're mentioning it this week. So if this is as you go through here, take action with this right now, because this is the fast action bonus right here.
So, for example, when I say this expires at midnight tonight, so the people that are watching this replay and are not on here like you all are, engaging in the comment section, et cetera, and asking your questions, will not get this package with all the bonuses. And what I'm about ready to offer you right now, and what's in this package, I am not offering this again. And yes, I'm doing full day training next Friday, as most of y'all know about, but I am not offering this package after midnight tonight. So, as I just said, you will not get this package with all these bonuses next week on next Friday's training. And you're not going to be getting a quote unquote better deal next week. All right. And in addition to that, you must enroll and sign up by midnight tonight to get this one-time special offer. So I'm pulling the curtain back now, Chaffee. So I've got two bonuses here that are only being offered in this package today, not going to be offered next week. So this first bonus here, or not this first bonus, this is like the 15th bonus, I think. So this bonus is digital training. It's this is foreclosure digital training. So in this training, I go over fundamentals of real estate investing, how to evaluate contractors, understanding how to evaluate a deal, how to be knowledgeable about evaluating the ROI, the return on investment of a real estate investment deal, knowing how to choose and locate the real estate investor-friendly realtor. Now, I'll really be going into that deep, as I mentioned, at the 3-day live. But you see, what's really good about the live virtual June 10, 11, and 12 is y'all are going to be able to ask questions and engage all 3 days. Back to this digital training, understanding the importance of building a team. And in addition to that, in this digital training, knowing the ways and best ways to finance your real estate projects. So again, this is digital training that's only going to be offered. Again, this entire package is only good until midnight tonight. Then here is the foreclosure direct mail letters. So I mentioned to you all this morning, I was going to be telling you all during this session how you can get my letters. Well, right now, today is the only time that you can get them. So these are my coveted 8-step direct mail letters that I told you all about this morning. That's the second step to my foreclosure process and foreclosure system. They're battle tested and proven. You get a lifetime royalty, free licensing, and as you heard me mention this morning, it's a 57% response rate. So when you enroll right now here today, right now, for this 3-day conference, I am going to give you for free, as a free added bonus with this package, the direct mail letters that I know many of you all want. Chaffee?
I would say everybody that's listening needs to really take advantage of that, because Jay, I know that I had to talk you into giving this as a bonus.
Yeah, it took like Monday through Thursday to talk me into this.
So I had to work it. Part of it made sense just because we're talking about foreclosures, and so we went back and forth. Only, that's part of Jay's system, and it has huge amount of value that is part of Jay's training. And so, when it boiled down to it, coming from a servant's heart, providing value, Jay said, all right, let's do it. And so take advantage of that. That's why this bonus expires at midnight tonight. You won't get that after midnight tonight, Eastern Standard Time. So take advantage of that. If you want those letters, if you want to use them for your foreclosure business, now's the time to get that. So definitely go to that jayconner.com/virtual. And get in there. And for $59.95 with PayPal, it's a no-brainer.
So again, as Chaffee just mentioned, and as I said, This offer with this package, with everything included, with the direct mail letters for foreclosure letters, I'm giving that all as an additional free bonus with this package, and it does end tonight. So right after we finish this presentation and we go on a short little lunch break, you'll want to get right on over to www.jconner.com/virtual. And also, Chaffee, don't we have a way for people if they want to get some clarification or whatever, or do you want to talk about that during the lunch break?
I usually talk about that during the lunch break.
That'll be fine. So also, folks, the Salvation Army Food Bank. So I'm going to be donating a portion of every one of these packages that you enroll in will be donated to the Salvation Army Food Pantry for those in need during this coronavirus crisis. You all heard Lee Arnold say it, and that is, this is all about giving back, right? Mm-hmm. And so, as Lee said, you need to get ready to make a lot of profit, make a lot of money, get as much as you need, and then what do? You give the rest away, right? So this is from the standpoint of having a servant's heart. This is very, very important to Carol Joy, myself, and you too, Chaffee, right?
Absolutely. You know, I'm a refugee, and I was sponsored here by a family in a church. We lived in their basement for 6 months, and all the families of the church donated food, clothing, helped my parents find a place to live, helped teach them English. I mean, so, you know, I'm a product of the generosity of people. I'm a product of people giving from their hearts and supporting people. And so that's so important to me. I've been raised that way. And so, you know, I love this, that you're donating to the Salvation Army Food Bank. It's just a icing on the cake. It really is. So thank you for that, Jay.
You betcha. So folks, you've got me live for all 3 days. Yes, virtually, but it's going to be me there all 3 days, 3 days straight, taking your questions, revealing what works, talking to real people that are doing real deals right now in this environment, and showing you exactly how my team is dealing and profiting during the coronavirus. So folks, this is your time. This is your chance to make a greater difference than ever before. If your heart races thinking about financial freedom for you and your family and the freedom to spend your days the way you want to, then this is your time, and your heart knows it. Follow it no matter what. As I said, sign up right now, jconner.com/virtual. If you've got any questions or you need clarification, you can call right here into my office. Be glad to answer your questions at 252-808-2927. But again, everything that I'm offering in this package does expire tonight at midnight Eastern time. So here is...
I just to clarify, and I believe this is true, is that the package itself doesn't expire at midnight, right? They can still purchase the package after midnight. It's just those bonuses that you're giving are going to expire at midnight. So
that's correct.
If you want the best deal and you want Jay's letters and you want that digital course, you got to get it before midnight. Otherwise, like, you're going to miss out on those bonuses. So if you're on the fence and you're like, you know, I'm definitely, you know, thinking about getting this or whatever, just get it now, especially with PayPal $59.95, because you'll get those bonuses. And if you wait, then you're going to miss out. So definitely, this is that fast action bonus, taker bonus that Jay forgot to mention last week. We're definitely mentioned this week because he's not going to be offering those 8 letters next week. So you definitely want to get them this week.
You got it. So, Chaffee, we are now ready to take a quick 15-minute lunch break to where people can go grab a sandwich and come back to their desk or wherever they are. And what are you going to do after the next 15 minutes?
So it's actually a 30-minute lunch break. Only 15 minutes will be of you go getting your stuff and coming back. And then I'm going to have a 15-minute breakout session with me and one of my coaches. You know her, Jay, Kelly Carter.
Oh, yeah.
She's actually in the back office waiting right now. And we're just going to do a little bit of mindset, a little bit of introduction, and talk about, like I said, some mindset strategies to help move forward with this real estate business. So
awesome. All right. So I'm going to ask Scott to come on up and give us the 15-minute countdown clock. And folks, be right back here with your sandwich or whatever. Be right back in front of your video camera and your laptop, your computer, 15 minutes from right now. Get right on over to www.jconner.com/virtual, or you can call in here to the office with any questions at 252-808-2927. We'll see you all right back here in 15 minutes.
Hold up.
Well, we're back. Am I the only one here, Scott? Oh, I got Kelly with her pink hair. Well, welcome back, everybody. We got about 15 minutes or so, give or take a few minutes. And wonderful. Glad to have everybody back. And I have with me Kelly, whom I've known for, oh my gosh, what, 12 years, Kelly? At least, somewhere around there? Oh, I can't hear you. I don't know if you're on mute or not.
I'm sorry. I thought I had unmuted. Apologies. Apologies. Yes, about 12 years.
So I love working with Kelly. We've worked together closely now for, I don't know, 3 or 4 years, if not more than that. And then, like I said, we've known each other for over a decade now. And I can't say enough about Kelly. And I want you to tell everybody a little bit about yourself, though. And I hear a bunch of squeaking in the background. Is that me or is that?
It is probably me. I think I told you my audio crashed. I'm going to take the volume down. You're probably hearing something from my computer. So if I take the volume down, maybe you won't hear it.
Perfect. Well, take a few minutes, Kelly, if you can. Tell everybody, like I said, we got about 15 minutes here. Tell everybody about yourself and your background and, you know, some things so that they can get to know you.
Gotcha. Well, I am from South Florida, born and raised. I know we're a rarity. Let's see. I came from the corporate world. I did the whole thing where I went to school, got good grades, got a job. At one point, had 4 jobs. Ended up in sales. Never was fulfilled by what I did, and started real estate investing. I want to say got into real estate probably about 20 years ago now. So did some buy and hold, some wholesaling, some rehab, did a lot of short sales, dabbled in commercial from the standpoint that we were starting to learn about it. And then we kind of just farm it out and get our finder's fee. Really enjoyed real estate. One of the things that I really enjoy about real estate is that there's so many ways to structure a deal. And my mind goes to like strategy and systems, and there's just so many ways to structure a deal. It's exciting that you can set things up in different manners so that it's a win-win for everybody. So that's what I enjoyed about it. Throughout the process, though, I was also doing events like this in person where I would sit in rooms and learn. And eventually I stepped up to where I was actually coaching people. And I realized that's my passion. Like, I like being with people. I like seeing the lights go off about like what it is that you're up to, what excites you, what's your passion, what can we do to help you get there, and start seeing you see the possibilities for your own life, your own dreams, your own goals, your visions, your plans, etc. So I really focused for the last few years on coaching. I am a Catalyst coach. I am in the process of getting my certifications from the International Coaching Federation. I work with kids. I work with women and couples. I work with the adults. I work with corporations. And I really focus on emotional intelligence and mindset. And where are you now? Where do you want to go? And how do we get you to get there? So that's pretty much me in a nutshell.
That's some big terms there. I love your email, by the way, which is with gratitude, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, and to me, being grateful and gratitude and having gratitude for the things that are important for you and the things that you have is so important. Can you dive a little bit into that and why gratitude is so important and why it's part of, you know, your message or email? And one more thing, why people need it to be successful in this business.
One of the things that gets in the way of our success is we let that critical critter into our brain that like tells us like we can't have it. It's too hard. We're too old. We're too young. We're gonna have to sacrifice everything. Like all of these thoughts come into our mind and keep us from really just pushing through. Like I'm sure most of you have heard that saying, if you knew you couldn't fail, what would you do? And we don't think like that. We're constantly almost like in a survival state. So gratitude allows you to take that moment of step back, take a deep breath, and look at what's going right in the world. Find out what's going right in this space, in this moment. What can you be grateful for? Because you cannot be grateful and worried at the same time. It's not possible to have them both at the same time. So if it becomes a process of like almost creating a new habit, like you look around and you know, I've got a roof over my head, my belly's full, I can breathe, I can see everything, I'm here with all of you. Like you just start coming up with things left and right, and you're training yourself to look for the good. And it really does help shift your mindset into one of abundance and prosperity and possibility and success, as opposed to fear and doubt and just things that are limiting factors.
Yeah, and oh, hello.
I'm going to mute it again. Go ahead.
That's all right. And as you said, you know, having gratitude, being grateful, you can't do that and be afraid at the same time. And that's so important in today's environment, right? And the mindset of having that, you know, if somebody is right now afraid of what's going on, if they're afraid to do business, if they're afraid to move forward, or they're afraid, you know, or having some fears about, you know, what they're hearing out there, what are some recommendations that you have to help them overcome that fear and move forward in spite of all the negative news that's out there?
Number one, what I just said, like focus on what's right. Like what can you turn around and see that's going right? Something's good. There is absolutely positively something good. Like even when I've got like a challenging person in my life, there's something good about them. If I can't get to the point of like, what are they teaching me? What could this be teaching me? What could this interaction be teaching me? I can say their exhalation, their breathing out feeds the plants, right? The plants need carbon dioxide. So I can come up with something good, like look for something good that's happening. As far as the fear and everything that's happening right now with this pandemic and everything that's going on, is there stuff to be concerned about? Yes. Is there responsibility? Yes. We have to be responsible. To be afraid of everything is only going to keep you wanting to hole up in a cave and not move forward. So you have to look for things that are going to make you want to move forward. And all of you here that are on this call right now, or at this webinar today, you're doing that. You're seeking out a tribe. You're seeking out a team. You're seeking out people who have a different perspective. So somewhere in your innate, beautiful intelligence, you already know that there's other possibilities. Even if you don't know what they are, you're searching for them. Like you don't know what you don't know. And the only way you can know what you don't know is to be in the question of it. So seek out a team, seek out support, seek out a tribe, find people that that are going to be of like a like mindset, that are looking for more, they're looking for possibilities, that are opening up new windows and new opportunities for you. And don't listen to all the news. Listen to enough to know what's going on, but don't like get sucked into that. It's fear mongering, and it's not doing any of us any good.
Absolutely. And again, you know, I just love working with you because of your positive attitude and the ideas and thoughts. And I know your brain is like, every time we talk, you're asking me 1,000 questions because your brain is just, you know, churning of solutions, right? And so a lot of people that are afraid, they don't think of solutions. They think of, you know, going back into their comfort zone. And, you know, when you start focusing on things, as I said this morning, that you're not able to control, you know, then you start spiraling out of control and you don't get anything done. So I love that you're a part of this team. Thank you for being a part of that. I love, you know, again, Jay's been able to surround himself with like-minded individuals, all focused on service. And I know you're a big part of that as well. So thank you for that. And if anybody has any questions that they want to ask myself or Kelly, you know, type them in the comments over, I think it's that way. You know, it's hard to tell, right? So type it in the comments and we'll answer those questions for you. If you have a question about the 3-day virtual event and or you know you need some more clarification on that, we actually do have a link that you can go to, and Scott's going to put that across the bottom for us. It is just jconner.com/consult. So jconner.com/consult. And if you enter in your email and phone number, either Kelly or I will give you a call back today. and we'll see what we can do. Spend 10, 15 minutes with you, answer any of your questions, and make sure that you are fully informed so that you can go ahead and sign up and get those bonuses that Jay's offering today. So jayconner.com/consults. Again, you can ask any questions in the comments that you want, or go to jayconner.com/consults, and we will actually call you back today and answer your questions, or see how we can help you move forward with that. Kelly, we have a few minutes left. Gail is asking, what is Catalyst? Catalyst training. I think you were talking about that, right?
Yeah, so I'm a Catalyst coach. So I catalyze your dreams, your goals, your visions, whatever it is that you're up to, catalyze it. Be an incendiary, somebody who helps you light that match and gets it going, gets it just grooving and moving in the direction that you want it to go, whatever it's going to take. And it's interesting, Chaffee, you were talking about like that I'm always bringing solutions. Like, I don't look at myself as a problem solver. I look at myself as a solution bringer. So, and I learned that a long time ago, even in the corporate world, that my bosses didn't want to hear about like the problems. They wanted to have solutions. So you didn't go to a boss with my good bosses, that is, you didn't go to a boss with the problem. You went to the boss with a solution to a challenge. So bring solutions, catalyze those dreams.
You're right, because in the corporate world, I was in the corporate world for 11 years as an engineer. And it was always, here's the problem. Here's the problem. This is what's going on. And this is what's happening. And it was like, okay, what are you going to do about it? It's like, okay, I get it. What are you going to do? How are you going to fix it? Right. And I know that you too always are smacking me around, because, us coaches need coaches as well. And that's why we surround ourselves with like-minded individuals and other coaches. And we hire coaches as well. Jay still has a coach. I still have a coach. I know you still have coaches as well. And I know that, every time I talk to you, if you catch me saying something negative, like don't do this or don't do that, you're always like, no, what's the positive of that, right? What's the opposite of that? So instead of not doing something, what is the thing that you should be doing instead? So
yeah, like don't forget. Anytime you say don't forget, I always snap you into remember.
I know you smack me around with that a lot.
You're not the only one.
Because again, that reminds me, right? That keeps me accountable, and that helps other people keep accountable too, so that we're focusing on the positive, we're focusing on the solutions and not the negatives and the bad things in our life. So that's critical. We do have, I think, like a minute left, and I want to real quick, I know this normally takes like an hour session to go through, only you got a minute. Talk about this concept called surrender, if you will. I know I'm throwing this out to you, where because I know this is so important in this time of this pandemic and everything that's going on, is that sometimes you just have to surrender to certain things. Only that doesn't mean give up, right? So what does that mean to you? Can you dive into that for 30 seconds real quick?
Yeah, so surrender and vulnerability, we look at like in the real world as like those are bad things. They're actually very, very powerful. Surrender to your commitments. Surrender to what is. Rocks are hard, water's wet. You're not going to change that. There is a global pandemic. How you perceive it, that's something else. That's another conversation entirely. So if you want to perceive it as though this is an opportunity for you, that there's an opportunity for growth, for expanding your real estate business, for creating an entirely new life for yourself, surrender to that as your new commitment. Surrender to that and have that happen. Does that make sense?
Awesome. That makes sense to me. If it makes sense to you, go ahead and comment in the box one of these ways.
This way. Point the direction that you think it's not.
And just again, I want to focus, I want to reiterate is that there's a lot going on in the world and around you in your community, sometimes even in your own family, that it's outside of your sphere of influence. It's outside of what you can control, right? And so when you focus on those things, which are going to happen regardless of what you do, as Kelly said, a rock is hard, a water's wet. There's no way you can change that regardless of what you do, right? Then you're wasting your energy and focusing on the wrong things. And so when you surrender to the fact that it is what that is, what are the things that I can control? What are the things that are within my power to make a difference of? That's when your true power comes out. That's when you start making results happen, that's when you start moving forward versus surrendering or cowering, shall I say, to the fear of what's happening. So focus on your power and the things that you can control. So with that, Scott, I think my time is up. I've been, hanging out with me and Kelly that we can talk for 8 hours ourselves, and we definitely have a schedule to keep. So is Jay back, or are we keeping going here?
I am back.
There he is.
Hello, Kelly. You don't look as pink as you did last Friday.
I'm in a different room and I'm not wearing pink, so maybe that had something to do with it. I don't know.
Well, Kelly, it's great to see you, and thank you for being available to speak directly with our attendees today. As Chaffee said, if anybody's got, if you're on the fence or you can't figure out, you want to be at the June 10, 11, and 12 thing, and for whatever reason, you've got any kind of challenge that you think you just can't figure it out, you need to go to jconner.com/consult, and either Chaffee or Kelly will call you back, and they will work with you and figure out a way that you can get there to attend. Or if you've got, some kind of, any other type of challenge that you feel like you're stuck or whatever, both Chaffee and Kelly are excellent at helping with that as well. So thank you for being on the standby there, Kelly, to talk with anyone that may, go there at jconner.com/consult.
My pleasure.
Thanks, Kelly.
All right. Thank you, Kelly. So, Chaffee, one question in the comment bar, from about an hour ago while I was presenting the coronavirus, the virtual boot camp, June 10 and 11 and 12. The question came in from Flying Mad Dog 117, and his question is that 3 days or less anywhere in the USA? So what he was asking, or what she was asking, was, so one thing I'm going to be teaching that I told everybody at the virtual event, June 10, 11, and 12, is how you can sell any house in 3 days or less. The reason I'm going to be teaching that is because one fear that some real estate investors have is I'm going to buy a house and I'm going to get stuck with it, and I'm not going to be able to move it, and I'm going to have carrying costs that I can't afford. And so this session that I'm going to teach, called How to Sell Any House in 3 Days or Less, yes, Flying Mad Dog 117, this strategy that I use that I'll be teaching during the event fixes that problem, and it works anywhere in the United States. So absolutely, I'm glad you asked that question.
And I just want to add too, Jay, that obviously you teach get the money first, right? And so when you're making that offer, you're getting a better offer than most people because you're paying with cash. And so, you're getting a great deal to begin with. And as they always say, when you buy right, you make your money when you buy. And so when you're buying right, which you teach how to buy right, then the back end is easy, right? So
exactly. So Chaffee, I think we're ready to bring on Andrew and Aaron, right?
Absolutely.
And there's Andrew.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great, Andrew. How are you doing?
I am fantastic. It is raining and stormy here, so if there's any breakup, I will apologize for that.
I hear you, man. So is your brother Aaron coming, or is he not coming?
He is. Thought he was logged in, but I don't see him.
Okay. Hey, Scott, have you got Aaron in the green room, or did we lose that?
No, he hasn't logged in yet.
Gotcha. Well, Andrew, shoot him a text.
All right. Just send him a text. Just did it.
Okay, excellent. So we'll go ahead and let you get started, and we'll bring Aaron in when he shows up. So, folks, let me tell you, Andrew and his brother Aaron are phenomenal, successful investors. Shoot, I lose track of time, Andrew, as to when we started working together. But, and you've probably lost track of this number, but how much private money approximately have you all raised?
That is a number. I'm coming on a Jay Connor's event. I should have known better than to not have that number.
Hey,
It's in the millions.
Give or take a million. How many millions?
I would say right at 7 million.
Right at 7 million. There's Aaron. Hey, Aaron, how you doing, man?
Hey guys,
Hey, Aaron.
fantastic.
Oh my lands! When did the beard and the mustache start?
Oh man, that's what, been a year ago or so, maybe a year and a half, something like that.
Oh really? I thought I had seen you since then.
My barbers and stuff not being open kind of made it worse though, but we got that back under control.
Exactly. So everybody, as I just said, Andrew and Aaron are wildly successful students of mine, and so they've raised millions and millions and millions in private money, and on average, about how many deals do you all do a year, single family houses? Because I know you do, commercial as well.
We've been averaging about 40 deals a year. We're on track for more than that this year, as we're already pushing 30 for this year so far. But yes, average about 40 deals a year.
That's awesome. So first of all, I'd like for you all to share your story. Of course, you all are in business together. You're brothers. You're in business together.
By the way, Jay, they're only like 19 and 20. So
21. Get it right. No.
I'm pushing 22 here, guys.
So I'll let who talks, whoever wants to talk. Tell everybody where you're from, where you live, where you're investing, and give us your overview background story as to how you got into real estate and what that journey looks like from when you started until now.
Well, Aaron, to tell you who we are and where we are, and I'll tell you how we got started. How's that?
All right.
There we go. All right. Yeah, we're Aaron and Andrew Schlag. We're brothers, of course, and we've been in real estate for a little over 6 years together. We've had many ventures and partnerships together, from working in construction to even raising farm animals back when we was kids together, right? And we are from a little town in southern Illinois.
Yeah. So that's kind of like he said, that's where it all started. Construction and raised on a farm and doing a lot of that. So we done that and met you, Jay, in 2014. Yeah. And of course, Ron LeGrand and others who introduced us to the world of real estate. And that's where we kind of got our beginning, or our start is when we encountered your whole crew.
So what's your business model look like? So, some real estate investors wholesale, some retail rehab, some sell on rent to own, some do all the above, some do commercial as well. So what's your overall business model look like?
So we do a little bit of all of it, honestly, and commercial. I would say pre-COVID, we was at 75 to 80% ugly.
Yeah.
Ugly houses, buying and rehabbing and wholesaling. We was down to, probably right at 20% pretty. Since this has started, obviously some of our strategies have changed, but some owner finance and things of that nature. But now we're probably about 50-50, but still a lot of both.
I
you
got
guys
you.
have a big old mobile home park deal that you guys are working on too, right?
Yes, that is actually under contract, supposed to close by the first week of July.
Very nice.
Selling. Yeah.
Congratulations. Congratulations. So this question is for both of you, and the two of you may have a little different perspective, or you may have the same perspective, but how would you say that through your experience and observation, what's the biggest differences in your real estate investing business since the shutdown, and how have you adapted?
You want to go first, Andrew? Or you want me to?
So two things, I guess, that we've changed is one, we would want to change, and got a little PowerPoint we can also share at any time here, if I can figure out how to share my screen. But we've changed kind of our mindset around what's going on, of course. had to make some adjustments in our marketing, our business, as some of the traditional financing, different in financing and otherwise have slowed down, as well as a couple of our private lenders have been a little more cautious on things with what's going on. But that's other than a slight mindset shift and slight marketing shift, the number of deals have not died down at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. As far as on my side, as I run a lot of our ugly house side, it obviously slowed down some of our crews because we had to make a market shift. So there were some of those slowdowns that had taken place. Also, when the middle of this come down on us with some of the guidelines, it kind of slowed projects down because we couldn't have all of our crews working together in sequence at the same time. So it did affect some of that, but fortunately we was able to make that shift into more of the pretty house market, which requires less of that. So that was probably honestly echo basically what Andrew said.
Excellent. And Andrew, I think you said you've got a PowerPoint to share, right?
I do.
Okay,
I'm not sure how to do a screen share right now.
I'll tell you how to do it. So down at the bottom of the screen, it says share screen, right?
Yeah.
And you click on that button, and then it'll come up and it'll have like application or full screen or whatever. You click on that picture of your screen, and then you're able to click the share button. So the share button won't highlight until you actually click on the box of your PowerPoint. I mean the box of your screen. And I think we're getting there. Oh, we're getting there.
Yeah, I see progress.
Yes, and there you go. Now you just go in presentation mode. And now you're in present. Now your notes are showing. I don't know if you want your notes to show.
Well, shoot. I'm sharing the wrong screen, gentlemen.
Now you're not sharing. Oh, here we go.
Okay. So let me get the presentation back up here.
All right. Does that mean you got more than one screen there?
I do.
Hey, look. I couldn't do multiple screens. I can't even run the screen I got. Yeah.
I don't think I can either.
You're giving me anxiety here, Andrew. Click over to that other screen I sent you.
Oh man. Well, we may have to skip this, as it's not.
Why don't you just? I mean, this is up to you guys, but you can probably work off of that and go off our notes, probably, and just kind of talk about what we're doing.
All right. Well, apologize. I thought I had that down. So it was the cool presentation. I promise.
You can use the PowerPoint as your cheat notes.
That's
there
right.
You go.
So just basically, it goes over our real estate business during COVID and what's going on. Of course, our new challenges being lenders tightening down if you're using any sort of in financing on deals, which we do some of. So banks obviously have adjusted theirs, and if other lenders, as I mentioned, a couple of our private lenders have been a little more cautious since then. Most of them we have a great relationship with, and I've had some basically say, if you think it's going to be okay, I'm okay. So that's kind of where that's left us. Sellers have become nervous with people coming through their houses, which I'm sure you've dealt with as well. So that's been something that's been interesting to work through, whether it be through a virtual showing or whether it be through a positive thing, because they don't want showing. So we have the opportunity to be able to provide offers when they don't want no one else coming through. So that's been something that's actually been able to be turned for either a not kind of a benefit. The foreclosures have come to a halt. So with the sheriff sales, those that we attend, we're going into I think month 3 of no sheriff sale.
Yeah.
So that's definitely changed a little bit of that. Foreclosures that are always coming down the pipeline. Obviously from the sheriff's sale, there's foreclosures that are come out of that. We constantly get them sent to us from our local realtors. That has drastically dropped off. So that's been some of the challenges that we've been facing. So just like I covered a moment ago, to kind of have a mindset shift and a marketing shift, because we had been doing so much ugly houses and so much from realtors, we had to kind of change that over to ramping up our marketing for sellers, right? So like I said, our deal flow has not died at all. It's just shifted from more from realtors that we was using for ugly houses to a lot more sellers. And Aaron, you have something to add on that?
Yeah, I mean, that is 100%, and we basically had to shift our marketing because we, as you know, we was at that was 75% or so ugly houses. We've had to ramp up our marketing online to buy from end buyers, which would be for sell by owner individuals, whereas we was relying a lot on the foreclosures, the sheriff sales and things. And with the financing tightening and the whole that, we've had to pick up our marketing toward that, which is not been a bad thing, but it's just been a shift. So that's basically what I would add to that.
Now, here's where I was excited to share my really cool stat sheet. Aaron actually put this together. So as you can see it. So as you can see, this is actually interesting. So from February through April of 2019, there was 777 listings in 2019. In 2020, it was 673. So actually, there is less listings been put on the market. And then as far as the sales, closed sales are actually up by 5.6%. So we found that through this, in fact, we just listed a little flip we just finished, and we had 2 offers in the first 6 hours. So we found basically through this that we actually get, almost better reaction on our offers because there's less inventory.
Interesting. And so I was going to ask, when you said on closings, are you talking about on cash out on the backside, or are you talking about on buying? You said more.
Current stats on the county, our main county that we work in, that's cash out buy seller. This is MLS.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah. I got so just sharing our real estate market is actually less inventory, more closings.
Got you. Interesting.
So literally, as you guys know, with my relocation and everything going on, I actually put my house, my personal residence in Evansville, up for sale on Wednesday, and we've had over 30 inquiries on it in 2 days.
Oh my
so
word.
It's yeah.
Well, look, I experienced the same thing. I just put a house in the multiple listing service with my real estate agent last week. And so it's been on the market now for right at a week. And my real estate agent that I've been doing business with since 2004, he told me it would not appraise, in his opinion, for more than $205,000. Well, I know our supply of inventory has dried up. I mean, people that had their houses on the markets, they took them off the market because they didn't want people walking through their houses, right? So our supply has gone down, but the sales of the properties have not gone down at all. So I've got the same demand in the midst of COVID, lower supply. What do you think are happening to the prices, right? So I put this house in the market. My real estate agent said maybe appraised for $205,000. I said list it for $219,900. Okay.
Yeah.
So after a little consternation, there's always consternation when it comes to listing my house, right? So he listed for $219,900. In 48 hours, we had 4 showings, 2 strongly interested parties, and all 4 people said the house was priced right. So there's more than one lesson in that story.
Yes,
That's excellent. And I got to add on that house I shared that we listed, and we had 2 offers in 6 hours. My phone just buzzed, and I glanced at it. It was my realtor. He said, "It's because you had a great realtor."
So your realtor must be watching. Your realtor must be watching right now.
Yes.
It must be. So I had to share that. That's a good laugh. Now I wanted to share too a couple more things. One of them was a foreclosure we just purchased. Actually, we had it under contract pre-COVID, and so we purchased it with private money.
We did have to shift lenders on that one, by the way, because of the COVID. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. We actually had another private lender that was our first time using them lined up, and they chose to wait. But we closed it with private money, and we bought it for $71,151. Yes. I like the odd numbers. That way you always, just in case somebody offered 71, right?
Oh, is that another secret on how you bid?
That's one of my secrets. So anyway, 71,151 is what got accepted. And then we estimated 45 renovation. It's not, I haven't got all the numbers back from the rehab yet, but we estimated 45 renovation, and the appraisal come back, the after repair appraisal come back at 173,000. But
I was going to guess 170. I was going to guess 170. I should have guessed before you said it.
You were spot on, brother.
Yep, right on.
You were spot on. So that was one, like I said, it was under, and we wanted to make sure, even though we had to switch last minute which private lender we was going to use, we wanted to make sure we got it, because with everything coming down, we suspected inventory would be potentially low. So that was great. And then I'll share, if you would like, I'll share one other deal we actually pulled out of foreclosure. So It was there was a house on Pine Drive, actually, in Newburgh, Indiana. And this is a little bit going back a little ways. We had it and lease optioned it and cashed it out, totally Jay Conner style. And what we did was you remember how far behind they were, Aaron?
I want to say it was would have been 4 months, I believe.
So they was, call it 5,000, 50 something hundred behind with late fees. Anyway, so we bought it, took over the payments. It had technically gone into foreclosure, but we reinstated it.
Right.
And we reinstated it, took over the debt, and of course made the monthly payments on it. And we took over the debt at 137. And then we sold it on a lease option, and the people ended up deciding to move on. And the second time sold on lease option, and they cashed out. So we ended up getting taken over 137, sold it on lease option for 204.9. By the time you count the 20,000 non-refundable option deposit, the cash flow in between, so we get the debt pay down and the back end payday, we got just over 64,000 on the back end. So we netted a total of $83,200.01 on that property. So that was
What period of time from the time you took control, bought it subject to, until the final cash out with the second buyers?
Just under 3 years.
Well, $83,000 on one deal in less than 3 years. That works.
That works.
How much was your non-refundable option fee on the first buyer, and how much was your non-refundable on the second buyer?
The first one was $10,000. So it was the smaller one, and the reason for that was it did need several items, cosmetic repairs that we allowed the buyer to do. The second one was $10,000 only because they were so close to getting a loan, and that's what they had, and they had to keep their liquidity for their loan. Took the second buyer from the time they moved in to the time they got their loan was actually just over 4 months. So it was a super short deal on the second buyer.
Nice.
And my best guess is that second buyer, as with most lease option buyers, did not negotiate with you on price, right?
Correct.
Yeah, they seldom do, because as we know, rent-to-own buyers, lease option, price is not negotiable. The only thing left really to negotiate is the down payment. Do you all negotiate the monthly payment, or do you set it?
Go ahead, Aaron.
We like to leave it negotiable or open because we found if we set it, we usually lose money on the front end that we could be gaining.
Excellent. Excellent. Yep. Super. Super. So, so given the way you're now doing business different and you've adapted, are there any blessings in disguise that you've experienced that you think you'll be using as a strategy for the long term that you were not using prior to shutdown?
So I think it's drove us again from some of the realtors type deal flow slowing down. I think it's drove us to doing more marketing to homeowners than we used to. We always bought from homeowners ever since we got in real estate in 2014, but it's drove us to put more of a focus on that. And so I think that's something we'll be obviously continuing to see going forward is being able to utilize what we learned through this time and getting more sellers calling us to continue that.
Excellent. Excellent. So, Andrew, did you have any more PowerPoint slides information you want to share?
Last one. You'll love it if you can see it.
I can't see it.
It says, even in tough times, you can still succeed.
For sure. Well, and sometimes in tough times, you can succeed even more based on what you just said, Andrew, as to when you're driven to find a different way and a better way. My best guess is even when things start to open up, since you've been driven to find these off-market houses, you will probably continue to do that.
Yes,
absolutely. Yeah, it has done that for us, and it's something we will maintain a strength in. And it's, during this time, we're also using it to work other avenues because, I mean, let's face it, foreclosures are coming back in a matter of probably 30 days, and we're going to be doubling down on that based on our projections. So we're going to just basically work both.
How have you guys, what's changed or what's different since you guys started working with Jay and his program? Since, you guys have been doing real estate for over 6 years and you started working with Jay a couple years ago. What's changed since then?
Let me first say, this market caused us to relook at a dear friend of mine's foreclosure system. We had not been implementing it because we didn't, we had plenty of leads, and through this time we've brought that up as discussion point for this. But yes, I just wanted to mention that. But go ahead, Aaron. What would you first say has changed over the last?
Well, I mean, you probably could speak on the first part, which has been the increase in raising of private funds, and you might want to expand on that more so.
So yeah, I would say for the personally on the side of raising money, it was a huge transition, which frankly was a mindset shift. You made a huge impact, Jay, on me in the private money world. Just for realizing, of course, number one, how to set it up to make sure everybody wins, and then number two, to offer the opportunity to the private lenders, and frankly, our private lenders most generally come back and want to do it again, because it works out well for us, it works out well for them, and so that was a huge for me. Just the mindset shift alone has been worth everything, in my opinion, on raising private money. Now, there was some additional management pieces of our business and other things that have been benefited from it, but I would say the private money piece and that mindset around private money was the most exponential shift for me.
Excellent.
Most definitely.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
So we got 1 minute. So in 30 seconds, Andrew, and 30 seconds, Aaron, final comments, encouragement, and advice for our viewers.
Well, it's an exciting time we live in. I love, real estate and the opportunities it affords, even in strange times, like you said. There's so much opportunity out there, especially when you surround yourselves by the right, people, the right systems, and the right opportunities, frankly. So, honored to be on today.
Yes, definitely. It is definitely an exciting time we live in, and the one thing I could say is keeping your mindset right in this time, instead of panicking and allowing the fear to set in and, I don't know what I'm going to do. Look for the opportunities, not only for yourself, but the opportunities in the situations to help others. and it'll help you grow as a person as well as in business.
Excellent. Andrew and Aaron, congratulations. I mean, you didn't put your head in the sand, as I knew you wouldn't. You're embracing the change and positioning yourself to serve a lot of people right around the corner for sure.
We're excited about that, Jay.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Love you guys. Thanks for coming on.
Hey, we love you guys. Thank you guys for the opportunity. All right.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
All right, Chaffee. So before we start this next session, I've been promising y'all all day long that we were going to have Nathan Long come on here today. He's with Quest, our titanium sponsor of this event. He's got a very fascinating and amazing presentation that I'm going to bring up here in just a second on how to work with people that have self-directed IRAs, and with them being your private lender for your deals. But before I bring Nathan up, Chaffee, let's tell folks again how they can take advantage of working with me on June 10, 11, and 12 on those 4 weeks of coaching. So let's give out those 2 URLs where they can enroll, and also if they'd like to have a strategy session with you or Kelly, what do they do?
So again, definitely go. If you're ready to go, if you're ready to sign up, just go to jconner.com/virtual. And they can sign up there. The link to PayPal is there as well. So they can either use their own credit card, they could do the 3-pay, or they could pay in full, or they could use PayPal. It's their choice. Just go to jconner.com/virtual. And remember, do it now, do it before midnight, definitely, so that you get all those bonuses that Jay's giving out. And then if you just have some questions, you want clarification, or you have some challenge that is preventing you from moving forward, you can go to jconner.com/consult. Again, jconner.com/consult. And either Kelly or I will give you a call. As a matter of fact, when you talk to Nathan, Jay, I'm going to drop off so that I can go and check see who's there, and so I can start making phone calls right away. So jconner.com/consult. We're there to help you. We'll give you a call. Kelly should be there now. She should be calling people right now. And as I said, as you talk to Nathan, I'm going to drop off and start calling people as well. So
sure, Chaffee. And I want to go ahead and say congratulations to everybody right now that's already signed up. So when we went on the quick little 15-minute break, Brenda was telling me about the folks that have already enrolled, and some have already taken advantage of the 3-pay option that we have there at the site. And again, folks, you can use PayPal, and it's only $59.95 a month. It's 6 months, same as cash. You can take advantage and get this entire package with all the bonuses for only $59.95 by using the PayPal option. And where that's located is you go to jconner.com/virtual. When you get there, you'll see the different payment options. You'll see the 3-pay option, $11.65 today, and then 2 more payments, $11.65. But you'll also see the other option that says pay in full at the $29.97. Well, click that pay in full button, and then that will take you down. You'll need to scroll down a little bit, but after you click the pay in full button, you'll be able to scroll down a little bit, and you'll see a blue banner, which is the PayPal credit banner. It's already got it set up ready for you to use. You just log into that with your PayPal login information. And again, it'll walk you right through. It's very, and again, it's already set up for that $59.95 per month. So, and that's 6 months, same as cash. So Chaffee, I'll let you run on off for the next 45 minutes, and I'll be here with Nathan.
Hey, Jay, one other thing that I want to mention before I run off. Is that all right?
Sure.
I just want to say is that the only thing that we're offering, if you were here last week, and you'll know the only thing we're offering is this 3-day virtual boot camp, right? Nothing else is being offered the rest of the day. And the reason I want to bring that up is because we want you to be ultra laser focused. And when working with Jay, we don't want you to be doing 10 different things, and so stay focused, sign up for this 3-day virtual boot camp so that we can work with you. We can show you what you need to do, and so that you can move forward without getting distracted, without all these shiny pennies all over the place. Just do what Jay tells you to do, and you'll be able to raise private money and find deals and start doing deals. And so that's the whole purpose of this. As you'll notice, again, if you watched last week, And so far this week, this is the only thing that we have for you. So, don't wait for anything else. Just go and get registered at thejconner.com/virtual so that we can help you stay laser focused on doing what you need to do today instead of waiting for 2 or 3 months down the road to position yourself for success. So,
and by the way, Chaffee, we just got a really, really good question in the comment chat box from Real Estate Alberta, Canada. They're very interested in working with me. They want to know that, what I teach work in Alberta. So the answer is yes, but the specifics of that, either Chaffee or Kelly can walk you through. So Real Estate Alberta, Canada, go right on over to www.jconner.com/consult. And you'll just fill in your name, your email, and your cell phone, and Chaffee or Kelly will give you a call, and they'll walk you right through that. So I'm so glad we got that question. Yes, I've got a lot of students in Canada as well. So I appreciate the question. Excellent. Chaffee, we'll see you in a little bit.
We'll see you.
All right. See you. So, folks, I'm so excited now to bring on right now Nathan Long with Quest. Quest, our titanium sponsor of this event. So, Scott, let's bring Nathan right on up here to the front. And there he is.
Hey, what's going on, Dave?
Hey, Nathan. How are you doing in the midst of coronavirus, man, out there in Houston,
we're
Texas?
doing really well. It's nice and sunny. We're really lucky at Quest. We're kind of a technical company, so most of our people could just work from home. We never missed it. We never missed a beat. 115 employees were all employed.
Yeah. So, folks, I want to tell you all a quick little story. And Nathan, I'm going to hang out here with you while you do your PowerPoint.
Oh, good, because my stuff's way opinionated. So I want you to just jump in there if you don't like what I have to say.
So, folks, as I told you, Nathan is going to talk about how to work with people that have self-directed IRA accounts and work with them as being a private lender, or how you can be a private lender. But before Nathan starts on that, I got to tell you all a quick story. So, you folks, you've been hearing me say all day how Quest is got hands down the best customer service, best self-directed IRA company in the nation. And I got plenty of experience with other self-directed IRA companies to know that what I'm saying is the truth. And here's the deal. I've got 48 private lenders. Of those that have retirement accounts, all those they have their retirement funds at Quest. So it is normal operating business for Quest to fund deals in 48 business hours. And they don't even have a box to check on the direction of investment that says expedited service, because all their service is expedited, right? So here's a story I want to tell. It was about 3 weeks ago or so. We were slap dab in the middle of COVID-19 shutdown. And I reached out to my rep at Quest. I wish it was Nathan Long or Nate. It's not.
You wouldn't have wanted me to do it.
I got my rep just like everybody does. And so there's Derek Long. So I reached out to Quest about 3 weeks ago or so. And of course, I wasn't surprised to learn that everybody's working at home, right? So here's the deal. I reached out. I had a deal that I needed funded by one of my private lenders that has their account at Quest. I'm telling you, folks, it was less than 24 business hours. My deal was funded. The funds were wired from Quest to my real estate attorney's trust account. And so in the midst right here of shutdown, the customer service is still just as good as when things were normal. So anyway, I just can't say enough about your all service there at Quest, Nathan.
Appreciate you, Jay. I really do.
Absolutely. And right here, Derek Long is also with Quest, and he's put in the chat box there. If you've got any questions for Nathan, please let me know. You can email me at derek.long@questtrust.com. They can do that, Derek. But I tell you what would also be maybe more helpful if they just type in their questions in the chat box. That way, when people watch this replay, they'll be able to see those questions come up. But if somebody is watching the replay, all right, this is important. We're live now. But if you're watching the replay, obviously Nathan's not going to be here live on the replay to answer your questions. So if you're watching the replay, for sure, email Derek.long@questtrust.com to get your questions answered. All right, Nathan, I'm going to turn it over to you, and we're doing great. We got 45 minutes, but that would need to include Q&A. So I'll leave that up to you.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of slides. I got to tell you, what I'm talking about is just how to find a private lender. So I have some stern advice for both borrowers and lenders. And you can stick with me and disagree any way you want to in here. Real quick, I got to do the disclaimer. Quest doesn't provide tax, legal, or investment advice. We don't endorse any things. Jay, we don't just sell anything at all. I make money processing good transactions. You know, right. I also make money processing bad transactions. We're obligated to process any transactions that are invested correctly and not obviously prohibited. So it's really important that you take the time to listen to your coaches, listen to your attorneys, listen to the people who have done this before, and make sure that you understand each and every investment. So, Dan, I told you I'm going to do it. A lot of people think, oh, this is the titanium sponsor. He's just going to come in and sell his company or all this. No, guys, I'm going to give you the real proof. I'm going to tell you actually how to find private lenders there. I'm going to give a little bit of advice also to those of you that want to be private lenders. Besides this terrible picture, besides me being the president of Quest for the last 15 years, I've been private lending and come from a long line of real estate investors. Personally, I'm in control of a lot of money outside of Quest, a lot of our family money, our personal money. So I've been doing this for a very long time. I've been lending money as a private lender to real estate investors. I've made every mistake you could ever imagine in the book, Jay.
Yeah.
And I really feel that I come with the authority that I can actually give some of my opinion. But some of the people are not going to agree with things that I say here. I'm going to tell you that right now. I'm going to go against the grain of some of the things. But I have a feeling this is going to be right up your alley, Jay. I think this is going to be just what you teach. I honestly do, but we'll see. Okay.
All right. We'll find out.
All right. So I think if you're a real estate investor, you're always looking for two things, right? Always. Deals and money. Do you agree with that?
I agree. Now, well, look, Nathan, that's the two most popular questions that I hear from new real estate investors and seasoned real estate investors is, where do I find the deals and where do I get the money for the deals? That's the two questions.
That's it. If you can answer those two questions, you got to figure it out. The rest will fill in the blanks eventually. You know what I mean? You'll figure out how to get better and better at the rest as you go along. But there is a fundamental skill set difference between those two activities. All the things that make me good at looking for deals may make me bad at looking for money. With deals, what do I need? I need to be able to negotiate a good deal. I have to be able to find good contractors. I have to be able to think. I am grinding every person every step of the way. And I always say, what is it you have to do as soon as you find a really good deal on the house? And everyone always tells me stuff. Oh, I got to get the contractors out. I got to do this. I got to get it. Nope. You better turn around and find another good deal. Because if you don't have one in the pipe, as soon as this one's done, then you're unemployed as a real estate investor. You got what I'm saying? You're always having to find those deals. Money.
Well, I agree with you, Nathan, because I tell my students all the time, unless you've got consistent deal flow coming in, consistent motivated sellers, you are out of business. You got to have the deal flow come in, property lead sheets all the time.
Unless I would say it's different. If it's your very first deal, you should be like laser focused and that should be your whole concentration. But other than that circumstance, like you should be always working on the deal flow. But money is a different thing. Money, private money, is really about learning to build relationships. Because you see, if you have private money and they loan you a deal, they will loan it to you again and again and again. And most private money lenders have more money, access to money than you may be aware of.
They always have more than they tell you.
They always have more than they tell you. right? And they have access and they have friends that have more. And so you need to make sure that you separate and understand the skill set difference between the two, because the relationship building is completely different than others. And so I'm going to talk about that. There are no shortcuts to becoming a good private money borrower. You have to do everything right because you're developing a relationship with that person. You know, imagine like the first time when you met your wife, you know, when you were first dating, you know, if you screwed up that first date, you weren't going on the second. You get what I'm saying? It's really, you can kind of screw it up a little bit now, Jay. You got a few years underneath you, right? But in that beginning,
33 to be exact.
You get what I'm saying? I mean, in the beginning, you really have to do it right. And doing it right, honestly, will lead you to be a more profitable real estate investor than anything else. There's no shortcuts to do it. So what do I mean by no shortcuts? Well, it's all about your relationship with them and how you treat them. And in order to do that, you're going to have to instill confidence on every step of the way. All right. So there's back a little bit to my company. Most of the people that are borrowing money have a lot more money than you know about. You may be talking about just borrowing from the different accounts, but at Quest, we have all different types of accounts that are self-directed. Traditional IRAs, Roth IRAs, SEP IRAs, simple IRAs, 401ks, and these specialty accounts, even like Coverdell education accounts and health savings accounts. Tons of education about the different types of accounts to go. One of the big things that I want to point out about this is, most people think that all investing through self-directed companies is done through Roth IRAs, which is false. That only equates to about 16% of the investments that occur at Quest. Most of them happen out of traditional IRAs, which is their old 401ks. Most people don't like to pay that tax up front. But one of the big things is that you can partner or put these accounts together. And this becomes really, really helpful about that. What I mean is, if you just talk to a private lender and you go, hey, let me borrow some of your money, they go, great. And you develop a relationship, that's one thing. But say, hey, do you want to use some of that money from your retirement account? They said, I didn't know I could. Stop right there. That's when you interject and use your Quest account representative. That's somebody at Quest that you just developed a relationship. It's free education here. You can call up Derek. My son's one of them. IRA specialists. They've had a lot of training. What they'll do is you'll bring them into the room. They're a neutral third party. They're not getting paid any commission. You can say that. Say, this is a professional person I'm bringing in the room so that you can understand how your retirement accounts works. Why you want to do that is because when Derek comes in the room, he's not going to just talk about, oh, you're going to use this one retirement account. He's going to start out the conversation about talking about, hey, what type of retirement accounts do you have? He's going to talk about the wife's Roth IRA and the kids' Coverdell and the health savings account. And all of these little pieces of the puzzle he'll start putting together. If you look at most of my loans, I've partnered a bunch of my stuff with all the people that are close to me and my family. It might be my IRA and my wife's IRA and my mother-in-law's IRA, and even nieces and nephews, little Coverdell accounts and things like this. These are minor children that are involved in it as well. Well, what's the advantage to the borrower? What's the advantage to the lender? The advantage to the lender is, you mentioned Derek. He's a pretty good kid. He wasn't always this great kid, John. I got to tell you, you ought to seen this kid when he was 18. He had long hair, carried a guitar everywhere he went, got a tattoo the day he turned 18, and I would want to talk about investing with this kid. And it was like, wah, 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 wah. Right? He wasn't listening. He wasn't. So what I did instead, Jay, is I gave him a Roth IRA with $5,000 in it. I was like, son, I'm going to give you $5,000. He's like, dude. And I said, yeah, but it's in an account. You can't use it until you're 59 and a half. He's like, dude. And I'm going to manage it for you, dude. But I did that. And what I would do is I partner his little amount along with my investments I was making. And over a period of time, he started to learn how money I make. I give him little statements. Every time I get back, I say, okay, we lent out this money. We did this deal. We got this much money back. We did things. And it stimulated his understanding of investments. At this point in his young 30s, Derek has a very strong understanding of investments, both personally and our family. He helps to manage our entire family's wealth.
That's awesome.
You know, and I was able to do that by demonstrating instead of just talking to them. You get what I'm saying? Now,
exactly.
From the borrower's point of view, you're not just talking to John about doing a loan. All of a sudden, you're talking to John's whole family about wealth building. And again, we're talking about building relationships. And what we really want to do is not do this loan. We want to do this loan and help this family develop wealth for the rest of their life, because they're helping us develop wealth. And it becomes a different thing. You have now elevated yourself to a different level of helping these people just by being able to introduce the proper professional at the proper time. I'm going to talk a lot more about using proper professionals at the proper time. All right. You also have to make the process very painless for them. Anytime that you're dealing with retirement accounts, and Jay, you can attest to this, it can be a complicated process. We're moving money over. There has to be special language. There has to be things that have to be signed or okayed or approved. You know, there could be notifications like 1099 sent out that your clients don't understand and think that they may be doing something taxable or create a problem if it's not done. So you have to understand each step of the way, right?
Now, let me comment on that real quick, Nathan. I told everybody when I was going over all the benefits of the upcoming June 10, 11, and 12 virtual event, I'm going to be teaching an entire session on similar to what you're doing here, but exactly step by step how I work with my private lenders that have retirement accounts. And one big thing I'll be teaching in that session is I want to keep everything like simple for the private lender. And like you've got this list of professionals. So obviously I got to have my insurance company in place, my closing agent, my real estate attorney, all this. So I want my private lenders, and I'll be teaching it step by step, but I want my private lenders not to have to do anything, or at least the least as possible. All I want my private lenders to do when they're a new private lender with me, first of all, I want to introduce them to my Quest rep and let them and the Quest rep just do everything as we possibly can for them on getting their funds moved over seamlessly. Once their account is funded, once that's done, and you can comment as to typically how long that takes. When I'm doing deals with that private lender, I want that private lender to only have to do one thing going forward on doing deals, and that is to sign the direction of investment or DocuSign that, you know, and then all they got to do then is just sit back and watch their Quest IRA account grow. I don't want them to have to do anything. And I don't want to be telling them and boring them to death with all the technical details of what I'm doing in the background that they could care less about. I just want to give them the relevant information and keep it simple.
I think that's important. I think that's important. I do want to say that I think you want to give them details, but relevant details, and that's where I was going with. So I always tell, I would like it as the person who's lending the money. I want to hear these things. I want to hear, hey, I use Quest because they're and here it is. Here's the IRA specialist. He's you know, does all this stuff and he's no part of this deal. He's not getting paid for it. B, I've hired an attorney to draft up, depends on what state you are. You know, here it's notes and deeds and trust. I think it's the same for y'all out there, right?
Yep.
But I've hired this attorney. I'm paying for him, but this is actually an attorney. Well, this is spelled wrong. Attorney. Whoa. To, boy, that just threw me off, Jay. Got to talk to that intern. Have the attorney, you know, in the event something happened to me, like, and I couldn't make the payments, this is a person you're going to go to. I use this professional title company. The insurance companies I use, they use this, and they're going to list you your IRA as the one of the insured. So if there is a hurricane or something happens like that, you sign off on the check as well. And always when I do repairs, I'll always use only professional contractors, and I would even list what those professional contractors are. And then from there, this goes back to what I was saying, what you were just saying, provide relevant information. So in the beginning, you want to give comps. I'm going to give you a hint, guys. Never stretch your comps to a private lender. I will tell you, I will be the proudest person. I'll listen to every deal in the world. The first thing I do when someone presents me a deal, and I've never done a deal with them, is I scrutinize their comps. I don't know about you, Jay, but that's what I do.
Sure.
And if they're off, if I feel like they've been stretched in any way, I will throw that stuff away, and I'll never listen to that guy pitch me another deal. It stops the things right there. If you have
what you got there is you got already a before you even started, you've already got a breach of trust.
Yes, and I just don't want to go down that road. And you may have, even if it was done by accident. So check and double check your comps. If you feel like you're having to stretch or pull this comp over here, maybe you need to go back and relook at your deal. Maybe it's not as strong a deal as it was. All right. The other thing is, I like most of the time when I'm lending, and I don't know if this is how you do it, but I usually lend the full amount of the deal. So 90% of the time, and other lenders aren't like this. This is me, but most of the time I'm giving the entire price amount to purchase the house and the entire amount to do the repairs, right? Because typically my investors are good enough. They've gone out and found a good enough deal. There's enough equity in there. I am comfortable with that. Not everyone does this. For me, I've been doing it this way for years, and I feel very comfortable. Sometimes if I don't think there's quite enough equity, I say, hey, you need to put a little bit of money into it or whatever. But most of the time, I don't feel that thing. But
yeah, all my private lenders are the same way, Nathan, just like you.
So for me, what I would like to see is a rehab schedule. So this is, hey, I'm gonna go fix the slab, and then I'm gonna give you $5,000. Then I'm gonna do the roof, and I'm gonna give you another $5,000. And so we have this rehab schedule that we go over before we do the loan, okay? And now, how often do you think that my lenders, my borrowers, get mixed up? And they might have to put something in front of someone else because one contractor's painting over here, and they have to all the time.
I was going to say a schedule is an anticipated schedule. Then you have the actual schedule.
So typically what I do is that they did some repairs. They tell me what they did. And when it's time for a draw, they'll tell me what they did and what they didn't do, and just let me know how much they need. And that's what we send. In other words, as the lender, I have to be flexible in this area as well, okay? But I will tell you what will happen to you if you don't give this information. You see what happened is when we do this very first loan to you, you may not know it, but us lenders are driving by that house about every 12 hours. We're looking to see what the heck's going on with it, right? And when we drive past and we don't see anything happen, and we drive past again, and we don't see anything happen, we drive past again, we think, oh my God, they left town. And the truth is you've applied for your permits. Your people are working on other houses and everything else. But if, as a lender, and especially if it's my first deal with you, I'm typically not like that after a couple of deals into it. But that first deal, I might be really nervous. So it's really important to say, hey, during this period of time, we're not working on the house. Our crews are at other houses because we're waiting back for our permits. Little email, little something like that really helps along. Next.
Absolutely. Communicate with your private lenders.
Communication at the appropriate times. Here's the next thing I often see people not communicate well about: payments. This is one of the areas that you can instill a lot of confidence to your lender about you, and it costs you very, very little. Talk a lot about payments. Talk about payments in the beginning. For example, all right, you could have a payment that starts on the 1st or you can have a payment that starts whenever you start the loan, right? There could be that interim interest in there. Usually it doesn't matter to you, the investor, either way. Honestly, it usually doesn't matter to the lender either way, but someone needs to make that decision and send that decision to the attorney so the attorney knows how to draft up the paperwork. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you got to tell them, hey, we're going to make the payments 30 days after we started this loan. We're not doing any interim interest. Hopefully that's the way we like to do it, so that it has lower closing costs for everybody. Or I like to make my payments on the first, so we always do interim interest, and payments will always be received on the first. It doesn't really matter as long as you've talked to it. If you don't talk about it, what happens is they send the documents over. The attorney calls up the lender and says, hey, when do you want the payments? And they're like, I don't know. What are you talking about? You know what I mean? It creates some confusion. Here's the next thing you do. You talk about how you're going to make the payments. I always, as a lender, I like to require my people to make electronic payments. Then I'm not waiting in the mail for a check and anything else. I have one borrower that is, he doesn't like banks. He doesn't like going. He doesn't like anything electronic. He sends me a check and he says, I'll get it to you a week ahead of time. You know, I allow that with this guy because he swings a really good hammer, right? He builds very good rehabs and houses, and I've been lending to him for years. But if you do that helps a lot. And then the next thing that you do is when you do make that first payment, follow up with a phone call. Hey, often whenever I make my first ACH payments, if I ever have a problem, that's the one where it occurs. We might get an account number gone or something else. Would you mind emailing me or sending me a quick message so that I know that you received your payment? Oh my God, nothing says more I care about you as an investor with me than making sure they've received their payments. And how much does that actually cost you? Like 10 seconds of your time and no money at all, right? Oh, I had a whole slide about all of that. Talk to them about penalties if you are late. Show them where they are, right? I don't know about you, but in Texas, late penalties are really tiny, and people might not understand that. They might not think that you're and say, "Hey, we allow the maximum allowable thing. I never intend on being late, but for some reason, if something screws up, I'm going to pay the maximum amount by law," which in Texas is only like 5%. You know, but at least explain it.
Good advice.
Here's the next thing: when you do get to a point, I often will loan to flippers that then decide to rent out the property. I don't have a problem with that as long as I'm still getting my loan payments, right? It doesn't matter. But I shouldn't, when the loan's about ready to expire, I shouldn't have to chase down my borrower. My borrower should have chased me down 90 or 60 days before that and say, hey, we're getting to the end of this loan. How do you feel about doing an extension? I'm going to need an extension. This is what we do. You talk about it long beforehand. Then you prepare the loan extension and then you send it to them. All they have to do, again, making it the process painless. Don't make them worry about what happens. We know that most of the time that if a loan expires, it's not the end of the world. We still have rights for another 7 years or whatever on that loan. But again, they might not understand that that's how that works. So keeping their paperwork updated and keeping them in line helps a lot. Here's another area I think people miss it is I think that you miss it at the end of the loan. Okay. So what happens a lot of times is an investor, or they do a deal, they get it all done, they get the realtor, they go into closing, boom, they throw the deal into title, we're done. What happens next? The title company needs a payoff. Most of the time this is a super simple thing, right? It's just all you have to do. It's the principal interest payoff and whatever interim interest is between, boom. That's all they need. Well, I guarantee you, if you're a lender and have never done a loan before, you have no idea actually how to prepare a payoff letter, right? And this is the best time to talk to your lender. You want to sit down with them if you can. Hey, guys, I am at the end of the loan. We're expecting a loan closing date of this date. We have a principal payoff. I had one borrower, Jay, get really upset with a lender. They had borrowed money at 12% interest. They closed the deal 8 months later, and she had only gotten 8%.
Uh-oh.
You know what I mean? And it was just a simple understanding of not understanding annual versus, percentage over the whole deal. And someone simply explaining the payoff would have avoided a lot of misconfusion. And to you, it seems super simple, right? It's 1% a month. Of course, I owe you 8%, or that's how much you got out of it. And this person wasn't dumb. They just don't work with notes and loans every day. People
and
that
along with that, one way that I keep it very, very simple for my private lenders is when it's time, we're at the end of the loan, we're cashing out. I actually have, we all know this. If I were to call up my private lender and say, hey, we're at the end of the note, I need you to prepare a payoff instruction letter and sign it and send it to the closing agent. You just talk Greek to them. Most private lenders, they don't even know what a payoff instruction letter is, right?
Absolutely. I have seen borrowers do everything right and then blow their next deal and deal after deal with this lender because they didn't take the time to do what I call the exit interview at the end or help.
I love it. I love it. So what I do along with the exit interview that you're talking about is I have my real estate attorney actually prepare the payoff instruction letter. Of course, I give my real estate attorney the information, what's the principal, et cetera. But I give them the information to prepare the payoff instruction letter. My real estate attorney puts the payoff instruction letter on their letterhead, on the real estate attorney's letterhead. So that way, the closing agent that's cashing out the deal for the buyer is typically not my real estate attorney, where they're going to trust that being a real document on a real estate attorney's letterhead. So my real estate attorney sends it to me, then I simply, my lender already knows we're cashing out. I email that payoff instruction letter to my private lender. All they got to do is sign it and send it right back to my attorney. And that's the only thing they got to do. No preparation or nothing.
Absolutely. And this is the great opportunity and ask these questions, Jay. I think question one, and this is really important to ask it this way. How did you feel throughout this process? Did you hear what I said? I didn't ask, how was it for you? How did you feel? Were you nervous through it? Is there anything that I could have done that would have made you feel more confident about this process? You would be surprised how powerful that statement is. All right. I didn't ask, were you happy with the returns? I didn't ask any of that. How did you feel about it? After they've given me that feedback, which I take time to listen to, because most of the time they'll tell you, they'll be honest with you and tell you, man, I did get a little bit nervous during this time. Say, oh, I appreciate you giving me that feedback. It helps me to make other people less nervous, and I'll focus more, on contacting them during that period of time or something like that. Would you be interested in doing this again? If they say yes, almost every single time they would, if you've asked the first question right. And also, who else do you know that could benefit financially? And almost every time they will give you somebody. So the real trick to finding a private money lender is when you get them that first time, is you focus in on how it is. And I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to give you some other advice. Don't squeeze them on the first deal. If they want a bunch of money and it's more than you normally pay and you think that they might be a good lender, go ahead. I have lenders that squeeze me to death right now, Jay. You know why? Because they know they can.
Why?
Because we've done a bunch of deals. And they'll call me up and say, oh, man, I got this deal. I was going to give it to you. But you know what? Your interest rate I normally pay, it's just a little bit much, And I'll be like, yeah. Go ahead and drop it a little bit. Why? Because I'm comfortable. I got my money back out. Anything else. I also want to talk about, for a second, some other things. I think that being a borrower, sometimes there's this false fear. This fear that you're a beggar. Like you're going out, you're asking someone for $200,000 and you're like, for some reason, this causes people to have like shame or whatever. I want you to take a look at it from my side, a lender. you know. And especially in these times, you would think that there wasn't very much money. Well, personally, Jay, as a private money lender, I am sitting on more cash than I've ever sat on in the entire history of my family things. I've had more payoffs and less deals to fund than I ever have.
Mm-hmm.
So as bank money is drying up, private money is growing exponentially. It is the answer and has been the answer to every single real estate blowout in the last 50 years.
Amen.
The starting engine, the engine that always starts it back up is us. And for us, we're looking to put that money back out there. We need to, because this is how I feed my family. This is how my mother lives. This is how these things happen. So you're actually solving a problem for us. And in that, you should assert yourself confidently. And what do I mean by that? There's certain things you shouldn't do. And I'm going to say it. You shouldn't do an equity appreciation loan. You shouldn't do a joint venture. You shouldn't do any of that stuff. Listen, I'm a professional real estate investor. What I do with my lenders is I pay them above average interest rate. That interest rate is secured by real estate. I only use professionals. I will use professional attorneys to help every step of the way, including protecting you. I will use professionals protecting your IRA, and I will use professional contractors and properly insure everything. But in doing so, you are a lender, and this is what you shall receive is this amount. Lenders, listen to me and listen to me well. I've done every one of the other things that I've mentioned. And every time I have a problem, it's in one of those categories. I'm a lender for a reason, all right? I don't want to be sued. I don't want the other parts of my wealth to be affected by this particular deal. I don't want to be tied into legislation. And anytime that I go over those lines, I have subject myself to all of those things that I just talked about. And I can talk about this in a legal perspective. Now, I get to see thousands of deals, Jay, a month. Do you think I see all the good ones? No, those things just churn through Quest. I see the ones that go wrong. And the one right now, I'm telling everyone in the world, in the real estate world, stay the hell away from the joint venture. It doesn't work like it did in the past. And I know that's very opinionated, and it might not even agree with what you're saying or some of the things you teach. But I would tell you, lenders should be lenders, investors should be investors, and you shouldn't cross those two things together with equity appreciation and joint ventures in today's market. Today's market is not the same market as 25 years ago. And just like your programs have changed, I think that we should change as well. So
I couldn't agree with you more, Nathan. In fact, that's the way I do my business with my private lenders, and that's what I teach all my students. And in fact, the private lender doesn't, by and large, doesn't want to be involved at all in finding the deals, in rehabbing the deals, in marketing the deals. The only thing the private lender wants is a safe and secure loan that gives them a high rate of return safely and securely.
And that's right. And they want to feel comfortable through the process. I guarantee if you make them feel comfortable with the first process, you get them into the second one, you can start to squeeze that rate a little bit. Okay, I didn't throw that out there, but that's the truth. That's how it really does work. So
awesome.
Hey, can I have just 2 minutes for a commercial? I'm really not trying to sell anybody something, but I know a lot of people don't really understand.
Oh, no, please do. Please do.
They really don't understand Quest and how it works. I mean, there's a lot of custodians out there, but there is a difference about Quest, because when me and Quincy created Quest, we never really made it as a profitable company, and that's the truth. We always thought that we'd just learn a lot about investing and have a lot more people to invest with, and that's how we always try to do it. So as Quest grew, we kept just putting all of our money back in Quest and growing it. We're an open book company. Every single employee can actually go and look at the books. Everybody knows where the money goes. Everyone happens. I know it's weird, but that's how we run our book. We have over 100 employees, and they can all attend the financial meetings, right? And since our inception, 17 years ago, Quincy and I have put 97% of every dime that Quest has made back into the company. We're politically active. We go to Washington every year and lobby for the things that are important to us real estate investors and us lenders. And I have the lowest closing cost in the business, and I very seldom even charge it because I don't want to keep you there with this big, fee at the end, that makes you frightened to leave. I want to keep you there with good customer service and people that care and will process your transaction. My average client spends between $100 and $300 a year. So we're not talking a lot about it. And in that time, we produce tons of free education. I have tons of hotlines that you can call for education. And I have education centers all over Dallas. And I hope to open one out your way if it wasn't for this pandemic slowing me down. So if you guys have a question or whatever, if you go to that email, jconnorvip@questtrust.com, that will put you we'll know that you've gone through Jay's training, and it will put you in touch with a senior IRA specialist. This is someone that has at least trained for 4 years. They have a certified IRA specialist degree. They're highly understand what you're trying to do in your transactions. And it's like, we will expedite your deals, like Jay said, for free, just because of your association with Jay and our long-term education just seems to go well with each other. So we put in a hotline just for you guys. I think it makes sense to talk to an IRA specialist 1 or 2 times a year, no matter what, about your own personal life and about your own Roth IRAs and what's going on, but just to have one in your pocket to help you close your deals. If you guys have any questions, that's my email address. Sometimes it's better to ask for an IRA specialist or actually go to that other email. You'll get quicker response because I don't work as hard as I used to when I was younger, if you know what I mean, Jay.
Well, I will tell you, folks, that special email, if you can go back one slide, or there you go. Scott's got it up there. Jay Connor, the initial J, VIP at questtrust.com. All of my students use that special email for questions at Quest or to get service. And I will tell you that from personal experience, and my students tell me this all the time, they always get an answer in less than 1 hour. I say an answer, they always get a response in less than 1 hour. So it's a phenomenal service. Yeah, Nathan, we got 2 quick questions here before we need to let you go. So Amber says, is a joint venture the same as a syndication?
No, not at all. So a syndication would be like, I'm going to raise a bunch of money to buy an apartment complex. So therefore, that's not exactly what I'm talking about. No, a joint venture would be like, hey, Jay, you do all the work, I'll put up all the money, and we'll split her at the end. So no, I'm not talking quite about that. Matter of fact, if you want some of my education about syndication, I have a pretty good class. I call it Problems and Solutions. Identify actual problems that you do have with syndication inside of IRAs, and then what the solutions are on them. It's Problems and Solution of Commercial Property. You might enjoy that. It'll find some of those differences.
Now, Gail is asking, what rate would you recommend to pay? Well, Gail, the answer to that question is it depends on if the private lender is making the rules or if the real estate investor is making the rules.
Yeah, that's all honestly true, but it's also a private negotiation between you and that person. And it really doesn't involve anything else other than that. For me, I'm honest, I don't have a flat rate for what I do because I would look at the experience of the investor, where the property is, which often makes a difference to me. And again, these are my rules, right? Is it too expensive? Is it too cheap? I like that middle range. I feel most comfortable in those ranges because I know what to do with it. And so if it rings all those bells with me, yeah, I'll take a lower rate. If I'm missing some of those bells, I want a little higher rate. So that's how it works. I will tell you though, private money has been coming down, not going up over the years. So the returns are a little bit less, which is kind of funny. Right now we're in a market where private money is coming down and bank rates are coming up, and so I'm not sure what's going to happen here.
That's awesome. So, Gail, let me give you a shameless plug for myself and you. And that is on June 10, 11, and 12, I'll be teaching you and everyone there on the virtual event my actual private lending program, including the interest rate that I offer to all 48 of my private lenders that I'm using right now. So, Nathan, I can't thank you enough for coming on today. We appreciate Quest so much. You all are our
Give your
titanium.
wife a hug for us and tell her that we miss seeing her.
I will take Carol Joy's right down the hallway. So I'll be sure and tell her.
I got a bunch of IT guys waiting to jump in here and put me on another show, so I got to run. But thank you so much for having me, Jay. I really appreciate it, and I miss you all very much.
Okay, we'll see you soon, Nathan. Take care.
You can jump in here, Charles.
All right. Okay, so before we take a break, Chaffee, how about join me for a moment? There you are, Chaffee.
Hello, Jay.
You are back. So let's do a recap real quick. Let me find my there it is. So here's our recap of everything that is in the package for June 10, 11, and 12. And so I'm not going to go through all that again because that's a boatload. But again, to remind everybody that those two bonuses there at the bottom, my letters, the foreclosure digital training, and also the direct mail letters, those two bonuses expire tonight at midnight. And I want to congratulate everybody that's already signed on and enrolled. Brenda was telling me just a little while ago, we got some people taking advantage of the payment plan, some in full, some using PayPal. And so again, that PayPal, if you use PayPal credit, this entire package is only $59.95. You go to jconnor.com/virtual and click on the button that says pay in full at $29.97. When you click on that button, you just scroll down a little bit. You'll see a blue banner that says PayPal credit, and it's 6 months, same as cash, only $59.95 a month. Use your PayPal login, and you log in there, and it's very simple to use right there. So, Chaffee, how can people speak directly with you or Kelly if they would like a strategy session for y'all to work with them on?
So definitely, again, if you just go to jconnor.com/consult, CONSULT, enter in your phone and email address, and either Kelly or I will give you a call back and answer your questions and see how we can help you move forward with everything. And obviously, see how we can work together with you and with Jay going forward. So definitely take advantage of this offer. And I just want to remind everybody out there, Jay, that this just isn't a 3-day virtual boot camp, because if you look at all the bonuses that you're getting, I mean, it's a lot, right? I mean, it barely fits on the slide. And it really is for the 3 days and the 4 weeks of coaching and support afterwards. So it really is an entire month-long program where we're working with you to implement what you learn right away. And that's always been a key of every single event that I've worked with you at, Jay. It's that we don't want you to just learn a bunch of stuff and then go home and twiddle your thumbs or put, a book or a tape on a shelf and let it collect dust or anything. We want you to start taking what you learn and implementing and doing and taking massive action so you get massive results right now. So again, it's not just a 3-day virtual event. That's nice that you get to stay home and you get to learn and you get to watch everything for 3 days. Only then it's another full month of support, of action taking, of you doing things and we helping you do those things.
And also, Chaffee, I want to remind everybody that this virtual event is for new real estate investors and it's for experienced real estate investors of any length. I know experienced real estate investors, you're always looking for more funding for your deals. This event definitely will serve you very well. And also, you're going to learn the virtual, preparing yourself for what's coming right around the corner. And this training is going to be for everybody, because even if you're a seasoned real estate investor, we've never had this before, right? So we're going to be diving deep on how to prepare for the huge avalanche of opportunities that you'll be having to serve people and make a lot of money. So if you want to get involved and financially you just can't figure out how to do it, you for sure want to sign up for a consult, jconnor.com/consult, and Chaffee or Kelly will hold your hand and we'll help you get things figured out, because if you want to be there, I want to figure out how to get you there. So be sure and take advantage of talking with Kelly or Chaffee if you need help on figuring it out. Chaffee, anything else before Scott puts up the 15-minute? We're going to do a 15-minute break, folks, and then we're going to go into our last session this afternoon, and we're going to have you out in time. I promised you we'd be done by 5 p.m. Eastern time, and we are going to be done by 5 p.m. Eastern, unless some of y'all just want to stay on and keep going. So, Chaffee, anything else before we put up the 15-minute countdown break? Or the break.
I just want to reiterate what you said. It's for new people as well as experienced real estate investors. As you guys saw, Andrew and Aaron come on. They've been doing real estate for over 6 years. They've done, hundreds of deals, and then they started working with Jay and really helped. It really helped them with their systems and processes as well as their mindset to raise private money. If you were on last week, you saw Dan and Crystal, who had been in real estate, only then started working with Jay, and now are like master real estate investors and working with Jay on a regular, consistent basis. You saw Paul and Paul and Austin, my apologies, earlier this morning, and we got some more great interviews coming next week as well. So again, it's not just for brand new, it is for if you're in this business and you need more processes, more systems, you need to learn how to do things today. If you're brand new, Jay will walk you through step by step, and if you're not, we'll answer your questions. We'll help you move and take your business to that next level. So again, just to reiterate that point, that if you're in this business and you want to get moving now and you want the tools and the systems and processes to do it, get signed up and we'll see you there at that event.
That's awesome. So Scott, I got a question before you bring up the 15-minute break countdown clock. Is there a way to keep my PowerPoint up here, reminding everybody of everything that's in the package? Is there a way to keep this slide up during the break along with the countdown clock, or can you not do both?
I don't believe we can do both.
I got you. Okay. Well, everybody, if you haven't written it down yet, be sure and write down www.jayconner.com/virtual, okay, VIRTUAL, because this package with the foreclosure letters, my foreclosure letters, and the foreclosure digital training does expire and come down tonight at midnight. You can also write down my office number. Now, we will be here at my office to take call-in questions at 252-808-2927. But really, what you really need to write down as well is jayconner.com/consult, CONSULT, because that's how you will be able to have a strategy session with Chaffee or Kelly. Okay, Scott, let's do the 15-minute countdown clock. We'll come back for our last session.
Before we go, Jay, I just wanted to mention about Aaron and Andrew. We had them on our podcast, on our YouTube channel. I'm thinking it's like 18 months ago, and their goal for the next year, which was $5 million in private money. And you could tell when they were telling us that was their goal, it was a stretch. They had never raised anywhere near that amount of money, but they were excited because you had instilled in them the confidence that they could actually go out and get this little pile that they needed in the beginning, and then inspire them to think bigger and bigger and bigger. And I don't know if you caught it, but they raised $7 million in private.
I heard that.
So they exceeded it. And that's one of the real advantages of working, with a mentor that really can do what they say they can do, which is you, Jay. So I just wanted to add that little bit because I was so proud of those two when they said $7 million, because I know how scary that goal was for them at the time.
Absolutely. Thank you for bringing that up, Scott.
All right. So we're going to take our 15-minute break now.
All right. See everybody back in 15 minutes. Countdown clock. Come back for the last session.
Hey, we're back.
Yes, we are.
I had to unmute myself.
So, Jay, I was just flipping through our book, Private Money.
Oh, yeah.
And I could just tell you, man, this is like pure gold.
It is like pure gold.
It's funny. It's like you work on something, you write something, and then like you don't look at it for a while, and you go back and you look at it, and you're like, oh man, I did that. That's awesome. Oh man, I wrote that in there. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, at 3 o'clock in the morning, right?
Yeah, that's right.
So Chaffee, Scott, have you all seen any questions come in that we haven't answered yet?
There's 2 questions that I want to check because I can't recall if we answered them. One is, do you use an LLC? No, we answered that one. Do you buy property personally, or do you always use some sort of entity? And I think that's an important question.
My lands, I'm glad somebody asked that question. So this is a writer downer, folks. Never, as in never, 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 never buy a property in your personal name. All right. You're either going to want to buy it in an LLC or you're going to want to buy it in a land trust. You want to have those layers of protection against, the lawsuits and et cetera. So yeah. Never buy in your personal name. Let's see here. Henrietta just asked, does this training involve how to rehab? Absolutely, Henrietta. This training involves how to rehab. So that's the reason that we're going to be doing the virtual bus tour, is because that's going to allow me to dive deep into teaching the rehab side of the business, to where, because all these houses we're going to be going on the virtual tour, Henrietta, all these houses are or were in need of rehab. So I'll be able to teach you on that virtual tour during this event. I'll be able to teach you the budgeting, so how much each line item cost. I'll also be teaching you how to work with contractors, how to find the best contractors to work with. So I'll be doing the bus tour. I'm also going to be interviewing Tom, who is my general contractor. That entire interview is going to be about the rehabbing process. I'll be interviewing my project manager, whose name is Chris. That's all about the rehabbing process. So yes, Henrietta, I'm glad you asked the question.
Hey, Jane, let me jump in on that if you don't mind.
Sure.
I gotta say, one of the things I love about your bus tour, and I know we're doing a virtual bus tour, and you're going to walk through it with your project manager and talk about every single thing, is that when you go on other bus tours, you learn a lot and you don't really get the actual real numbers, right? You get a theoretical number because they're walking through a property that's on the MLS. And then they'll say, well, what do you think needs to be fixed, right? And then they'll ask you what you think needs to be fixed, and let's estimate the repairs on this. Only you don't really know if that's really what's going to happen or not, because it's not their property. They're not actually fixing it up. When we go on your bus tour, it's your property, and we get to see something that you just bought, usually, right? That hasn't been fixed up yet. And then you'll go through the budget of what you expect to be done with your project manager or with your contractor or with your designer, and you'll break down those prices. And then we actually get to see a property that you did fix up, that's actually yours, that the actual expenses and what was actually done to that property. And like I say, you don't get that in other bus tours because it's not their property. And so you'll get down to the nitty gritty, the actual numbers, the actual facts, how you found it, how you bought it, how much it cost, how you negotiated it, what you did to it, what the repair costs were, what repairs were done, et cetera, that you just don't get at other bus tours. So I just want to throw that out there. It's that's what sets your bus tour apart from so many other ones.
Exactly. I'm glad you brought that out, Chaffee. Another question and so folks, we're doing right now open Q&A. So you can be asking anything about what we've covered today. You can be asking anything about, real estate investing or whatever. So one question, Chaffee, I said here from Sean is how to help people stay out of foreclosures. So, Sean, you might not have been on first thing this morning or the first half of the day, but there is a website that will help people nationally. Okay. And I'm going to give out that website right now to help people keep from losing their house. And that is homereliefprogram.com. homereliefprogram.com. So another good question. There we go. I see it in the chat box right there. Perfect. So as people are putting in questions, Chaffee, shoot, I've been asking all the questions today. Why don't we reverse hats? Why don't you ask me one or two questions?
Absolutely. Let's see. We got some. So we asked you some questions last week, right? So I don't want to ask the same questions again because people can just watch the replay from last week and they'll get those answers. So I want to ask you some different questions. And just again, so everybody knows, Jay doesn't know what I'm going to ask him. These are questions that I just thought that you guys might be interested in knowing. So the first one, Jay, that I have really is just, what do you think, or what has made you so successful during this whole crisis period where you're raising more money, doing more deals? And so what is that key mindset factor, or the key concept, or the key thing that you think that has made you succeed when everyone else is shut down?
Embrace change when change is inevitable. Embrace change when change is inevitable.
That's a right downer.
Yep. But let me explain what embrace change when change is inevitable, what I mean by that. So, I heard you and Kelly talking on a break earlier this afternoon. She was saying a rock is a rock, water's water. That's what it is. So I can't change that a rock is hard and water's liquid, and that's just what it is. So, but what I am able to change, Chaffee, is how I respond to whatever it is that's happened. So I want to share with everybody, since you asked this question, I want to share with everybody a formula that I actually learned years ago from Jack Canfield, the creator of Chicken Soup for the Soul series. So the formula that I learned was, and still use it today, is E, the letter E, plus R equals O. E plus R equals O. So let me tell everybody what that stands for. The letter E stands for event, or the event. The R stands for response, the response to the event. And the O stands for outcome. The O stands for outcome. So let me bring this home to everyone as to what I mean by this and how it will help you throughout the rest of your life. So the event that happens to you in your life may have been your responsibility or may not have been your responsibility. For example, Coach David Price, in fact, Coach David Price will be presenting, I didn't even bring this up, he's going to be presenting a session during the June 10, 11, and 12 event on mindset along with Chaffee, not during that same session, but the mindset's very, very important to him. But nonetheless, Coach David's father passed away when he was only 7 years old. So David was only 7 years old when his dad passed away. David had nothing to do with that event. David was not responsible for his father passing away. In fact, his father passed away just totally out of the blue, unexpected, in his early 40s. And so David was not responsible for that event. However, the R in this formula, E plus R equals O, the R, you are 100% responsible to the response of the event that already took place. So for years and years and years, Coach David blamed his father's death and was an excuse for years as to his overweight. Coach David now is 100 pounds less than he was years ago because he took responsibility for his actions. But he said, you know, due to me losing my father when I was 7 years old, that's why I am, you know, happy with just mediocre results. That's why I'm just happy with just getting by with doing the least amount that I can. I've got an eating problem because, you know, most of my life I grew up without, you know, my dad, and on and on and on and on and on. And whatever was going wrong in David's life, it was because his dad passed away when he was 7. But here's the thing. If you don't like what you're experiencing right now, that's called the outcome from the event. If you're not liking what you're experiencing right now, whether it's fear, you're feeling fear, or you're not getting results, well, guess what? You can't change the E, you can't change the event, but you can change your response to the event that happened. So you can have any outcome you want you desire from any event by changing your response. So let me give you another example as to how this plays out. This formula played totally into my success in 2009 when I got cut off from the banks. Y'all remember I've told you the story. My first 6 years of investing in 2003 to 2009, I relied on local banks and mortgage companies to fund my deals. I get cut off with no notice in January 2009. Well, the event, me getting cut off, having my funding cut off from the local banks, that was not my responsibility. I had nothing to do with that. I had an 800 credit score. I had never been late on payments from my bank. I was like, you know, in my mind, I was like their perfect customer, right? But now they've cut me off. Well, they didn't cut me off because of something I'd done. They cut me off because of worldwide economic conditions. So I had a choice, E plus R equals O. The event is I'm cut off from the banks. I have no way to fund my deals. The outcome I'm looking at is if I don't respond appropriately to being cut off from the banks, my outcome is I'm going to be out of business and have no funding. So what was my response? I immediately searched and looked for a better and faster and more efficient and more reliable way to fund my deals, right? So that's where I sought after private money, learned about private money. So what was my outcome from the event of being cut off from the banks? I did 3 times as much business in that first year of being cut off from the banks than I had done the previous 6 years, right? Because of applying the E plus R equals O. So let's bring it home to us here today. What's the event? COVID-19, coronavirus. What's the event? Things are shut down. Banks have tightened up. Hard money lenders have tightened up. So the question is, what is your response, right? What is your response to this event of coronavirus? What outcome do you want? Do you want to level up your real estate investing business? Do you want to start in real estate investing now and make an impact by having a servant's heart? So what's your response? My recommended response is get involved now, get signed up for the June 10, 11, and 12th event, and now you'll be responding in a way that you are now taking control of the outcome that you want from this coronavirus. How did I respond? I immediately reached out to my private lenders and gave them an update on how my business is going and what my plans are. I didn't hide. I didn't bury my head in the sand. You know, I didn't sign up for more virtual television, right? To put me in escape mode. So as we talked about last week, Chaffee, we run towards the roar. I told the lion and the rabbit story. So what did I do? What did I do different maybe than some other people? Is I remembered that I have a choice. I can choose to respond to this coronavirus any way I want to, because I know it's my response. I'm 100% responsible. It's my response that will dictate the outcome that I want.
Well, that's a great answer, Jay. As always, right?
You ask one little short question, and then here we go.
There are a lot of writer downs on that. And we don't have time to go into today. And one thing that it triggered in my head was just a lot of people sometimes when things happen in their life, they play the victim card, right? They say, why me? Oh, why did this happen to me? What's going on? And they become the victim. And when they become the victim, they lose all their power. They lose the momentum to move forward. And you never did that. And people like Lee Arnold and people like Jim Zaspel, they don't do that. I mean, you look at if you listen to Jim earlier this morning, he adjusted and he said, our response rate went down, except we're doing 3 times more offers, 3 times more deals, and so our volume is up, right? And so he never played the victim of, oh, this Corona thing has me down, I can't do anything, I got to shut down. He said, what can I do? What else can I make happen? And so, instead of playing the victim, that's what I was thinking when you were saying that, is that, yeah, I mean, you have the opportunity to really be strong, be a leader and not a victim, and really embrace things, as you said, and hit it head on and see what you can differently.
Excellent. That was a good question.
With that,
and a fantastic answer.
Always, Jay. With that, actually, before I go into the next question, I think we have a question in the chat session. Scott, there it is.
So, foreclosure, I'm in a trustee state of Tennessee. Can I get in touch with the trustee to learn more about the property? Well, Chaffee, you're going to have to help me. I wonder which trustee Elaine is referring to. So deed of trust, there's trustees. There's a trustee on the deed of trust. There's the substitute trustee that the mortgage lender hires. So I'll finish the question. Maybe I can get a deal before it hits the paperwork to advertise property. So let me just answer it both ways. So typically the trustee, I'm in a deed of trust state here. So the trustee is typically my real estate attorney, is usually who the trustee is, because it's my real estate attorney that's closing the deal for me. So with that being the case, let's say I buy a property and I go into arrears. Well, there's really no need to contact my real estate attorney, who's the trustee on that deed of trust, because they're not going to get involved in a negotiation and try to contact me and go in between me and the lender and all this and that. So no need to contact the trustee of the deed of trust. And there's no need to contact the substitute trustee who the mortgage lender would have hired to start the process, because the substitute trustee is just going to be representing, the substitute trustee by law is actually representing the mortgage lender and the person that's in foreclosure. But they're not going to get into a conversation with you about you buying the property. So really the only person that you want to get in contact with ASAP, and of course through my foreclosure letters, that's how you'll get in touch with them, is the owner of the property. That's who you want to contact ASAP. So Chaffee, do you see any other color on that question?
The only thing I'm thinking of is maybe she's asking if she can get a hold of the lender and learn more about the property directly from the lender.
The lender's not going to talk to you about a loan that they've loaned money on to somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, unless you get a authorization from the homeowner, the lender won't speak to you. So
Correct. So again, this is a good question because it emphasizes the point. Elaine, you want to get just as soon as possible, directly in communication with the person that's in foreclosure. So good question.
Awesome. Scott, any more questions, or should I ask Jay another one? All right. Because, if I ask Jay another one, he might go for another 10, 15 minutes. So I want to make sure we get. Okay, so Jay, here's one. I think we asked some of the other speakers or partners last week, which is, how have you worked with your team members in the face of this COVID-19 to keep them safe and to keep them motivated to continue to work and be proactive?
Yeah. So one thing that I'll be teaching, as I mentioned, June 10, 11, and 12, is doing this real estate business virtually. Well, one blessing that I already have, Chaffee, is I've been doing this business virtually for years already, and a lot as far as what I do and what my team members do. Like, for example, Kim, my acquisitionist, she and I have been working virtually for quite a while. But how do we communicate with each other? Well, at the June 10, 11, and 12 event, I'm going to be teaching what platform, what internet service that I use to communicate with my team so I don't have to rely with getting them up on the telephone. And how do we communicate and have where do we have all of our motivated seller leads? Where do we have our buyer leads? And so, like yesterday afternoon, I went to the service that we use. I went right into this software and pulled up the task that my acquisitionist had assigned to me of deals I needed to review. So I went right in there. I spent maybe 10 minutes reviewing all the deals that had been submitted to me, and I put in my responses right back to my acquisitionist. I didn't even have to get on the telephone. Now, as far as my project manager and crew members on rehabbing and my contractor, we are blessed in this area because, and this is the way it's been in most areas, is that we, since we are real estate related services, we were deemed essential. In my opinion, everybody's essential, but speaking in that language, different states have deemed different businesses, which is essential to where you can go to the office and which is not essential and you got to work from home, right? So we've actually been able to come here into our office since day one of shutdown. And so our contractors, and so the rehabbing that we've been doing has not slowed down whatsoever, because here in North Carolina, it's been deemed essential. So again, in answer to your question, I've been doing so much of this business virtually already. We really haven't had to make that many tweaks. One thing that we have had to make a big tweak on is how do we get our motivated sellers? Because like Jim Zasper went over this morning, my lead flow from the way that I was doing it. See, I had to stop mailing letters on the foreclosure for right now, right? However, that's going to be picking up right away again. So I had to find a different way in this environment to get motivated sellers, and man, have I found it. I'm getting more motivated sellers now in this 8-week period than I had prior to now anytime. I'll be spilling the beans on that June 10, 11, and 12.
Awesome. And well, there's another question. I was going to say something, Molly. There's another question real quick.
Okay.
Go ahead and answer the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. So Elaine says system. What does it state for? Discuss this. It's in our workbook. Yes. So I went over what system stands for in my presentation this morning that went from like 9:30 to 10:45. But anyway, it stands. So system is like a franchise. So what I taught this morning is, you got McDonald's, you got Subway, you got, Quiznos, you got all these different franchises. Well, the reason the franchises are successful is because they already have a proven system. And so my foreclosure system that I was talking about this morning, the letters are already proven. The tracking system is already proven. But what system stands for, Elaine, that you want to write down in your book is a system saves you mercy. Saves you. I've drawn a blank. Chevy saves you.
Time, energy, and
That's
money.
right. Save yourself. Thank you. Save yourself time, energy, and money. Thank you.
I know we started early this morning, Jay, so I get it. Awesome. So save yourself time, energy, and money. Awesome. And it's in the chat room as well. So now we answered that. I did want to say, Jay, that your team, I want everybody to know, you don't have to have a team of 50 people or 100 people like Gary Boomershine from last week, right? I mean, your team is just like a handful of people, and I know all of them because I've met all of them. So with your team, like I said, it's just a handful of people that that you trust implicitly, that work with you, that have the same mindset as you. And with that team, you're not only able to run your real estate business in 5 or 10 hours a week, you're able to run your information marketing business, your coaching business, and everything else. So, if everyone out there is thinking that, oh my gosh, how am I going to find all these people and build this huge team? You don't have to do that. Jay will show you how to find the right team members, what to look for, and how to identify them, so that they're a core piece of your team so that you can do business going forward. Right, Jay?
That's it. That's it.
Don't forget about stress. What am I forgetting about?
Well, Andrew may be talking about, save yourself stress, time, energy, and money. There it is.
There you go.
Somebody was taking good notes this morning. That's right. Save yourself stress. Thank you, Malachi. Save yourself stress, time, and you're going to save yourself stress, time, energy, money, because the system's already in place. All you got to do is plug and play. Thank you, Malachi and Andrew.
So Jay, other than obviously, registering and attending the 3-day virtual event, I know we got a ton of people already registered for that. And outside of just registering for the event, until that event comes, right? Until that the 3-day comes and we do the coaching and everything, what can they do within the next couple of weeks here other than show up next week, which we'll talk about? What else can they do right now to prepare themselves to get ready for their business, for themselves, until we get to that event?
Yeah. So between now and June 10th, the wisest time you could be using is to start going through the digital training that we're going to be sending you the first of this coming week. So, the bonus, one of the bonuses that comes down tonight at midnight is my foreclosure digital training. So we're going to send that to you by email for all of you that have signed up for the June 10, 11, and 12 event. So you want to go through that training. You want to go through the training, the digital training of how I raised $100,000 in 60 minutes over the telephone. You want to go through that. You also want to go through how to have a successful private lender presentation. It's called a private lender luncheon. You can actually do that same presentation over Zoom. You'll want to go through that training. So all the bonus training that we're sending you ahead of time, you will be the best prepared for the June 10, 11, and 12 event by going through that training before those dates.
And I got to stress how important it is for them to come prepared for the training in order to maximize the training, right? So I know that in the past, we've had some students that have bought one of your home study courses and, they don't go through it. So they come to the boot camp, which you go through everything at the boot camp, don't get me wrong. And, when you hear it for a second or third or fourth time, it just reiterates everything and it compounds and it builds upon it. So definitely that's what you want to do, is you want to come prepared for those 3 days, go through the materials so that you come with questions, you come with things that you want to know more about, things that you're fuzzy about, so that we can answer them right there and then and address them and move on to that next step. So.
Oh, let's do this right now, Chaffee. So we promised everybody at the beginning of the day, we were going to share with everyone free resources, okay? Free resources that you can take advantage of. So this is good training for everyone as well. These resources are being supplied by our guest speakers that we've had on. So that website is www.jayconner.com/resource. So everybody write that URL down. When we finish today, you'll definitely want to go over there. You can download the free resources that we have there from our guests that came on. So I want to mention that, Chaffee, before we forgot it.
Awesome. And while you're talking about the resources and everything, can you tell them a little bit about next week, what we're going to discuss next week?
Sure. So next Friday, we're going to start again. That's June 5th. Next Friday, we're going to start at 9 a.m. And next Friday's focus is going to be what I call about how to get free private money. So what I mean by free private money is how is it that you can fund your deals using, well, I'll just leave it a secret for now. We got all kinds of creative ways that you can fund your deals in addition to using private money. So again, it's going to be about getting your deals funded. It's going to be about, I'm going to really spend a good bit of time next week on how to negotiate with sellers. That's going to be a big part of the training as well. How do you negotiate with sellers? And
oh no.
9 a.m.
There we go.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you froze up on me. Sorry.
Okay. You did, when you froze up on me too. So I'm glad we're still here and all good.
All right. So next week we are starting at 9 a.m. and going for the full day again. Right?
You got it. You got it. So let me pull up. I'm sorry. I was going to pull up the slide one more time before we let everybody know what we're going to do as we finish up the day. So is now a good time to show that, or did you have something else?
Nope, that's it, Jay. Let's pull up the slide.
Okay.
And
all right. So everybody here, one more time. This is the last time you're going to see it before we go into this last session. And so here's the complete recap of what's going on June 10, 11, and 12. And let me pull up this. So here are these two bonuses at the bottom that expire at midnight tonight at this website, www.jayconner.com/virtual. If you want a strategy session with Chaffee or Kelly, simply go to jayconner.com/consult, CONSULT. Again, we've got the 3-pay method, $11.65 today. That's one of the payment options at the website, jayconner.com/virtual. So we have in-house financing there. You can also go to the pay in full button at $29.97. Click on that pay in full button, scroll down just a little bit, and you'll see a blue banner that says PayPal credit. You can get this entire package with all the bonuses before midnight tonight at $59.95 a month. That's using PayPal credit. You just log in with your PayPal login. Oh, by the way, Chaffee, I heard someone, I saw a comment earlier this afternoon. They were asking if they have PayPal, if they have a PayPal debit card, are they good to go? And my understanding is yes. If they have a PayPal debit card, then they can get the PayPal credit.
Yep.
So again, go to the pay in full button at the website here and scroll down. You'll see a blue banner. It says PayPal credit. You just click right on it. It's 6 months, same as cash. So you're going to have plenty of opportunity to do your next deal and pay off your PayPal credit, line of credit that you've gotten for this package. Again, it's 6 months, same as cash, only $59.95 per month. Chaffee, what else you want to bring out here to the forefront?
well, I want to bring out, I think we got 2 people backstage waiting. So I'd like to bring them out.
All right. Super. Super.
So, hey, there we go.
Can you hear me all right?
I can hear John, and Kelly is unmuted.
I keep muting myself.
There you go.
Hey, Kelly. Hey, Jay. Hey, Chaffee.
Hello there, John. How are you doing, my man?
Wonderful. Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. I can't see you, but you can see me. So You know, you're sort of like Santa Claus. I can't see you, but you can see me.
You can minimize your PowerPoint now, Jay. It's we're all on screen, so.
Okay, excellent. I'll minimize. So, folks, this is your last chance to make a note. No, I think Scott's got this website scrolling along the bottom. So I will minimize. Yep, there we go. Now I can see everybody. Hello, John. Hello, Kelly.
So, John, Kelly, and I are going to hang out a little bit. Can you tell them why you have us hanging out a little bit, Jay?
Yes, I've got you all hanging out for a little bit. So we call this the after party networking party, right? Is that what's on my agenda? Networking after party with Chaffee, right. John, and Kelly. So, folks, this session, and you all will be done before 5 o'clock. It's 20 minutes after 4 now. I mean, they can go as long as they want to, but what I have discovered is sometimes my attendees and my students will ask my coaches questions that they won't ask me. I have no idea why that is. But sometimes when I just go away and get out of the way and not be eavesdropping, then I don't know, sometimes y'all just open up and have great conversations. So what's going to happen here, folks, is, by the way, I want to make sure everybody knows this. Kelly and John, along with Chaffee, are all successful real estate investors. All right. Beyond that point, besides being successful real estate investors, they're also very, very skilled and experienced in the mindset and personal development world. So if you've got some challenges or you got some roadblocks or you're stuck, Chaffee, Kelly, and John, all three are very, very experienced and qualified to help you work through the mind stuff that holds you back. So that's why I have them on here, and you can be asking them any questions, hanging out. I want you to get to know John and Kelly because they're at all, like Chaffee, they're at all of my live events. They do strategy sessions at my live events, and you'll have an opportunity to have extended one-on-one strategy sessions at the June 10, 11, and 12 event. We didn't even bring that up, Chaffee. We should have, but you're going to have opportunity, folks. Everybody that's going to be at the June at the John. I'm looking at John at the June 10, 11.
Stop looking at me. How many times do I have to tell you to quit looking at me?
Stop looking at me.
You always get distracted. Always get distracted.
But you're going to have an opportunity, folks, as an additional bonus to have my coaches work with you on your real estate investing business one-on-one. And these will be extended strategy sessions. Here we're sort of in a group. Now you can still talk with them over the phone by going to jconner.com/consult. Again, I want to emphasize this point, folks. If you want to come and you haven't figured out how you can do it financially, go to jconner.com/consult. And John or Kelly or Chaffee will get on the phone with you. We'll hold your hand. We'll get it figured out.
And Chaffee, by the way, we'll start calling obviously after this session because we're all here on this session. So if you're ready, signed up, hold tight. We will call you tonight and make sure we'll get to you tonight.
Exactly. So one question I see here from Dominique. I'll tell you what. I'm going to go ahead and get out of the way, Chaffee. I'm going to turn it over to the three of you and let these attendees, say stuff that they wouldn't say while I was here.
Awesome. Well, everyone, before Jay takes off, go ahead and show him some love over here and just say, thanks, Jay. See you next week. So comment. It's been an exciting day full of great information. So show them some love, will you?
Yeah, send me some love. I need some love. So look, folks, I love y'all. Thank you for being here. And I'll see y'all here again next Friday. Be sure you get signed up and enrolled before midnight tonight. I'll see y'all later.
See you, Jay.
All right. Bye-bye.
So hey, Scott, are you going to join us for this party? Rock and roll. There are a couple questions. Why don't we go ahead and answer those questions, Scott, while they're there? Are note investors considered the same as private lenders? The description sounds the same. So the answer is no. Note investors actually buy and sell notes. So a note, a real estate note, is obviously the paper that when you buy and sell and have a loan, that is the note. And so they're basically, when they buy a note, they become the lender, right? So they are the bank when they buy the note. Now, a private lender just lends money to somebody, to a real estate investor, and then the real estate investor is the one that buys and sells the property, right? So a typical private lender, like Jay has 48 private lenders. Most, if not all of those private lenders have nothing to do with real estate. They don't care about real estate. They don't want to know about real estate. All they want is a regular, steady return on their money. A note investor is actually somebody that is active in the real estate industry, looks for notes, buys notes, sells notes, and actually is knows about the real estate business. Okay. Let's see. Is there any other questions, or are we good, Scott? The training still include helping to get at least 100,000 in private funding, right? So I'm not sure what training, Henrietta, you're referring to. And the 3 days, Jay will go through his private money system. If you want, there's no guarantees for that 100,000. Only the whole purpose of that training is to show you how to go out and raise as much money as you can. Now, if you're looking for a guarantee, some of his programs do have guarantees in order to reach the minimum of $100,000. As a matter of fact, his Mastermind Platinum students, we actually work to automate that whole process for you. And there is a guarantee in those trainings. Only if you want more questions about that, or you want Kelly or John and I to go more details about that, go ahead and I believe you've already signed up for a consult. And so we'll call you with that consult and answer that question specifically for you. Okay.
So Chaffee, Carol Joy is still here at the office. So everybody.
Hey, everybody.
And all attendees.
Hey, coaches. Good to see y'all. Happy
Hey, Carol
Friday.
Joy.
Hey, John.
If y'all haven't met all the attendees, if you haven't met my wife, Carol Joy, that I've been talking about all day, here she is.
Hey, everybody. Thank y'all for joining us today. It's been a great day. I've been listening incognito a lot and learning.
Awesome. Well, you could probably teach this stuff, Carol Joy.
No, I've got my best helpers in place. My live superheroes, I'll say.
All right, y'all. Have a good one.
Have a great weekend.
Have
Thank
a
you.
great weekend.
All right. Where are we? Oh, we got another question. Are we allowed to make the private lender presentation our own, or do we have to use it as is? No, absolutely. Jay's got his template, his PowerPoint process or presentation set up, and you actually have to go in and make it your own. So you want to put your own company name in it. You want to put down what percentages you're paying, whether it's 6 or 8 or 10 or whatever it is. So you definitely want to customize that presentation. So it's, I would say, 90% done. Only the other 10% is customized for your business. Okay. All right. Are we good? Let's see. Kelly earlier introduced herself during lunch. John, I know you had a previous engagement and you're here now. Do you want to introduce yourself real quick? Take a couple minutes and tell everybody about yourself.
Yeah, so nice to meet everybody. My name is John Marshall. Is that it? I just introduced myself. I'm just kidding. So I've been doing a lot of real estate investing for many, many years. Met Chaffee. Chaffee, how long have we known each other?
Oh, geez. I don't know. 6, 7, 8 years? 6 to 8 years?
Something like that. And he introduced me to Jay, and so I got to know Jay really, really well. And Jay's a wonderful, wonderful man. But I've been doing a lot of real estate investing myself. I run a mortgage company also, and then I also take on my own students where I do mentoring, essentially, for mindset. And really what we found, and I think Kelly and I think Chaffee can agree with me on this, that the one thing that prevents people from investing and being successful, it's not money, it's not where they were born, where they were raised, anything like that. It's their mindset. And no matter where you're at, if you can wrap your head around the proper mindset and you control the real estate, and we talk about how you control the real estate up in here, then you can control pretty much everything. And so that's what we try and teach people and help people with that. Once you control your mindset, how you see things and how you take on things, then that's really what dictates and determines how your future turns out. So that's one thing that we really, really like to focus on. So that's what we do.
All right. Well, welcome, John and Kelly. For those that joined late, if they missed you earlier, you want to take another couple minutes and tell them about you as well?
I can do that. If you happened to mention earlier, I had mentioned that I did come from corporate America several years back. I grew up with the American dream of go to school, get good grades, get a good job. I mentioned at one point I actually had 4 jobs when I was going to school. Did have some pretty good jobs, but it was never fulfilling to me, and I was looking for more. That's when I got involved with real estate investing. I've been in real estate for going on about 20 years now, and did some buy and holds, a lot of landlording, some wholesaling, a lot of short sales, dabbled in a little bit of commercial. I'm a firm believer in never giving up on a really good deal. There's always a way, even if it means that you're farming it out to somebody else for a finder's fee. And that's how our commercial stuff ended up being. I also sat in events just like this and learned, and I'm a consummate learner. I love learning, and it's actually paid off. I realized that I really like working with people, and that's where my coaching came around. So I love coaching people. I'm a certified catalyst coach. I am getting my certifications from the International Coaching Federation. I'm also a certified hypnotist. I didn't mention that before. And I love being with people. I love helping people out and figuring out what they want to do with their lives and having them explore what the possibilities are to have that manifest. So that's what I'm here for. And let me know how I can help.
Wonderful, wonderful. And Scott, I know that everyone knows you here as the producer of Jay's podcast and obviously the man behind the scenes for this live stream. And you're a lot more than that. Can you tell everybody a little bit about you?
Yeah, I'm an introvert that every time someone asks me to stand up in front of 400 people, regardless of whether I know anything about my topic or not, I say yes, and then I figure the rest of it out. And about 4 years ago, my youngest son decided to buy a house, so we helped him do that and moved him out of my house. I was an empty nester, and I thought, I can do anything. For the first time in my life, I have 0 responsibilities. All my family are healthy. My friends are healthy. And I have created a business that I can do anywhere in the world. So I went to North Africa and Europe, and I'm now in Medellin, Colombia, stranded because, there are no international flights anymore, or certainly not in and out of Colombia. And to be quite honest, if I had to be stuck anywhere, this is a pretty good place to be because it's the city of eternal spring, and every day is like your ideal spring day. It's a perfect temperature. The sun comes out and shines, and sometimes things beep in the background. But other than that, it's pretty good. And I was thinking of something, I think it was Kelly that sort of triggered me in that, we have challenges in life, and certainly right now is a massive challenge. And we could, just fall into fear, doom and gloom, and oh my goodness, and everything else. Or we could rededicate ourselves to our goals, understanding that we have new obstacles in our way. And my original goal was to go spend a year in Europe, which I pretty much did, and then a year in Africa, which was only really about 2 months, and then a year in Asia and Australia. So basically heading east across the continent and the continents. And when I got to Australia, I'm on the other side of the Pacific from Vancouver, Canada, which is my home. And I would either go home because I had done 3 years of traveling and I was satisfied. I wanted to, sit in one place for a while, or I would turn around and go back. And, with this whole travel, everything's shut down and everything else, part of me could very easily fall into this, I'm never going to get home again, or I'm never going to travel or whatever. And I really decided after a little bit of thinking about it this afternoon that I love traveling, and my goal is to continue. And next year I'm going to get to Europe somehow, and I'm going to get to Africa somehow. And that has become my new goal. And it's really interesting because I have new obstacles, in order to achieve that goal. And I'm ready to just take my steps and succeed. And I really think that for everybody listening, you have to look at your situation right now. Where are you? What are your goals? What do you want to do? What are you willing to do to achieve those goals? And I can tell you right now that these 3 people with me are people that will definitely help you achieve those goals if you're willing to step up to the plate.
Awesome. And Scott, I know with your travel goal, that's something you can definitely accomplish because you're known as the digital nomad and you do everything online and virtually anyway. So
the problem is actually getting somewhere now. That used to never be a problem. There was always planes and trains and cars, and now it's kind of like, well, it'd be very interesting to see how it all shakes out. But
well, it'll open back up, I'm sure. So with that, if you guys have any questions that you want us to answer, definitely, I don't know which way it is, post in the chat box. And these are more real estate questions. So if John, Kelly, if you guys want to take any, you're welcome to. Otherwise, I'll just answer them. And let's see, Gail asks, are there any issues with SEC laws when presenting real estate opportunities to private investors? And the answer is yes, unless you work with Jay, because what Jay teaches, there's no issues. So with Jay's process, his 5-step process for raising private money with private lenders, we don't have any challenges with the SEC. The SEC obviously is focused on if you're pooling money, if you're raising money for a private equity firm or a private fund, those kind of things. We're working with individual lenders, and we follow a system that Jay teaches, and so we don't run into any SEC regulations or laws that would violate any of that stuff. So do what Jay teaches you to do, and you'll be safe. Okay. Hi, Carol Joy. Oh, that wasn't a question. That was just a comment.
We do have a question about lease options, and we have another one about ranges when it comes to rates. And
okay.
I think
let's get through these 2 real estate type questions. And then I really want to, again, really dive into what John said was important with some of the mindset stuff to see how we can really help you guys overcome some of those challenges. And just realize, and I'm going to, before I answer those questions, is that what I'm answering right now and what Jay's answered for you in the past are really the nuts and the bolts, right? It's the how to do things. And we can give you as many how-tos as you want. Like we can just give you all day long, or you could just, get Jay's home study courses or attend the trainings. You'll get those how-to. And just because you know how to do something doesn't mean you're going to do it, right? And so that's really what we want to focus on. We want to focus on, okay, now we're going to give you all these how-tos. Only really, do you really need to know these how-tos, or do you really just need to go out and start doing some things and picking up momentum? And I think it was Mark Twain that once said, in my life, I've worried about a lot of things, 80% of which never happened, right? So don't get lost in the minutia. Don't get lost in the details. Don't get lost in the how-tos. Just know the systems and processes. And as we go, do what Jay tells you to do. Follow the system that's been proven, and you'll find out that a lot of these questions you're answering won't really even come up, right? So a couple questions. What are the questions, Scott, that you said? That's before I get to that, I wanted to get to those 2 real estate questions. Okay, in a lease option deal, who is responsible for paying the property taxes and insurance? And also, can they claim homestead? So in a lease option deal, I've done a handful of those. I haven't done as many as Jay. Jay actually has 28 of them right now. Maybe Kelly, you guys can jump in, or John, you can jump in too. Who's responsible for paying the property taxes and insurance? That's the homeowner, whoever owns that property. So when you say in a lease option deal, I'm not sure if you're referring to a sandwich lease option, or if you're referring to you own the property through a subject to, or you bought it and then you're lease optioning out. Only the bottom line is who owns that property, who controls the title to that property. That's the person that pays those property taxes and insurance. Okay. Can they claim homestead? The answer to that really is it depends upon, as far as I'm aware, it depends upon the particular state or county that you're in. And so that's going to vary across the country. So homestead laws are different everywhere, right? Guys, anything to add, or am I on a roll and should I keep going?
You're on a good roll. I just you said it right when it came to the property taxes and all that. Whose ever name is on there and is legally responsible should be the one that pays for that.
All right.
You know, for at least for me, if I'm ever in a situation, I want to make sure if my name's on there, it's getting paid properly. I don't want to be defaulted because someone else didn't pay.
Perfect. Do you think there should be different ranges when it comes to the rates we offer? For example, let's say you start at 5%. The more they lend, the more of a return they'll make. Is that in line with the training, or should we stay away from that? So in my opinion, and what Jay teaches, you should stay away from that. And the reason why is, you know, if you end up having a lot of private lenders and some of them know each other and they talk to each other, and you offered somebody 8% and then you offered somebody 4%, well, somebody that got 4% versus 8% is going to be very upset, right? And so what I recommend you do is pick a number, or, you know, a first mortgage and a second mortgage might have different. I believe Jay offers 8% on the first and 10% on the second. Although, again, with today's rates, you might go 6 and 8, or whatever it is for you. It could be 10 and 12, right? Pick that number and stick with it, because it's easier to remember and you'll keep yourself out of hot water, right? So that's just the rate of your program. Everybody gets the same thing. It's easy to understand. It's easy to remember. And so that's what I would recommend, and that's what Jay teaches as well. And by the way, I do want to remind everybody, or not remind, I want to let everybody know that if you've worked with Jay or somebody in the past and you have this thing called a help card, that you can call the office and they can actually use the help card for the program. Only you have to call before 5 Eastern. So call the office. There's a number, 252-808-2927. And if you use the help card, I believe it's still only $59 a month. If you have already the help card, they can help you process or use that help card for the 3 days in June 10th, 11th, and 12th. So again, if you have the help card, call the office. I believe you have, 20 minutes before they take off for the day. So definitely jump on, call the office, and then you can use their help card, and the payments on that would, I believe, be $59 a month. Okay. What else do we got? Another question. Let's see. How do you deal with trust issues when you have been burned before? John and Kelly, I'm going to let you guys take this one. One of you guys.
Is it me?
Sure.
All right, I'm in. How do you deal with trust issues when you've been burned before? Have you ever had a bad meal? Do you keep eating? I mean, that's what I look at it is you're bound to have things that go wrong in life. You're bound to have people that might mistreat you. You're bound to have deals that are going to go bad, but it doesn't keep you from going for your goals. So even if you have run into a situation or a circumstance where somebody has been really untrustworthy, it doesn't mean that every person that you meet is really untrustworthy. And I'm also a firm believer when it comes to like emotional intelligence and mindset, that if you've gotten burned, so to speak, that what is that opportunity there to teach you? Instead of being a victim to the being burned, like, what did it teach you? What can you take away from it? And I don't mean like, don't trust people again, but what steps, like, be responsible in where maybe you overlooked something, or you gave too much grace where there shouldn't have been, like the boundaries weren't set. Like, there's lessons that can be learned that you can take forward into your other engagements. Looking for being in a place of like, I've been burned and I don't know how I'm going to trust. I get it. And you get to choose trust because you choose trust. it sounds simple, and I know it's a habit and it's a muscle that needs to be massaged and worked, and a habit that needs to be formed. By being worried about being burnt again, I believe you're bound to get burnt again, because that's what you're looking for. So if you're looking for the good and looking about going to do good and focusing on things and still holding the boundaries and taking the lessons that you've learned from whatever the circumstances are that came in your past and applying them now, you're bound to create better results.
Awesome.
I agree. I think that the eating and meal analogy is a great analogy on that, Kelly. And I would take it even to and apply that to real estate. I would venture to say, and correct me if you think I'm wrong here, Chaffee, that there is not a real estate investor out there that hasn't had one deal go sour, or at least one deal in their career that they've lost money on, or it's been a miserable experience. I mean, do you know any investor that's everything's gone through perfectly smooth 100% of the way?
Well, I mean, unless they're lying.
Yeah, I mean that's just what you're going to deal with when you're dealing with real estate investing. You got to understand, real estate investing sometimes can get messy, it can get dirty, that's just what happens. That's why it's so nice to have a coach, someone teaching you every step of the way. So you take a coach like Jay, and he's going to help you avoid a lot of those pitfalls, a lot of the mistakes that he learned from. That doesn't mean there's not going to be hard times out there, but I would say there's probably two real estate investors out there. There's the ones that have had a horrible experience, maybe lost money on a deal and kept on investing, they're successful. And there's the ones who had a horrible experience, maybe lost some money on a deal, and they gave up and now they're working at McDonald's or something like that. And just in all seriousness, you're going to get burned. Unfortunately, that happens. And so like Kelly said, you got to move on. And if you keep on looking for that excuse to get burned, or that's what you're worried about, it's going to happen over and over and over again. And so learn from the mistakes, understand how you got burned. Maybe the contracts weren't in place, things weren't in place, and learn from the mistake and continue moving forward.
I think that's key, John, is that you learn from those mistakes, right? And then you get better at identifying the people that might, not be on the up and up going forward, right? I mean, we've all, again, as you said, experienced some challenges in our lives, and the key with everything is learning from those mistakes and moving forward with that. And then the only other question that I have to add on that topic, or that I have to ask on that topic, is how would you want to live your life? I mean, do you want to live your life questioning and doubting everyone and everybody so that your relationships get damaged because you can't trust anybody and you can't do anything? Do you want to surround yourself with, people that you're unsure about, and so you have no one to depend upon? Or do you just want to believe that most people are trustworthy, give them an opportunity, and then test the waters with them and work to build that relationship of trust going forward? I can tell you that Jay's team right now that he's surrounded himself with, and you guys as well, I've known you guys for years, right? Where we have that implicit trust that we know that we have each other's backs, that would have never happened if we would have just kept doubting each other about what's going on or how that's happening. And I know you and I, John, have run into some challenges in the past in the environments that we've been in, and instead of driving us apart, that actually drove us closer together to work with each other even more. So again, how do you want to live your life? Do you want to live, again, in so much doubt and fear that you're not doing anything? Or do you want to risk that, open yourself to those risks and challenges, knowing that you're going to learn from every single mistake you make going forward? So awesome. Let's see, Scott, we have another question about motivation, I think. There we go. John, you want to tackle this one first, or Scott?
Oh, sure. Oh, Scott, you go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, and there's lots of different theories about it. And I think the bottom line is it comes from within. And it's not that you're not motivated. I don't think we're ever not motivated. If you were not motivated to breathe, would that mean you didn't breathe? So we're always very motivated to breathe. And I think that what I discovered with me is when something doesn't get done, then I'm not motivated. But if I'm not motivated, why is it I'm not motivated? And the answer is because I don't want to do it. And I'm not motivated to do stuff I don't want to do. I'm motivated to do stuff I do want to do. So there are people in our lives that will say, oh, Scott, I really need you to help change this light bulb. Can you come over and change it for me? Or my boss, if you had a 9 to 5 like I did for 20 years, my boss is going to say, you got to go and straighten out that employee, or you got to go fix that display, or whatever it happens to be. And so what I've noticed is if I'm not doing it, it's because I don't want to do it. It's not because I'm not motivated to do it. So I think we need to look at our lives and say, here are all the things I don't like doing. I don't like cooking. That's me, right? I'm really unmotivated. I really like eating. So I make stuff, but I don't make stuff that's very good. But in this particular situation that I'm in right now, a few of my friends have said, my sister has a restaurant and now they're delivering. Would you like some food? And I go, yeah. And I go, wow, like I really like these meals that they're cooking for me or making for me. Lots of times there's salads. And I look at it and I think two things. One is, I would never take an hour or 2 hours to make this ever. It would be like pulling teeth. And the second thing is, even if I did want to make it, all the food would go rotten before I ate it all, because you need a big thing of lettuce and you need a big thing of this and a big thing of that. And I only get a little bit in each meal. So I think if you start looking at your life and you start making a list of these are the things I enjoy doing, these are the things that I dislike doing, and then you see what you can do about finding somebody else to do it. I found somebody else that's willing to cook meals for me, so I eat better now in a really bad situation because I really can't go out very much than I did before. And I think there are always people that like doing stuff you don't like doing and dislike doing stuff that you do like doing. And so I'm sure that, if Chaffee had to edit videos like I do, he'd be pulling his hair out like I did, and he wouldn't be very happy about it, right? And if I had to do some of the things I see him doing, I wouldn't be very happy about it either. So everyone's an individual. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. If you don't know what your strengths and weaknesses are, and you don't know what you like doing and what you don't like doing, then that's where you have to start. And then you become motivated doing the things that you really enjoy doing.
Awesome. John, did you want to add something?
Yeah, so I always go back to what's your why? That's probably my biggest thing. And so for me, my motivator is my family. For those of you who know me or you've seen me on other podcasts and stuff like that, or not podcast videos like this last week, I've got 6 kids. And so that is my motivator, is to spend time with my 6 children. To me, it's not the corner office. It's not the fancy car. It's how much time can I spend with my children and be with them. And that's really how I measure my success. And so that's me though. That doesn't ring true for everybody else out there. So I would say go back to what is it? What's your why? Some people, maybe it's money, but that's still not a very deep, compelling why. So dig deep, figure out what that why is. And that to me is the thing that keeps me motivated moving forward. Outside of that, there's external things such as, a good podcast, a good book, a good information, motivational speaker. There's great YouTube videos and things of that nature. That kind of, it's an external influence that helps me with my why, or it helps me keep motivated. But really, I dig down into my why. What's my why? And why do I get up every single day? And that's what keeps me motivated. So if you don't know what your why is, go figure it out. And that'll keep you motivated.
Awesome. I was going to say the same thing. I don't know if you had a comment, Kelly. I'm only going to cut you off if you did.
Yeah, no, that I was just going to say really quick. I mean, I love what Scott said and figuring out what you really do like. I'm a firm believer in optimizing, automation, and outsourcing. So whatever, and Jay's into that. Jay's really a great teacher as far as like being able to automate your business. So when you talk about motivation, I'm going to shrink it down to like what we're talking about here with your real estate business. Maybe there's certain things that you like doing. Maybe there's certain things that you don't. Figure out how to optimize whatever time that you're putting into it, and then automate and outsource the stuff that you don't want to do. There's going to be things that we have to do. And especially in the beginning, like maybe you're budgeting time for things, or maybe you're budgeting money for things. There's going to be things that you may end up doing that you don't really like to do. But I like to think of, we've got a bank account in here. And if you want to keep making deposits in there, make commitments to yourself that you keep. Every single commitment that you keep, you're putting money into that bank account. And every one that you break, you're pulling it out. And that bank account is really your worthiness. The more worthy you feel about yourself and the better you feel about yourself, the more jazzed you're going to be. My goal is to get out of bed every single morning, and when my feet hit the ground, the devil goes, oh, bleep, she's up again.
You tell that devil, Kelly.
Yeah.
So I just want to say all those answers are right, and they're all great. What I would add to that is that you want to minimize the things that you do not enjoy doing, minimize the things that you're not motivated to do by finding somebody else to do it or automating it, like Scott and Kelly said. And then if you're crystal clear about why you're doing something, that's your motivation, right? So you know your reason why, right? So there's never how do you say it? There's always something that you'll probably have to do because you're the person that has to do it, that you won't be able to outsource or you won't be able to automate. And so it's just faster if you just do it, even if you're not motivated to do it. And if you understand why it has to be done, then you'll get motivated to do it and be done with it so that it moves you closer to your goal, right? And so I always ask myself, what's the highest and best use of my time? And is it moving me closer to my goal, or is it moving me further away? And if it's moving me closer to my goal, I need to do it, right? If it's moving me away, then why am I doing it? Why is this, why am I doing it something and wasting my time on something that's moving me away from what I want, my ultimate goal, my ultimate reason why? And so again, if I know what that reason why is, then I know, okay, I'm not motivated to do this, except it's going to move me closer to my goal, my North Star. So just get it done, and I'm one step closer. Okay. Awesome. Let's see. What else do we have? Do we have any other questions, Scott? Are we good? Or I know
we just got the conversation you've got with Alice going on about homesteading, but other than that, we've kind of covered it. I'd like us to, and I'm trying to remember if we talked about this last week when we had our little after party, but how do you deal with the fear? And I think we actually did, because I think Kelly had made a comment that was the opposite of mine, but I think it's always good to not being opposing to mine. It was just the opposite thought of my thought, and which was just as valid. Anyway, without all that being said, the biggest expense we ever have, or the biggest purchase we ever make, is a house. So I remember when I bought a $35,000 in Canadian dollars house in Winnipeg in 1977. And I said to my dad, I will never pay this off. It is so much money. And of course, now we're looking at 200,000, 400,000, like a shack in Vancouver is $1.3 million. So how do you, and that's just where you live. Now we're talking about if I'm investing, I'm doing it twice. So how do you deal with that fear of this I would think it would be overwhelming fear of a massive amount of debt that I can't conceive of ever paying?
Well, before I let these guys answer, I just want to say that when you said the biggest purchase we ever make, and when you said house, I was thinking private jet. So anyways, that aside, I'll let John or Kelly answer the question. Hey guys, how do you guys overcome that fear?
And there we go. Sorry. I have no idea what I said last week. Goodness, Scott. Gosh, I thought of so many things when you said that. I think I mentioned my kids last week, that I tell them all the time that it's okay. Like, if you're going to be afraid, feel it, because what you resist persists. Feel it. Give yourself the time to feel it, and then employ courage. The courage is being afraid and doing it anyway. It's moving forward. It's moving through it. And again, Scott talked about your why. Chaffee talked about your why, knowing why you're doing it. If the fear is paralyzing, that's where I would start looking at what you're getting out of the paralyzation. But it's okay to be afraid. I don't think it's normal to not be afraid, and especially when you first get started or anytime you try something new. But I also like to think, if you're doing something new for the first time and you're afraid and you're trying to beat yourself up about being afraid, how arrogant. Like, you're a newbie, you're a novice. Why would you think that you've got all of this experience to just plow ahead? So it's okay. It's okay. Be afraid, and then know there's possibilities on the other side of this. How many other times in your life have you been afraid to do something and you've taken those steps and you overcame and you had a tremendous result come from it, go for it.
John, you're up.
Yes. Just before we move forward, Gail had a question. I think you guys saw that, so let's make sure we address that when we're done here. So many of what I didn't say in my introduction is I'm actually I'm a chiropractor by trade. I retired when I started investing in real estate, and to make that jump to become a chiropractor, it took 8 years of college, and it took about almost $250,000 to $300,000 worth of student loan debt. And it took a lot of time, a lot of effort. It was basically going through medical school. And so when I look at the cost of that, I knew that was a huge cost. And that was just to get a certificate that says, you're smart enough, John, now go practice. On top of that, I was thinking, okay, now when I get out of school, I've got to somehow buy a house. I've got to buy a practice. By the time I actually start making any money, I'm well into, $750,000 worth of debt, essentially. And I knew that going into there. Now, I guess the reason why I tell you this is I want you to go and walk up to a plastic surgeon or an ER doctor, one who's doing really, really well. And I want you to look him in the face and say, you're an idiot for spending that much money on school. Like, they would laugh at you. And I say that because they know what their potential is. In real estate investing, we know we're walking into something that's $200,000, $300,000, $500,000. We know the costs on this. We know it's a huge cost, but what is the potential return on it? Those who can look past the fear of the cost and the expense, they're the ones that succeed. They're the ones that make the money. And overall, the cost ratio versus risk, it pays off. And that's why people do so well in real estate and why they're successful.
Awesome. So, my 2 cents, since I'm the only one unmuted, would be that from a mindset standpoint, millionaires and billionaires don't think about how much something costs, right? Millionaires and billionaires think about how much money can I make from this and what's the benefit from this. And then once they think about that, then they figure out, okay, if this makes sense to me, if I can make this much money or I can have this much benefit from it, how do I make this happen, right? And so when you say, fear, that fear of a big purchase, it comes about because they're thinking about what they can lose versus what they can make, right? What they can benefit from it. And obviously you need to pay attention. If you're afraid of something, you need to pay attention of why you're afraid of it, so that you can educate yourself and learn more. Because how do you overcome fear? By 2 ways. By 1, education, and 2, doing, right? Feel the fear and do it anyways. Only the more educated you are about something, the more you learn about something, the less you're afraid of it. And 2, you're always still going to be afraid of it unless you actually do it, and you do it over and over and over again until it becomes habit or routine, right? And when you practice that muscle of thinking instead of the things that you can lose, obviously, again, you got to be aware of that, and you focus on the things that you can gain from it, then it's really a matter of just, okay, how can I make this happen? What do I need to do? So in the terms of, a big purchase, a $500,000 home purchase, well, where are you going to get that money? And I mean, if that house is worth $2 million, is it worth you to go and raise $500,000 so that you can turn around and sell it for $1 million, give the person that buys it a great deal, and still make a ton of money in the middle, right? And so again, instead of focusing on what you're going to lose or how it's going to affect you negatively, focus on the things that you can gain from it, and then determine if that's something that's worth your time and effort, and if that's something that's going to help you reach closer and closer to your goal. So awesome. Oh, we got another question. I'm having a hard time executing daily goals. For example, today's training wasn't in my plan and I made a pivot. Is this okay, or should I stay focused? So I'm not quite sure, John, Kelly, Scott, you guys understand what Gail's asking?
Well, I would jump in and say, Gail, you made absolutely the right decision pivoting today to come here and be with us. And if it was somewhere else, probably not such a good idea. So executing daily goals, I know exactly what you're talking about, because I always, on last night, I sat down and I wrote out 10 or 15 things I wanted to do today. And then today happens and there's 10 or 15 things that Chaffee wants me to do that I have to go and do. And so my list goes down here and Chaffee's list goes on top. And I absolutely understand how you feel being stretched here and there. And I think one of the best things is thinking about, one of my friends said this all the time, and the way he taught it to me, he didn't actually teach it to me, but every time he had to make a decision when I was with him, he asked a question of himself out loud, which is this the number one most important, highest priority thing for me to be doing, or best use of my time thing for me to be doing? And I don't know exactly what he said, but it was kind of like that. So it's kind of like, I'm starving. Is going and eating the best use of my time? Yes. I'm stressed out about something and I emotionally eat. Is going and getting something to eat right now the best use of my time? No. So, look at everything that you're doing and saying, is this the best use of my time? Is this the highest priority? And hopefully you've taken time to set out major goals, like goals that you're not going to be able to do in 10 minutes. And like mine would be go to Greece and see one of my favorite people in Greece next year, right? So is what you're doing today getting you towards that goal? And I put $10 into my bank account that's going towards that flight ticket. So that was the best use of my time, getting that goal, moving towards that long-term goal. And we have short-term goals, we have long-term goals. Like everybody has a goal, unless they're fasting, to eat or to drink water, or or to make the bed or go to sleep. And these are things that we don't even list because they just happen, right? But we also have goals that we need to set that are more long-term. How do I achieve financial freedom? Well, if I learn how to raise private money and I learn how to work with a contractor and I learn how to find good deals, then that's going to be a great way for me to achieve that goal. So now what's the best use of my time? Well, going to Chaffee and Jay's one-day trainings, and then going to the 3-day trainings, and then going and seeing them live, and then working with them so that you can shortcut and miss all the mistakes and the expensive mistakes that you can make when you're working in real estate. So that's how I look at this particular question.
Awesome. John, Kelly, you guys want to add anything?
I was just going to add, I like the 10 to 15 things that you mark on a piece of paper that you need to do. I like to make it smaller. I think every morning you should wake up with your top 5 things you need to accomplish that day. But that's worked for me. And I mean, whether you write it on a 3x5 note card, and I'll be honest, like writing it by hand and then physically crossing it off with a pen does something mentally. It makes you feel like you're moving closer to that goal and what you want to do. So yeah, there you go. Scott's got it. And
I love it. I love doing that.
It's great. It's a phenomenal motivator. And understand that you're going to wake up and you're going to address point number 1. Maybe you cross that off. You get to point number 2 and cross it off, and then all of a sudden some crazy weird fire happens. Your kid steps on a nail, or the dog attacks the chickens. Those are things that I deal with in my family. So, but something like that happens, and all of a sudden it interrupts your day, and that then becomes more of a priority than the others. And so understand things like that will interrupt that process. But once you're done with that interruption, get right back on your things to do. And that's really how you start getting motivated and move forward with your daily goals.
Yeah, Gail, I like what John says, because I'm one of those people. I like to say that I have a drama con going on daily, if not weekly, that like it's some sort of heightened drama throughout the day. And then at the end of the day, everything's resolved and everything goes back to normal. So having 3 or 4 things that I know are going to get done, that are absolutely imperative, those go on my list. I think it also depends on the type of daily goals that you're talking about. I firmly believe that we have an and world, that if you've got a commitment to doing X, Y, Z in a day and something happens, there's a way to have both of them happen. And by coming from that possibility, I'm more apt to find a way of having that happen, if that makes sense. So that there's an adage of 100% possible 100% of the time. I believe that. Is it 100% true? Probably not. And having that be a mindset that I embody it allows for an opening for other things to come in. I'm constantly stacking. I'm constantly having things handled while I'm doing other things. And it's because I come from that place of, like I said before, automation, outsourcing, optimization, delegation. How can you have everything just fall into place? When you come from that possibility, everything has a tendency to trickle down and find its place in your world.
So my answer is I got married and my wife tells me what to do all the time. No, I'm just kidding. So in reality, you know,
I'm calling Amy and telling her you said that right now.
She does tell me what to do. So hey, happy
I'm
wife,
texting
happy
her.
wife. So anyway, so I forgot what I'm answering right now. Daily motivations, daily goals. Again, so a good story that you might want to Google is the story of Ivy Lee and Charles Schwab. And so again, it's Ivy Lee and Charles Schwab. We can put it in the comments or chats later. Google that story. It's a story about how back in the early 1900s, Ivy Lee went in and talked to a guy named Charles Schwab and said that give me 15 minutes with all of your professional or your executives, your vice presidents, and I'm going to share with them a technique. And then you pay me what you think it's worth down the road, right? And so he went in. I guess I'm telling you the story now, even though I told you to Google it. And so he went in and had a 15-minute session with all of Charles Schwab's executives. And basically what he told them was that the night before they leave during the day, right before they leave the office, take 15 minutes and write down the top 6 things that they need to do the following day. So these are the 6 things that must be done, that have to be accomplished the following day, and do that on a regular, single, everyday basis. And so if you get through those 6 things, you've completed your list and you've had a productive day, and you could do more than that. And these 6 things have to be done. And so at the end of the 3 months or 90 days that that they practiced this or implemented this into the Charles Schwab organization, Charles Schwab ended up cutting Ivy Lee a check for, I think it was $25,000, which in the early 1900s was the equivalent of almost $500,000 for that one strategy, that one technique, because it helped his organization that much. So
that's Chaffee. That's funny because that's the story that I based off my goals and why I do it. And I was told that story a long, long time ago, but I never knew it was that. Like I didn't know who it was. I knew the whole story, but I didn't know who it actually was. So I thought it was like an old wives' tale. I'm like, yeah, it works, whatever. So, but there you go. There's the actual true story of why I do what I do.
So that is a true story, and you're evidence that it works because you based what you did off of it, not knowing that it was a story. So definitely Google that story. And you know, we can go on and on. I actually do a whole training on what we call a DMO, which is daily method of operation, what you have to do on a regular basis, on scheduling, on prioritization, all of that fun stuff. And it boils down to, if you just focus on those 5 or 6 things that you have to do, then your productivity is going to jump, right? So awesome. Oh, we got more. That is everyone's morning routine. I'm working on mine. I think your question is, what is everyone's morning routine? I'm working on mine. I am a real estate professional. Awesome. Who's going to go first?
I believe structure and practices are a very strong fundamental for any success in any endeavors that you're up to. My mornings, it depends on if I get up before the dogs or the kids. If I wake up before the dogs and the kids, I meditate right there in bed. But sometimes, you have to run off and take care of nature first. I don't know. But I meditate, journal, and then I'm off to take care of the kids. I also, pre-pandemic, I was working out every morning. I've had to structure my day a little differently now because of that. But it used to be meditation, journaling, and working out every day. Now that it's summer, because today the kids graduated, I can go back to that.
My morning routine usually consists of hitting my wife, or not, well, hang on. I don't hit her. I tap her and said, hit snooze. No, I'm just kidding. No, I usually get up and I swing a 45 pound kettlebell 300 times. And then I usually hop in the shower, get ready, and then I go into meditation and everything. I feel like there's got to be a physical and mental component to a morning routine. But that's what I do. So the only way I can get exercise in and feel healthy, because quite honestly, I think this goes hand in hand. That if your body doesn't feel healthy, your mind's not going to be healthy, and if your mind's not healthy, your body's not going to be healthy. So I feel like you've got to be able to do both of those things and at least keep them in alignment with one another. So that's what I do. I do a quick little workout. I do some meditation, and then I get off to work and I just hammer off on those 5 to 6 things that I've got on my list.
I think it's a really interesting thing about morning routines, because morning routines, afternoon routines, evening routines, late night routines, we all have these routines. And my morning routine used to be trying to stay in bed until 10 in the morning. I'm a night owl. I had a terrible time getting to bed early, and I had a terrible time getting up. And since I've been traveling, it's 10 in the morning somewhere all day long in the world. So I kind of can't use that as my excuse anymore. And I'm starting to wake up at 6:30, get up and start my day. And the way my morning routine works is based on my calendar. I do a lot of course recordings, and I'm doing them at 8 in the morning, which 8 in the morning for me used to be, like 4 in the morning for an ordinary person. Like, it was brutal for me to get up. And then I realized that when I went to conferences and they started at 8 in the morning, I had no problem getting up at 7, getting ready, have breakfast, and go to the conference. So what was the problem? The problem was I had no really good reason to get up early. And still to this day, Scott's saying to Scott, it's really good if you get up at 6:30 and exercise or meditate or make breakfast or whatever you want to do and have that as your own time, just does not work for me. But if I schedule with Chaffee an 8 o'clock training course recording time, I'm up at 7 and I'm ready at 8 o'clock to record. Now, we don't do it at 8 o'clock, but I have other instructors that I work with that's what I do. And so I found that for me, in order to have any sort of routine, which in this case is just getting up before 10 o'clock in the morning, I have to have an appointment at 8 or 9 because I will show up for you, even if I won't show up for me. And now I'm not going to fight that. I'm 63 years old. Maybe I could tap, or I could do meditation, or I could change it, but I don't want to. I've just figured out how to work around this, right? So now I schedule 9 and 8 a.m. appointments, basically Monday to Thursday, because I want to have a Friday, Saturday, Sunday weekend. And then I do things on the weekend with people that want to go at like 7 in the morning and hike in the woods, which we're not doing right now, but hopefully soon, which gets me up at a half decent time. So I think you need to decide what will motivate you to get into the routine of doing whatever it is that you want. And in the morning, what I want to do is record courses and teach people about different things. And the only way that happens is if I have somebody else that I need to show up for, and then we do it. So I'm not sure if that answered the question or not, but that's how I structure it.
Awesome. What else?
Well, don't you have to answer that? Did you talk about your morning routine?
Would you like me to answer that? Well, I've been talking a lot.
No, he doesn't have a routine. He just does what his wife tells him to do, apparently.
That's right. I don't have a routine. I just listen to my wife. No, so again, I go back to, I live by my calendar, right? So I have a calendar that I live by, that I schedule things in there. And so my daily routine, first of all, is before just like Ivy Lee, the night before, I know what I need to do the following day. So I have, 2 or 3 things. I don't have the 6, right? And I know 2 or 3 things that I know must get done the following day. So I kind of schedule my day around that. Plus, I go according to my calendar. So in my calendar, I will have things that need to be accomplished, and I rank them A, B, and C. And then from a prioritization standpoint, the A tasks are the things that I need to do today. The B tasks are things that are really great if I did it, and it would be very beneficial if I did it. Only, maybe I could do it tomorrow. The C tasks are the things that I can push off if I need to. And so it's A, B, and C, and D, E if I need to. And then it's 1, 2, 3. What are all my A tasks? Can I prioritize those as 1, 2, and 3, or how do I rank those? So first and foremost, what I'll say is that if you have 20 different things you need to do, and they're in your C bucket for 3 weeks, well, do you even really need to do them if they've been in that bucket for that long, right? And so you should minimize your list to the things that really need to be done to shorten it, and then you prioritize it, and then you schedule it, and then you live by your schedule, right? Now, obviously my schedule is flexible in the sense of I got things scheduled throughout the day, and then between those things that are scheduled throughout the day, I can really do whatever I want, because I know that if I do those things that are scheduled, then I've accomplished what I wanted to accomplish during that day. And so, some people only put meetings in their calendar. Well, I put meetings with myself, right? I put meetings in my calendar that I know I need an hour or 2 hours to block out so that I can work on this task, even if no one's calling me, because that's my time. And I keep that meeting with myself, right? And so if I'm going to schedule a meeting, whether it's with Jay or with Scott or with John or Kelly, I show up to those meetings. And if I schedule a meeting with myself, I show up to that meeting. And so if somebody's calling me while I'm at a meeting with myself, well, then you know what? I'm in a meeting. I'm sorry. I can't get to you right now. I got to finish my meeting, and then I'll call you back when I'm done with my meeting. And so again, live by your calendar, schedule everything out, prioritize everything, focus on the things that are most important, that are the highest and best use of your time, and then show up to your meetings. Show up and do what you need to do. And then the rest of my day is flexible. So that's my daily routine, is live by that calendar. So Scott, you're laughing and I can't hear you.
The plane went by, so I muted myself. I was going to laugh and say I schedule meetings with myself and then I never show up. But then I thought about it deeper. And you're right. Like, I do have time that I put aside for myself. And if I'm particularly reading, I love to read. And if I say, you know what, I'm going to take the next 15 minutes to read because I got nothing, like no meetings, and I kind of up to date on my work, and then someone calls me, I ignore it. Like, that 15 minutes is sacred. And thank you for making me realize that. The other thing that came up when I was listening to you was sometimes it's like, this is what I want to do. This is my goal. And the next question is, how am I going to do it? So one of my goals is to be fit, right? And so how do you do that? I'm in a place where they only allow you out from 2 in the afternoon to 3 in the afternoon if you want to go like walk around, whatever. And I'm on the 9th floor. Okay, I'm the only thing on the 9th floor. I've got this studio apartment, and I have a nice terrace, which has got a hammock on it. So I love it. It feels like open. And I told you about my deliveries, right? So I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to miss half of my 2 to 3 o'clock walks because I'm going to be talking to Chaffee every day at 2 o'clock. So that's not going to happen. How can I get my exercise? And I thought, I'm getting these deliveries. And I thought, well, I'll take the elevator down because at 63, my knees are not like they were when I was 21, and I don't want to go down the stairs, but I have no excuse not to walk up the stairs. So I get 2 deliveries 3 or 4 times a week and 1 delivery just about the rest of the time. And then there's also my 2 o'clock walk. So every time I go down, I almost always walk up. I'm not going to say every time I walk up because I don't want to lie to you, but I'm walking up 9 flights of stairs. And it's amazing because, like 3 or 4 months ago, I was pinching my thigh and I'm thinking, oh man, like it's just a lot of skin and it's not really fit. And then yesterday I kind of pinched my thigh thinking the same thing. And it was like, oh, this is a solid thigh now. And it's amazing how little time it takes, or how fast time goes by when you're doing a little thing, because it's not even a 5-minute, or maybe it's, 5 minutes to walk up to these flights of stairs. So I think it's really important to think about what sort of things can you do. So I have to go shopping. Do I park at the end of the parking lot and walk all the way across the parking lot? Or do I use the valet parking, right? Sort of thing. And I think we just need to look at how we organize our lives so that it starts to fit with our goals. Because I feel a lot more confident now that I know that I can walk up 9 flights of stairs twice a day and not, faint.
So Scott, what you just said reminded me of a great book that I think everybody should pick up and read. It's called The Slight Edge by Jeff Olson. Again, it's called The Slight Edge by Jeff Olson. And it talks about how, extraordinary people are ordinary people with a little extra, right? So that's what extraordinary is you're an ordinary person with just a little bit of extra. And, you think about boiling water, right? At 211 degrees, water is just really hot, right? At 212 degrees, it starts to boil and it can run engines and machines and do a whole bunch of little things. And so it's that 1 degree that's the difference between just hot water and a revolution, an industrial revolution, right? And so, again, that book is The Slight Edge by Jeff Olson. Phenomenal book. Just shows you, like you said, Scott, just walking up a set of stairs slowly over the course of time. All of a sudden, now you got, thick, strong, powerful thighs. And so, wonderful, wonderful book, The Slight Edge.
I never said walking up slowly. Now, I don't sprint up, but no, not slowly.
Awesome. So where are we at? Do we have any more questions? We're good?
No. We're coming pretty much to the end of our time too.
Awesome. All right. Well, with that, final thoughts, final comments for everybody. Why don't we start with Kelly and just go around how can people really take power for their lives and really move forward in this pandemic time period?
How can everybody take power and move forward? I would say get clear on what it is that you want to create, If it's this real estate business, get clear on where you want to take it. Jay's making more money than he's ever made, and it's out there, it's available to you, and he's there to help you do it. So figure out where you want to go with it. If real estate's going to be your vehicle, you could not be in a better place right now. You're in the right place at the right time, and Jay is as true can be. So figure out where you want to go and really figure out why it's important to you. What are you going to do? I like to say with your goals, make them broad, logical, lawful, and positive. Broad, big enough and that it's not too specific. Lawful, it's not hurting anyone. Logical, you're not going to be an astronaut next week unless you've actually been in the space program. And positive, that it's going to be positive. It's going to have a good effect on your life or the world around you. So figure out what those goals are, be specific, and then find out why they're important to you. Really get clear on that. And then also find out what you might be willing to give up. You heard me say might. What you might be willing to give up to have that. Now, I don't mean as in sacrifice. And maybe I do. Maybe you're not going to be binging Netflix for an entire season of, I don't know, The West Wing. I think that was 7 years, the 22 shows a season or something like that. So you might be giving that up. How important is that compared to what your goals and your dreams are? Don't buy into the fear mongering. I think somebody last week called it fear porn, which I think is kind of appropriate. And go for it. Be committed to your commitments, surrender to your commitments, and have them happen.
And I was going to say something very similar. Just find out what your why is. If you already know what your why is, sink closer to it, pull closer to it, and bring that closer to your heart. And that's going to be your driving factor when times get hard, when times get horrible, and when it just gets tough. It's your why that keeps you going. If your why is sit around and watch Netflix, then that's what you're going to be. You're going to be sitting around and watching Netflix 8 years from now. If your why is something a little bit different, that's going to motivate you to help you move forward with your real estate investing, 8 years is going to be totally different. And so, yeah, I agree 100% with what Kelly said. Create those good habits now and take advantage of what we have. I mean, right now, I know things on the outside look like the economy is not great, and there's definitely some signs that show that, but Jay's doing amazing. There are phenomenal opportunities out there for us to captivate the markets and to profit off the market and do very, very well and essentially get moving forward.
Awesome. I was going to say really take a close look at all the people around you and make sure that you're surrounding yourself with people that support you, that have your best interests in their heart, and that also have a servant's heart, because the people that you surround yourself with have a huge, huge impact on your attitude, on your success, on what you're able to do. And it's amazing how a small off-cuff comment can change your life. My goal is to be the president of the grocery store that I was at. And my dad was an accountant for that company, which is one of the reasons why I chose them to have a part-time job when I was in high school. And I said that in front of my parents once, was that, not that I would be president, but the next step up was, I'm now a store manager, I want to be a district manager. And my mom, who knew all district managers what jerks they were, just, oh, that's awful. And it was just like a bubble burst. And every time I got close to being considered, I would sabotage myself. So, and when I look back on it now, it's probably a good thing, but it was just this off-the-cuff, whispered comment that she probably didn't even want me to hear. And it just totally changed my life. So you have to make sure that you protect your attitude, you protect your goals, you protect the direction that you want to go in, and that you surround yourself with people that are excited about you achieving those goals. And when John was talking, he reminded me of a good friend of mine, which was, short-term pain for long-term gain, or short-term gain for long-term pain, which is, and we always like to use eating donuts, right? It tastes really good now, but over 50 years, you're going to have a weight problem, probably. Whereas if you don't eat it, it might be really hard for a little period of time, but life is going to be a lot better health-wise. So over to you, Chaffee.
Awesome. So I just want to finish up with what Jay taught earlier today, which is if you want to level up your life, if you want to start taking action and moving forward, there's 3 things that you need to do. So the first thing is get educated. Remember, I said that if you're afraid of something, it's usually false evidence appearing real. Again, false evidence appearing real. So the more educated you get, the more education you receive, the better that you will be able to overcome that fear. So again, educate yourself. This 3-day training that Jay is going to have is going to share with you the techniques and strategies that you can use to move forward. The second thing, as he said, was to do, which is to get out there and take massive action. If you want massive results, you got to take massive action. And the third thing is to get coaching. And what that coaching is going to do is that's going to give you the confidence and the security, knowing that somebody that's already done it, that's been there, that knows what they're doing, is going to guide you, take your hand and guide you and show you the way and help you move forward with everything, and sometimes even drag you along if you need it, right? So those 3 things, the education, the action, and then the coaching. And obviously, what I love about Jay and this organization is that we really want to help you. We really want to move you forward and really provide you the tools and the strategies and techniques to help you succeed. And we also know that, Jay is here for certain people, and sometimes that's not a match. So, use those 3 strategies, the education, the action, and the coaching with whoever, and choose somebody like Jay, choose somebody that's going to want to work with you to help you like Jay to move forward, to accomplish your goals. And that's really what's going to empower you to move you forward out of the stance of fear and help you accomplish what you want to accomplish. So if you're thinking about it, if you haven't done it yet, go to that link, jayconner.com/virtual, get signed up. If you want to talk to John, Kelly, or I, go to jayconner.com/consult, and we will call you back. We're going to start calls after we get off here. I've been on with Scott for 8.5 hours live stream. So we're about toast. We're about done. And we appreciate you coming on, and join us again next week at live again for another 8 hours. So thank you so much, everybody. and we will see you next week. Take care, and so long.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a good one, everybody.
Bye-bye.